This is BBC One.
It is 9:25 on election day. The nation has voted. The count is on. May I now introduce my colleagues who are here in the studio. We have Ian Trethowan, who's going to comment on results as they come in. David Butler, who of course is an expert on elections. Robert McKenzie, an expert political analyst. Up on the platform we have Robin Day, who'll be talking to candidates and people in the news up and down the country. As indeed will Cliff Michelmore, who already has with him two very well-known figures from whom we'll be hearing tonight in the shape of Lord Boothby and Mr. George Woodcock. We also have our man about town, who will be attending various election celebrations and is dressed for the occasion, and we hope will come back in good shape to report on them. Now, the count, of course, is going on already. And in recent television elections, there has developed what we take liberty to call a horse race, though this is disputed by the constituencies concerned, between four constituencies to be the first to announce their result. Billericay, Salford, Cheltenham, and Exeter are those constituencies. The favourite is Billericay because they happened to win at the last general election. Let's go down there now and see what's going on with Raymond Baxter.
Here in Billericay County Secondary School, a scientifically planned time and motion study worthy of the most modern production line on the nearby Basildon Industrial Estate has got off to a sizzling start. Actually, the count started within 3 minutes of the closing of the polling stations here, and the first of the 118 cars standing by to bring in the ballot boxes arrived here at 2 minutes 34 seconds past 9. Here you see it. There's been some real motoring. Some of these polling stations are as much as 9 miles away, and in fact all the cars were in within 15 minutes. The box is carried in by a courier, one of the schoolboys here, the 16-year-olds. There are 80 employed in the team. They're opened under observation, and the count of papers at once begins, first to tally with the return made by the polling booth, bundled into 20s and 100s, passed on for mixing, sorting into parties, and then the actual counting of the votes. Well, now, certainly the total of votes to be counted here will exceed 80,000 from the total electorate of 96,762. Certainly the anticipated increase of 18,000 since the last general election has increased this task. But equally certainly, this huge voluntary staff handling those ballot papers will do everything possible to get this result out within 20 minutes from now, and they're bang on schedule. This is Raymond Baxter in Billericay.
And now we go to Salford, to Geoffrey Wheeler. Here, Salford, never mind. Let's switch ourselves to the Midlands and go to Cheltenham and see if we can find Michael Barrett.
Michael Barrett is, in fact, here in Cheltenham, which is, of course, a Conservative seat with a majority of over 9,000 last time. And the excitement of this race for counting is spiced tonight, I think, by some new factors. The old image of curry and colonels and Georgian gentility, this has tended to be changed in Cheltenham in recent years as they've tried vigorously to attract new industry to the town. And some of those few hardy souls outside this town hall now may well be some of the new voters from the new houses and the new factories. It was an Indian summer kind of a morning, but since then, since lunchtime, it's been drab and wet, and the polling returns, I'm told, have fallen off in the evening. Nonetheless, the 144 counters here in this hall are going to be pretty hard put to it to beat the the record at the last election when they declared the result at 2 minutes past 10. Well, now the three candidates, all of them new to the list in Cheltenham, are waiting. They expect about 30 minutes for that result to be declared. This is Michael Barrett in Cheltenham.
And now we go to the West Country, to Exeter and to David Dimbleby.
The first check of the ballot papers here in the Civic Hall at Exeter is well on the way now. Exeter, a constituency which was held by the Conservatives at the last election in a three-cornered fight with a majority of 5,600. Exeter is rather scornful of the sort of fuss that's made at places like Billericay about getting the result in first. Here, in fact, there are only 60 counters for 54,000 voters in all. The last of the boxes came in a few moments ago, and now scrutineers and counters between them are checking the votes, not so much to get them done in a hurry out of civic pride as to collect their 15 shillings and get back home. It's been a wet day outside. It's just paused in the rain for the moment, but it's been raining on and off all day, although they say it's been a heavy poll. They're still putting up the platform where the poll result will be announced out there after we've had it, first of all, in here, which is expected just before 10:30. This is David Dimbleby at Exeter.
Thank you, son. Now, we have, in addition to direct television outside broadcasts, which will be coming from many other places, as well as from the three we've just seen, four we've almost just seen, we have a lot of sources of our own of news. For example, round me in the room here, we have here telephones and telephonists to whom people will be sending direct results by telephone throughout the night and tomorrow. Back here behind me, we have the Press Association Teleprinter News Service, which is coming in all the time, and sitting behind it are the girls whose job it is to feed that material, as indeed we shall feed everything else, into this remarkable machine called the National Elliott Computer. Now, I'm not going to try and explain it because I don't understand it, but this machine, roughly speaking, assimilates, takes in, thinks about, cogitates over, analyzes all the stuff that's put into it, and when you press the right button a few seconds afterwards, coughs up the right answer. It even has, and you can see it over there, a brain, a memory, a tape memory, which runs all the time and keeps a note of everything that's put into it in case it wants to refer back. It's a pretty remarkable bit of apparatus. Now, we've learned from past experience that as the counts go on and as the results begin to come in, a pattern develops in all elections. And if you're an expert, you can tell roughly from that pattern what is likely to happen. David Butler, of course, is an expert in that particular field, and he has said that in order to have a government, the Labour Party should have around 6 seats gained by midnight. That's just part of the pattern.
At the last election, the Conservatives had a majority of 100 over Labour and Liberals. Since then, by-elections have reduced that lead, so that, at the dissolution, the Conservative overall majority was 88. In today's election, the Conservatives can afford to lose about 40 seats and still retain power, admittedly with a precarious majority of under 10. These, then, are some of the seats the Conservatives can afford to lose. All these seats could be lost, and the Conservatives would still be in command. But if the lost seats mount, then the parties could be equal. And this deadlock could come about if the swing to Labour is about 3.5%. In other words, if 3 out of every 100 voters in 1959 changed from voting Conservative to voting Labour, then the Conservatives would still just be in power. But if 4 out of every 100 voters changed from Conservative to Labour, then the Conservatives would be out. They would lose more seats than they could afford to lose. These are the seats that would be lost then, and these are all seats the Conservatives cannot afford to lose. Can we talk so confidently about the swing that's needed for a Labour government? We hope in the very near future to be able to give you a firm prediction of the final result when only a very few constituencies are reported. How can we do it? Well, basically, it's because Britain is such a unified nation. In past elections, there's been an extraordinarily even swing. Constituencies have moved the same, whether they've been safe Conservative or safe Labour or highly marginal seats. So when the first result's in, it's quite reasonable, not very speculative to say, if the whole country behaves like Billericay or Salford or wherever it is, then the final result will be so-and-so. Now, the first result may, of course, be a bit off the line. Some people think that Billericay will show an above-average swing to Labour and that Salford will show a below-average swing. However, when a few results are in, the pattern will be, or should be, clear. Now, of course, if the result is very close, we don't claim that we can predict the nearest seat, and some marginal coming in tomorrow afternoon may go right against the pattern. But still, we believe that we can catch the trend very quickly. And with the aid of the statisticians here and the computer, we shall let you know anything that's happening as soon as it's humanly and electronically possible.
Here's another way of looking at that all-important swing that David Butler's been talking about. At the last election, the Conservatives led Labour by 107 seats. Now, if 1 in every 100 of you has changed sides since the last election, the Conservatives are down 30 seats in their majority. It goes along like that. 2 in 100 brings them down to 57. 3 in 100 to 23. And the all-important break point is somewhere around 3.5. If Labour can achieve that, or go on to 4% swing, then Labour's in. And indeed, for the third time in this century, a party of the left will have a working majority if Labour gets a 4% or a 5% swing. Now let's see where the Tory seats are that are most in danger if there's that kind of swing. Let's assume for the moment a 6% swing to Labour, a big Labour victory. Here are the locations of the Tory seats that will go down in that kind of sweep. You'll notice right away that the critical area here is the home counties and the Midlands. A third of the critically held Tory seats with narrow majorities are here, 20 more here, 20 here. Very few of them in the northeast, and hardly any in Scotland. The results from Scotland are not likely to shape the national picture very much tonight. Very few in Wales, rather more in the southwest. Here is the heartland, the battleground where the issue will be fought and lost or won tonight. We'll also, of course, be taking a very close look at the very narrowly held Tory marginal seats, some of them with almost paper-thin majorities. Birmingham All Saints, 20 majority. Or again, Hartlepool's with a majority for the Conservatives of only 180. A tiny swing required to knock it down. Labour must take almost all of these and then begin to bite into the Tory seats held by rather larger majorities. Places like Doncaster or Billericay, all important with a 3.9% swing required for a switch. That is the area where the battle really will be fought out as far as individual constituencies are concerned. We'll be keeping track of the national picture on these boards at the far end of the studio. The party lead board shows which party is in lead at any given moment. The moment, of course, they're equal. But if Labour is to be the favourite to win, then on the first 100 results, that black line must read Lab lead over Con by at least 12. Then, of course, we'll be keeping track of the state of the parties, showing the party totals and the gains and losses for each. The space to watch here is that in the upper right-hand corner. The Tories can afford to lose 35 seats, and they've no worries at all. At 40 to 45 in that upper right-hand corner, they're in real trouble. At 50, they're out of power. And Labour has got to get the figure up to 45 tonight in order to be sure of forming a majority. If they fail to do that, they're not throwing out the Tories, and the position may be hanging in the balance, because tomorrow's seats are likely to be much more pro-Tory, being rural and otherwise. Richard.
Alan Wicker in Trafalgar Square, our national meeting place and scene, as you know, of all the biggest and best protests and demonstrations. It's a shiny night tonight, at best, but a crowd of some 20,000 is expected here, not, I hope, to protest or to demonstrate, but to celebrate victory and defeat among the lions in this arena. 5 acres of people are expected, and let's see, among the first to arrive here, who they think is going to win.
I definitely think there will be a swing to Labour.
You think Labour will win?
Yes, I think so.
Why?
Well, I think that we need a change, and I think that it's going to be a definite pullover for the common market.
Who's going to win, do you think?
I think Labour.
You think Labour too? Now, do you think Labour would be the best government to meet a new Soviet government? It's a hard one to answer.
Yes, I think they would. Yes, I think they would.
Who do you think is going to win?
Well, I think Labour's going to win.
You voted today, have you?
I did, yeah.
Why did you vote for Labour?
Well, I did because I think it is the party of the people. It has the sympathy with the underdog, sort of.
Who do you think is going to win?
Conservative by a small majority.
Why do you think that?
Because I think there are so many people who are not really aware of the social priorities, and they will return a tired government.
Who's going to win?
Well, I hope the Conservative government will be returned.
Conservatives?
Yes.
Well, there is a quick sample, but over and above the usual excitement here in Trafalgar Square, there is an added attraction, and there it is, the BBC election screen. A giant television set on which the crowd here in the thick of it can see the same program that you're looking at, waiting here to find out who's going to win. Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
I think at this stage in our election programme we should for a moment break away from the main theme of our thoughts and turn to this unexpected announcement of the sudden retirement of Mr. Khrushchev, because we have with us, as it happens now in the studio, two men very much concerned at this news. The one is Alan Gwynne Jones of the Times, the other is Charles Collingwood of the Columbia Broadcasting System of America, and with them, Robin Day.
Winston Churchill, I think, once said, if I quote him right from memory, that Russia was a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. I wonder if you care to help us tonight. When you heard this news that Khrushchev had apparently lost his post at the head of the Soviet Union, what was your reaction? That it was good news or not for the West?
I would have thought that it's possibly very bad news. One doesn't know exactly what's happened, of course, but if there has been a coup in Russia, and if Khrushchev has been pushed out, then I think this could be a sign that the hard line which the Soviet Union has been adopting towards China and the corresponding softening of the attitude towards the West might just conceivably be reversed. We don't know this, but it's possible, and I think for that reason I would say that my first reaction is that it's bad news.
Charles Collingwood, would you agree? Bad news for the West?
I'm not so sure, because I have an idea, Robin, that probably it's inside the communist world that the turmoil has arisen, which has caused all this, and not so much specifically directed toward the West.
Do you believe, or can you find any reason for deducing whether he has been retired genuinely for health, or whether this is an excuse to push him out?
I think it's more likely to be a political excuse. After all, Mr. Khrushchev, until a very short time ago, seemed to be in very rude health indeed, in every sense of the word. And I would have thought, too, that it would be curious to retire a man of his obvious mental and physical virility at this stage in his career. Clearly, it must have, if it has happened, it must have some sort of political significance.
Seems curious coming after this triumph for his administration, the three-man spaceship.
Yes, clearly. I think that the administration would normally be expected to be on the crest of a wave. This must be some sort of internal upheaval.
Charles Collingwood, how do you think this will affect the outcome of the Johnson-Goldwater contest in America?
Oh, I think it will help President Johnson, unquestionably.
Why?
First, Robin, because a crisis of this kind usually helps the incumbent, the party in power. I think it would have helped the Conservative Party if it had come before your election. Secondly, because where Goldwater is weakest is in his approaches with the Russians. The feeling that one doesn't quite know what he would do with the Russians. With a changed situation there, I think it will hurt Goldwater and help Johnson.
Coming back to the point we were discussing a moment ago, Alan, there was one report quoted on the earlier BBC News this evening that he was outvoted, Khrushchev was outvoted at his meeting last night, the top Soviet meeting, more in sorrow than in anger. Now, what do you deduce from that, and how does that tie in with your theory of a push-out, a political push-out?
I think the expression more in sorrow than in anger must be taken in its political context. Quite clearly, the Soviet authorities have got to say something like this for the moment. Of course, it's significant, I think, that the Soviet people, as far as we know nothing about this yet. And obviously there's got to be a good deal of rewriting of history before the Russian people can be told exactly what's happening.
And don't you think that he's very popular with the Russian people?
Yes, I think he's very popular, and with some justification. His achievements have been enormous, and of course the major political achievement has been this feeling of détente, of slackening of the tension with the West. And it seems to me that this sort of thing might just conceivably lead to a reversal of that trend.
Very briefly, gentlemen, from what we know of previous crises, do you think that there is a large-scale nuclear alert on in the defences of the West at this moment?
I shouldn't think there's any large-scale nuclear alert. This is a long-term thing. This is a matter of how you handle nuclear weapons.
Thank you very much. Back to Richard Dimbleby.
And we return to our muttons. I have the sound of teleprinters behind me to remind me that we may get our first result at any time in the next 5, 6, 7 minutes. Who knows? This result, anyway, when it comes, is going to be a pointer for two men who'll be watching their television sets, I think, as closely as anyone else tonight, the major party leaders. Now, earlier today at Scone Airport near Perth, Derek Hart talked to Sir Alec Douglas-Hume before he flew to London.
Sir Alec, how has the day gone for you?
Well, I've had a good day, because I've been around my polling stations and everything seems to be going very well.
Have you had any word from London about how the nation is been casting its votes today?
No, nothing, no. I talked to Lord Blakenham at lunchtime, but it was pretty early, and they didn't know very much.
Now that the campaign is over, what reflections do you have on the way in which it's been conducted in the past few weeks?
Well, I don't think we could have conducted it in any other way. I've tried to stick to the main issues and get them across, and that has been our objective, and I hope we've succeeded.
Has it gone more or less as you expected it?
Yes, I think it has. I think that there was more attention paid to polls and counter-polls than I thought there would be, and I wish that hadn't happened on the whole, because I think it took up too much newspaper space. But otherwise, the election, as we conducted it, went according to our plan, I think.
Have you, on balance, enjoyed the campaign yourself, or has it been a very wearisome burden?
No, I enjoyed it thoroughly.
No complaints of any kind?
No, I got no complaints, no.
Well, now that you can do no more, and that it's all over bar the waiting, do you still feel as confident as you have expressed yourself as being in the earlier stages of the
Well, the voters have got to say this now, haven't they? I've finished, I've spoken, and now the voters have got to speak. But I hope we shall get a decisive working majority. That's what we went out for, and I hope we shall get it. But it's for the voters to say.
Are you prepared to make any estimate as to how big a majority you anticipate?
No, that's for them to say. No, we'll know that tomorrow or
So, Alec, what are the key results that you'll be watching for personally within the next few hours?
Well, I suppose the marginal seats are the ones we shall keep a particular eye on. But how soon we shall know, that I can't tell you.
Less than an hour ago, Sir Alec Douglas Hume arrived at London Airport. Here's his car there in the pouring rain. He left at once for number 10 Downing Street. Now, he wouldn't discuss, incidentally, the news of Mr. Khrushchev's retirement. Earlier in the day, up in Huyton, John Morgan had been talking to Mr. Harold Wilson.
Harold Wilson's been spending the day here in his constituency in Huyton, travelling all around it in damp and rather dismal weather. Mr. Wilson, these must, I'm sure, be among the most agonized moments of your life. How do you feel?
Well, I've been too stimulated going around my own constituency during the day. We've had a wonderful reception everywhere, from the crowds, from the children, and polling has been pretty heavy for the time of day. So we'll just have to wait till the evening to get the count.
Are you the kind of man who does feel very anxious and tense on an occasion like this?
No, I think one just waits and sees how the results turn out. A high poll should be a satisfactory result for us.
Looking back over the campaign, if you had to fight it again, is there anything you'd do that you didn't do or anything you'd do differently?
I think win or lose, I'm quite satisfied with the way the campaign has gone. I think we have succeeded in getting across the main issues that we feel people are interested in: housing, land prices, pensions, cost of living, education. And we fought the battle on ground of our choosing and not ground of our opponents' choosing. No, on the whole, I'm prepared to settle for the campaign and now leave the results to the electors.
I got the impression following your campaign that at a certain point you changed your tactics. You went very strongly into the attack. Was that your decision?
No, there were certain events happening that I think required it, particularly the worsening in the economic position, and this had to be rammed home. But as the campaign developed, I think everyone got more involved in it, including the electorate. They felt much more passionately than they had in the early days, and I think one was just responding to the mood. It wasn't a conscious decision.
Would you care to speculate now on what you think the result is going to be tonight?
I'll give you some estimate on that when the votes have been counted.
Thank you very much, sir.
So there are the party leaders. Now let us move to a very vital question. Very simple one, too. Who's going to win? Surprising as it may seem, there's quite a difference of opinion on this between the major parties. But what have the public opinion polls been saying? Bob McKenzie.
Well, of course, no one can predict the outcome of the general election. However, the public opinion polls ordinarily give us the best informed guess, since they talk to a cross-section of the population, while the rest of us depend for our hunches on conversations with family or friends. Now, last time, all four polls got it right. They all pointed toward a Conservative win. This time, they've been in far greater trouble. They have all agreed that, until very recently, Labour had a massive lead. Then the Tories made a comeback during the summer and were level pegging by September. But over the past 4 weeks of the campaign, the two main polls have been pretty continually in disagreement. Gallup in the Telegraph, that's the top line on this chart, has been reporting that the Labour Party has been pretty consistently ahead, whereas the NOP, the bottom line, reporting the Daily Mail, had the Conservatives ahead, and then miraculously, they suddenly today find themselves almost in agreement. Each of them giving, on the right-hand edge there, something like a 3% and a bit lead for the Labour Party. Now, here are the final reports of all four polls. NOP in today's Daily Mail reports a swing to Labour of almost 4%, giving Labour a majority of somewhere around 12. Gallup, reporting in the Telegraph, gives a 4% swing and suggests a Labour majority slightly higher than the other one. Research Services gave its last report 4 days ago in the Observer, and its national figures pointed to a 30 Conservative majority. The Daily Express poll today pointed to a very comfortable Tory win with a majority of around 60. The fact is, of course, that the polls are really saying the parties are so close that they are falling within the margin of error of the polls, which is a point or two either way. And in that sense, perhaps the most honest remark of all was the headline on the NOP report today in the Daily Mail, which said, "We don't know." However, if they are right about how close the parties are now, then certainly we are in for a hard day's night.
Well, again, the question, who's going to win this time? Ian Trethowan.
It looks as if we may be in the same situation as we were 13, 14 years ago. One party in power with a big majority, plenty of evidence from the opinion polls and the by-elections that some people wanted to change. But coming up to polling day, these people appearing to balk at the final fence. In 1950 and 1951, this sort of situation, of course, created very small majorities. As for the parties themselves, Labour, I think, still extremely confident. The Conservatives, too, are hopeful because they find signs from the opinion polls that in the last few days they may just have turned the tide back towards them. Now, just to remind you, while we're waiting, where the last tide left them, 5 years ago, this was the Parliament that we elected, a Conservative majority of 100 over all parties, 107 over Labour. But with by-elections and other changes, when the Parliament was dissolved last month, this was the state of the parties, counting in the vacant seats. The Conservatives had, as Butler said, an overall majority of 88 over Labour of 98. So, bogey for the course. Today, Labour needed to win 50 Conservative seats to become the biggest single party, 55 to get a majority of all parties.
Still no news from Billericay that I can see. No, not at the moment. How, anyway, is this horse race of ours, as we call it, going? How close, in fact, are they to the winning post? Let's find out by going round again quickly, direct. Down to Billericay to join Raymond Baxter.
Well, here we've had a bit of a snag. Within 15 minutes, all 118 cars had brought the ballot boxes in here to the hall. At 30, that is to say 9:30, the number 70 went up on the blackboard, which indicated that all the ballot boxes had been cleared, 68 from the polling booths, 2 postal votes. The tally was completed, the votes were mixed, the counting started, and then, from my observation up here, it seemed that things slowed down. There you see Mr. Hatt, the Deputy Acting Returning Officer, the Town Clerk of the Urban District, in the centre there with the curly hair and the spectacles, looking a bit tense, and himself collecting up the tally cards. It seemed, from where I was sitting up here on the stage and looking down, that some of the checkers were really doing a very, very thorough and painstaking job, and in fact 2 votes were found in the wrong bundle. Now, I say again, they're counting 80,000 votes here. They found 2 in the wrong bundle, and that slowed things up a bit, and now a very, very scrupulous check is being conducted by the political observers there.
Down at Billericay, they call that a snag. Anyway, we had a slight snag in trying to go over to Salford just now with our sound lines. I think they're back and in order, so let's now go to Salford and join Geoffrey Wheeler.
Yes, well, indeed, we hope you can hear us now, because we had all our votes in just as you came over to us for the first time. That was about 20 minutes from the end of polling, and the first ones were in 7 minutes afterwards. Well, now here in the art gallery are counting the votes for Salford West, and this, it's confidently expected, will be the first result to be declared of the 2 here, Salford East and Salford West. It's a Labour seat, a marginal seat, but held by Labour for some years, and held by who is now Lord Royal, Charles Royal, for many years, though the candidate now is Orme for Labour. The only figure we have on this so far is the percentage poll. It's 73%, which is quite a good percentage, but the lowest poll so far for Salford West in the last few elections. This is Geoffrey Wheeler in Salford.
Now to Geoffrey Wheeler, now not to Geoffrey Wheeler, now to Michael Barrett in Cheltenham.
And here in Cheltenham, the excitement, as they say in these cliches in these times, is feverish. I expect that it will be indeed 3 or 4 minutes now until the result is declared. I'm not, of course, allowed to give any real hint, but I'm not myself expecting any great sensation here in Cheltenham, as it will be only a moment or two until this result is declared by the Mayor here up on his rostrum. Let me return you for the moment to Richard Dimbleby.
Well, now, in London, there are 2 supporters of our horse race, as we still call it, I think, who are probably sitting at this moment in the rival party headquarters on opposite sides of Smith Square. On the one side is Conservative Party Central Office, and from there, Lord Blakenham now talks to Robin Day.
Good evening, Lord Blakenham. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Well, I wanted to know whether you had a good day and what have you been doing?
Well, I think it's been a fairly heavy poll, which I think is a good thing. I think it's a tribute to the immense amount of hard work that probably both sets of party workers have put in. But I'm particularly pleased with the way that throughout the whole of this last 3 weeks, our own people in the constituencies have put in hours, endless hours of work and endless energy into the task of supporting their candidates.
Has the weather been on your side or not?
Well, I think people can argue either one way or the other. I think it's a jolly good thing that there should be a heavy poll and that people have come out in their thousands and their millions to express their views.
What's the result going to be, Lord Blakenham?
This, I think, is a moment of calm. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Day?
Thank you.
Of calm, perhaps of tension, but I don't think a very good moment to forecast.
Thank you very much, Lord Blakenham. And across from the Conservative Central Office, with everyone on tenterhooks there, may we go across Smith Square, where the main propaganda battle has raged, Transport House, Labour Party's headquarters, where the General Secretary, Len Williams, is waiting to talk to me. Good evening, Len Williams. How have things gone for you today?
Good evening. Very well.
And has the weather helped you or harmed you, as a lot of people suggest?
Well, it's very difficult to say. But, of course, in London this evening, there's been very heavy rain, and it is usually thought that rain in the evening is not to our advantage.
What reports have you had from constituencies which might lead you to judge the result?
Oh, the reports that have been flooding in the whole of the day have been most optimistic. My job has been to apply a touch of realism.
Thank you very much.
To the reports I've had.
Thank you.
It looks as though Cheltenham may have won our race. They're about to announce the result. We go straight to Cheltenham now.
Well, it may still be perhaps a minute yet, Richard, but it's a very hushed silence here, as you can hear yourself. The deputy returning officer is making his final calculations now. One can hardly hear a whisper, just an odd cough around the hall. He's rather frantically totting up his figures and is about to pass them, I think, to the acting returning officer, Mr. Littlewood, the town clerk, who in turn, of course, will hand them over to the mayor. I think you can see some of the helpers gathered round Mr. Board, who's the deputy returning officer, and who I think is rather hidden by these people. Not a whisper inside here. I wonder if we can see outside for a moment in the rather drab, wet evening in Cheltenham. No, it doesn't seem we can. Yes, there we are. Some excitement there despite the weather, and certainly a lot more noise. Can we now come back inside, and once again Mr. Board is about to hand over. He's mopping his brow. He's just, I think, writing down the final figures. Can I just refresh your memories that here in Cheltenham it is a Conservative seat with a majority at the last election of just over 9,000. The 3 candidates are Mr. Douglas Dodds Parker, the Conservative, Mr. Hugh Gray, Labour, and Mr. James Lemkin, the Liberal. None indeed, of these 3 candidates stood at the last election. The previous member has since retired. That was Major Hicks Beach, who is not standing at this time. Here now is the result.
Cheltenham parliamentary constituency,
Result. Dodds Parker,
Conservative.
19,797. Gray,
Labour.
14,557. Lemkin,
Liberal.
7,568. I declare that Mr. A.D. Dodds Parker has been duly elected Member of Parliament for the Cheltenham constituency.
There then is the result. No change at Cheltenham.
Cheltenham stays Conservative. We now go straight to Billericay.
Provisional results here. The returning officer, there's the deputy acting returning officer, Mr. Hatt, taking a very well-earned glass of water. There have been cries of "oh" from the team of counters down in the hall when further checks have been made. Is this a significant move or is it not? The crowd outside are just as impatient as everybody for this Billericay result. Already, no doubt, they are aware of the fact that Cheltenham have declared. But it isn't only a question of speed, it's a question of accuracy. And Mr. Hatt has always made the point that complete accuracy would be obviously more sacred than speed in the race. Now he's checking with the political observers again. Again, a frenzied recount going on down here. The ballot papers are bundled in 20s and then stacked in hundreds. And one of the bundles is being broken down and rechecked. Messenger dispatched, one of the 16-year-old pupils here at the county secondary school, and the atmosphere in this hall you could cut with a knife, and it's not only because of the sweat of effort under the glaring lights we have here, but also because of the intense excitement.
Now, a quick comment on the Cheltenham result from David Butler.
The swing in Cheltenham, 4.5%. If that were repeated nationally, it would mean a Labour majority of 40. It's only one seat. One other thing, the turnout in Cheltenham down 4% on last time. That on top of Salford, where the turnout also was down, we gather, it does suggest that the turnout may be lower than last time. The rain may have taken its count. But still, if Cheltenham were repeated nationally, a Labour majority of 40.
We go back again to Billericay.
And still Mr. Hatt paces between the tables of his counting staff here. Still there's a check. And now, is this the moment? Provisional results apparently are on hand, and these are being communicated to the agents, the party agents. This is a three-cornered fight, as it was last time, and all three candidates standing for this general election were those who fought last time. Just to remind you that the Conservative candidate, Mr. Edward Gardner, won the seat here with a majority of 4,822 over Labour, but the big question mark is this 18,000 increase in the electorate here and how they've voted.
Now, I think we've got time before Billericay just to have a quick look at the full figures of Cheltenham. For those of you keeping a detailed record tonight, here they are.
The Liberal vote is slightly down. Mr. James Lemkin, the Liberal candidate, stood at the last election as a Conservative. Mr. Dodds Parker is former MP for Banbury. He retired from politics for a time, standing at Cheltenham for the first time.
We'll quickly take state of the parties with one eye on Billericay. State of the parties, then.
There we are, then. The one result in, giving the Conservative lead over Labour of 1. It was 629 to count. And of course, in the State of the Parties board, there we've got the one seat registered, a safe Conservative seat. It doesn't mean anything, the fact there's one in, though the swing, as David Butler gave it, 4.5, is important. And if it settles around there, it does mean Labour would get a majority of 40.
Well, somebody's tapping the microphone and starting to shout at Billericay, according to my little television set, so let's go back.
Well, I've been listening on my little television set too, and Mr. Hatt there just said to gasps in the hall, there is the possibility of a recount, and this can only mean one thing, that the provisional results are so tight that they're probably less than 1,000. Mr. Hatt told me earlier on that he would resist any suggestion of a recount for less than 1,000 votes, so no wonder they've checked and double-checked, and no wonder they're a little behind their own hectic schedule. But now, how's this for excitement at Billericay? Mr. Hatt has told me that he could do a recount, if all went well, in as little as 4 minutes. Meantime, we're keeping in the closest possible touch. And what a moment this must be for the three candidates. Edward Gardner, Conservative, Mrs. Rita Smythe, Labour, Sheldon Williams, Liberal. And it's coming up, a frenzied shaking of heads. Consultation between Mr. Hatt and the candidates in the centre of the stage there. Mrs. Rita Smythe, the Labour candidate, on his left, and the tall figure, Mr. Gardner, the Conservative candidate, and in the centre there, Mr. Sheldon Williams, the Liberal. Mr. Gardner looking a bit grim there. He's a very popular local MP. He's a barrister, QC. He's been the Attorney General's PPS since 1961. And he's very much a constituency man. Now look at this. Here's every one of the 500-odd people here in the counting team with all eyes on the stage waiting whether or not this is going to be a recount. And even the crowd outside have fallen quiet. And there you are. I wonder if any of them heard that. Mr. Hatt testing the PA.
I have been asked for a recount. The majority is quite substantial in my opinion, but I will allow the recount rather than have suggestions that this count is...
There we are, we've got a recount there, but that won't take many minutes, and as soon as we have some more news, we'll invite you to join us again. This is Raymond Baxter at Billericay.
While they're recounting in Billericay, let's go to Salford. We may get the result coming up soon there.
Well, here we are in Salford, and indeed we are expecting a result at any moment. We're working now in the Salford West counting room. The last votes are being taken up. I've just had a note to say that, in fact, we expect the result in 5 minutes from now. 5 minutes from now, but as I mentioned to you last time, that the percentage vote was 4% down. The percentage vote is even further down in East Salford. It's 6.9% down. And with that news, for the moment, this is Geoffrey Wheeler in Salford.
Let's have a visit to Bob McKenzie and the swingometer.
You remember my telling you earlier that the swingometer would begin to move. It's made its first lunge on that initial result from Cheltenham, with 4.5% swing to Labour, which would give Labour a majority of somewhere around 40. Now, you must not expect it necessarily to stay there. It may go up this way, down this way. It will wobble a bit and settle down somewhere. The great question is, will it be over that line of 3.5? If it is over, as it was this time in Cheltenham, the safe Conservative seat, then we will see a change of government. So the first result is bound to be considered an excellent omen for the Labour Party and cause worry on the Conservative side. But there will be wobbling for some time before it settles down. The question is, where does it settle down?
David Butler, you have some views on the significance of a Billericay recount.
Well, if the Conservatives were in by 1,000 in Billericay, it would mean there was a swing of about 3% to Labour. If the Labour Party were in by 1,000 Billericay, it would mean there was a swing of just over 4.5% to Labour. If there's a dead heat in Billericay, it would mean that there was a swing of just under 4% to Labour. It does suggest that this is just on the sort of key break-even level in Billericay.
4.5% would in fact be what we had at Cheltenham and would give Labour a reasonable majority. Just one point where Bob McKenzie said that the swing at Cheltenham would give Labour a majority of 40. This is obviously a good majority, a working majority. There's a lot of argument about what makes a working majority in the House of Commons. In fact, governments can go by on very small figures indeed, and have in the past. Richard.
Now we're teetering about the Billericay and with Salford. Let's try Salford.
And here we are in Salford, and waiting now for the Mayor, the returning officer, Alderman Davies, to mount the rostrum and give us the result. We've been getting thumbs-up signs from people wearing the Socialist Labour rosette, which may mean that they feel that victory is theirs, or it could have meant that simply that the result was through already. So far, nobody has gone up onto the platform to give us the result, and the counters are being hustled with their final few votes. But now the crowd is moving down to the far end of the room, and outside they crowd the railings on the crescent of Salford. Inside, we still wait. This is Salford West, a Labour seat, but a marginal one that's been held by Labour and, in fact, by Charles Royal for nearly 20 years. His fortunes have fluctuated rather as those of the Labour Party itself, with a majority of 5,000 in 1950, dropping to 3.5 in 51, to 859 in 1955, and climbing again to 2,861 in 1959. And with the graph going up, he has chosen this moment to leave the House of Commons for another place. His place here in Salford West being taken by Stanley Orme. He's 41 years old, he's an engineer and a shop steward with the AEU. He contested Stockport South in 1959 and halved the Conservative majority there. The Conservative candidate for Salford West is Albert Clark. He is a Salford man himself, and in fact is the senior councillor on the Salford City Council, which he has served for 23 years. Comparison of notes at the table, and any second now we expect the result for Salford West. We seem, for once in this part of the country, to have had rather better weather than you in the rest of the country. It hasn't actually been raining. Slight fog and rather cold, but not enough, I would have thought, to have kept people away from the polls. Perhaps then the drop in the percentage vote is rather more significant. It was 73% at the previous, as it were, it was 77% at the previous election, and it was 73% this time, a drop of 4%. Well, I don't think we've broken any records tonight, have we, with our timing, but accuracy rather than speed has been the motto. And now Alderman Davis mounts the rostrum to give us the result. Salford West.
Parliamentary election, Salford West. Results. I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Albert Edwin Clark,
Conservative,
16,446. Stanley Orme,
Labour,
20,400. I'll repeat that. Stanley Orme, 20,490.
and there we are. There we have it, a Labour victory again in Salford West with an increased majority.
Let's take now the state of the parties.
There we are then. The parties equal. Each has drawn blood in the two results that have come in, shown again in this column. No losses for either as yet. Watch that upper right-hand corner. If it turns to 45 losses for the Tories, they're out of office.
Now let's have another go at Billericay.
Well, here at Billericay, the check is still in progress. The town clerk has just asked for any discrepancy found on each counting table to be passed up to the supervisor of that table. There at the end you see the supervisors coming up, bringing notice of any change which they may have observed on the recount. Still waiting for one supervisor. And now can you hear the hush which has once again descended in the hall here at Billericay? And I won't say there's a hush outside, because if I do, apparently they're listening and there'll be the mightiest roar. Just look at the expression on Mr. Hatt's face. Mr. Gardner talking to the mayor, just to the right of the microphone there. And the big question, how big is the majority? Just as important as which party has won. Mr. Gardner dismissing the situation with, is that a confident wave of the hand? It's a pretty nervous glass of water, and that's not the first one that's been drunk in this hall tonight. Just a buzz of conversation now as we wait for the final tally on the recount. Mr. Hatt's estimate of 4 minutes for the recount has been very, very handsomely exceeded. This must be an incredibly close thing, or else someone is being extra scrupulous. There you see the three candidates.
I have just time to tell you at this moment, by the way, you may like to know that it's just been officially announced that Mr. Khrushchev has been relieved of his position as Communist Secretary and as Chairman. So Mr. Khrushchev is officially out. David Butler would like quickly to redeem his political reputation.
Well, there was a slight error on the Salford thing. The swing in Salford is in fact 2.2. The drop in turnout is 4% compared to last time. The 2.2% swing, if repeated nationally, would of course leave the Conservatives in with a majority of something in the order of 50. But we've now had two swings. Well, let's have 3 or 4 and we'll give you a firmer prediction.
Now here's the full result for Salford West, for the record, ladies and gentlemen. Here are the figures.
A swing of 2.2, 73% turnout, and a drop of 4% in turnout from last time.
A quick look at Trafalgar Square, where I hope it's not Alan Wicker in the fountain.
Here in Trafalgar Square, people are already swimming in the fountains, it seems, which is above par for the course. There's been a lot of cheering, needless to say, for the socialist victories. Now, who do you think is going to win?
Socialists.
Because of their swing?
Yes, well, it looks as though it's been that way.
What do you think has caused it?
Well, I think the lack of urgency about this, the government that's just been in at present.
The lack of what?
Urgency about...
The lack of urgency. Yeah. It seems there has been a Labour swing. Why do you think this is?
Perhaps a change is required. Change is required, yeah.
I see. Have you voted today?
Yes, I did.
May I ask which party you voted for?
Yes, I voted for the Labour Party.
You did? Why?
Well, because as a working man myself, I think that the Conservative Party is intent on ruling and perpetrating its vested interests for a minority, whereas the Labour Party is concerned with the lots of the general people and for the good of the nation.
Do you think that this has been a fair campaign?
Yes, pretty fair, I would say.
Did you vote today?
No, I was unable to vote today. There was no candidate in my constituency that I could vote for, I'm afraid.
Do you mean there was no Liberal?
Quite, yes.
If there'd been a Liberal, you would have voted?
Yes.
I see. Now, which do you think then is the lesser of the two evils? Which party would you rather see in?
Of the Labour and the Tory, I think the Tory, but I have reservations about them as well. As the lesser of two evils, but I would much rather see some completely different system altogether.
May I ask, did you vote today?
I voted by post last Sunday.
Which party did you vote for?
Conservative Party.
Why was that?
Well, I'm all in favour of the independent nuclear deterrent being retained.
I see. Now, what effect do you think the resignation of Khrushchev will have upon the...
Well, I'd like to see who's next in the chair. Quite honestly, I think Khrushchev's been very easygoing, I should say.
And do you think a Labour government could talk adequately to the Soviet government?
Certainly not.
Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
I have just this moment been told that Labour has held Salford East with a majority of 7-1-4-3. We'll check this and get it right for sure in a moment.
About a 5% swing to Labour, that would mean.
This means Frank Alorn holds the seat for Labour. Frank Alorn, who's one of the left-wing MPs in the Labour Party. He just about doubles his majority in terms of numbers.
Panting, let's go back to Billericay.
They say 2 minutes, but they've said 2 minutes before here. As Mr. Hatt, he hasn't approached the High Sheriff of the County of Essex, Brigadier E.J. Todhunter, who is the county returning officer. and will actually make the declaration of the poll here. What the hang-up is right now, I wouldn't know, but water is as much in evidence in this hall as it is in Trafalgar Square.
Supervisors K and F.
Two supervisors to report, apparently, and the Liberal agent standing there on apron stage with the big yellow rosette in his buttonhole. That is Mr. Sheldon Williams' agent, Mr. Rosier. A word or two about the candidates themselves, who are suffering so much at this time. I told you about Mr. Gardner, who's a barrister. Mrs. Rita Smythe, the Labour candidate, is a housewife and lecturer, a member of the Transport and General Workers Union, joined the co-op children's movement at the age of 6, member of the Edmonton Borough Council. There she is, looking a little grim, a little less cheerful than she was before. Baxter at Billericay.
Now, with 3 results in, let's have a look at the state of the parties with Bob.
Party lead board, first of all. Labour leading Conservatives by 1 at the moment. Each of them, however, has so far reported seats they held already. The 3 results were all held that way, 2 Labour, 1 Conservative. 6:27 to come. Now the state of the parties. Here you'll note what I mean. There's been no seats change hands yet. 1 Conservative seat held, 2 Labour seats held. Of course, the all-important thing here is the swing indicated in each of these cases. Cheltenham, 4.5% to Labour. Salford West, 2.5% to Labour. Salford East, 5% to Labour. You get the point earlier. We were saying the wobble at first of the swing, likely to settle in somewhere. Now, is it going to settle in above or below 3.5%? We'll know pretty soon as we get a few more results. I wouldn't expect now that we'll know for sure where it's settling till we get 15 or 20 results. Very close thing indicated.
Right. David Butler.
Well, on the 3 results we've had in, we've actually got the detailed figures from Salford East. In fact, there the lower turnout, again, produced a rather bigger swing than I initially said, a 6.5% swing to Labour. The turnout went down by 7% in Salford. It's a very declining area in terms of population. And one of the differences in swing between Salford East and Salford West may be a very important thing for this evening's results. And that is the sitting member was standing again in Salford East. In Salford West, there was a new member replacing a long-established member. And there was, you see, a 4% greater swing in Salford East than Salford West. If the Salford East swing were repeated nationally, you would in fact get a majority of 70 for Labour. If you average the 3 out, you would get a majority of 40 for Labour on a mean swing of 4.4. Let's have some more results to make us sure which is the really typical swing of these 3 results we've had in.
There's, of course, a great deal of argument about what the value of an individual candidate is. Some people don't put it at more than a few hundred or 1,000. There are certainly 1 or 2 MPs whose value could be measured in terms of 2,000. Odd enough, they're not by any means necessarily the MPs who are most popular. I'm not saying necessarily true of Frank Lawn, but MPs who are most popular with their own parties. But they are men who have shown independence, are in particular are tremendous constituency workers, and these can sometimes be worth 1,000, 1,500 seats, 1,500 votes in their seats, and in a narrow majority this can make a great deal of difference.
Well, now, here we are, and where are we? Nothing to show. Billericay is still panting. I have a result just on its way, I think. I fancy it. David, you want to make another quick comment?
No, there's another result on the way with a considerably lower swing to Labour, but let's wait till we've got the figures hard.
Yes.
Wolverhampton North East has just come in.
Yes, not the one we were expecting.
But that's only a 1% swing to Labour. This is the first Midland seats we've had. Again, the drop in turnout, 4% down, 4.5% down on last time, and a 0.9% swing to Labour. In other words, something that would leave the Conservatives in comfortably nationally if it were repeated throughout the country.
David, very interesting, again, a new member. The seat was previously held for Labour by John Baird. He's retired, and Mrs. Rennie Short, although she's well known in Labour Party circles, this is in fact the first time she's fought this particular seat. And I think it's true that the value of a member tends to go up.
Sorry to stop you. Here's the Guildford result from Surrey, which is in. Sir Richard Nugent is back for the Conservatives in Guildford.
A 2.8% swing in Guildford, turnout almost up to previous levels. The Liberal goes up a great deal, 21.1% That's 7.7% up on last time.
Sorry to stop you. We now go straight back to Billericay,
where Mr. Hatt has called for the candidates and their agents. Mr. Gardner coming in with his agent from the right. Mr. Sheldon Williams there, the advance editor and art correspondent of the Contemporary Review. This should be the immediate previous moments to the declaration of the poll, which we were told was absolutely imminent. Can it possibly be a recount of the recount? Mr. Sheldon Williams looks non-committal. There he is, looking straight towards us. And now Mr. Hatt turns towards the High Sheriff of the county, Brigadier Todd Hunter, who will make the declaration of the poll in his capacity of returning officer for the county.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Enoch Powell is back in with the majority. Back to Billericay.
Brigadier Todd Hunter.
Just in time for the declaration.
This is the result. Gardner, 35,347.
Conservative.
Sheldon Williams, 10,706.
Liberal.
Mrs. Smythe, 33,000.
So the Conservatives, hold Billericay with a 1,500 majority.
Quiet, please. Let's have the result declared, please.
No change in Billericay.
And a swing in Billericay of about 2.6 to Labour compared to the 1959 result. Population movement, 18,000 new voters, might affect the result, but this swing is not enough to put Labour in. It looks as though we are going to have, as Bob McKenzie suggested earlier, a hard day's night before we know what the final outcome is going to be.
This will be really quite a blow for the Labour Party. They had great hopes of Billericay. In fact, if they'd picked it up, they would have felt they were home and dried. Here's another one now.
These are the details of Wolverhampton Southwest, where we gave you very quickly Enoch Powell being safely in, former Conservative minister, of
course. And as in Wolverhampton North East, a 0.9% swing. Now, two Midlands results, both showing a swing of only 1%, the sort of thing that would leave the Conservatives in with a very substantial majority if repeated over the whole country. Turnout 75%, 3% down. Every turnout we've had so far has been down on last time.
Now, things have been happening. Let's try the state of the parties again.
Well, there we are, 28 minutes past 10. The Conservative lead over Labour of 1 with 7 results in, and a lot to come, as you can see. So far, no seats changing hands if we look at the state of the parties board. Parties are holding their own seats, but the all-important question is the swing. And here I've been making some quick calculations, and as far as I can see, in 7 results so far, the Labour Party has achieved the necessary swing to unseat the government in 2 of the 7 results and failed to achieve it in 5. And that, I think, is an all-important factor in considering whether we're going to get a change of government. The upper right-hand corner must see 45 losses for the Tories to fall.
Well, one thing's quite certain, in the absence of further news at this very moment, things are certainly going to be worth watching for the next few hours, so stay with us, don't miss it. David Butler.
Well, I was still trying to make sense of the figures that we've had. I'd rather just have a moment more with the figures before I make a comment, if you don't mind.
Well, Ian Trethowan is always ready to say something. We'll move over to him.
The only thing I was going to say was that we've now, both at Billericay and at Cheltenham, the Liberal, Cheltenham the Liberal vote was down. At Billericay, the Liberal share of the vote was quite appreciably down. Liberals needn't necessarily get too downhearted. It may mean, as has been suggested, that people, where the Liberal candidate is liable to run third, people won't worry too much. Where he's running second that might win, you might still get a big Liberal vote. We'll see.
David Butler has just sorted those figures he was querying. Here he is.
In Billericay, the turnout was up, in fact. It's the first result we have had in which the turnout was up, nearly 82%, up 1% on last time. The swing, the actual exact figure from the computer, not my own rough guess, is 2.4% swing to Labour, the sort of thing that would leave the Conservatives in with a majority of somewhere around 40 if repeated nationally. But this is, well, we've now had 3 swings that are way below the amount needed 4 swings to put Labour in, and we've had 4 swings that are above the amount needed to put Labour in. So we are certainly going to have to wait quite a long time before we give you a hard estimate of the outcome.
I think a lot depends on how much you can read into Billericay. Raymond Baxter was pointing out they've got 18,000 new electors since 1959, 40,000 since 1955. The Labour Party is certainly regarded as quite a good piece of litmus paper, but it's really anybody's guess what 90,000 people really can give us.
Fine. David.
7 results in now. The average swing spread over those 7 results is 2.9. Enough to leave the Conservatives in with a skeleton majority, enough to run on, but still, we must have more results from more parts of the country before we can speak of this as a confirmed trend. The swing has varied between 1% in some seats and over 6% in others.
I don't know how much there is the full Billericay result. I don't know how much Edward Gardner's, as Raymond Baxter said, the Billericay was a straight replay of, I thought you wanted to take the...
Let's go back to Billericay, please.
And here is the Billericay declaration again, outside for the crowd, which has waited out the anxiety inside. Here's Brigadier Todd Hunter again.
Parliamentary election, Billericay constituency, 15th of October 1964. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer of the county of Essex above London, hereby give notice of the total number of votes given for each candidate of the election was as follows. Edward Lucas Gardner, Sheldon Williams, 10,700. Rita Allison Spike,
and there you see the delighted Mr. Gardner with his wife and his agent behind him, well content with their 1,500 majority at Billericay.
Right. Here is the full Billericay result on the card. For those of you keeping the record, quick comments, gentlemen.
81%, 82% turnout, 2.4% swing in Billericay. The Liberals got 13.5% of the vote, enough to save their deposits, but 1% less than last time. As in Cheltenham, their vote dropped, but in other seats it has gone up.
I've just been told there is disappointment being expressed down in Transport House, the Labour Party headquarters. Let's go down there and join Peter Woon.
The mood here an hour ago was one of considerable optimism. One suspects it's gone down just a little. I've got 2 professional party workers with me. Now, what's your verdict on the first few results?
Well, the Billericay result is rather disappointing, but on the other hand, a lot of Conservatives have moved into the area, so when you take it with the earlier results, I don't think it's really too depressing. I'm still hoping for a Labour victory.
And you?
I don't think we should take it too tragically. Wolverhampton's a freak result. There have been a movement of population in Billericay, and I expect us to win by a small margin.
And what about a lady's verdict?
Well, I am disappointed about Billericay, but I do think we shall win by a small margin. Qualified optimism.
Thank you. Peter Woon at Labour Party headquarters.
Had optimism. Well, now let us go for an impartial view to Mr. Robert McKenzie and the state of the parties.
Party lead position, Conservatives lead 1 over Labour on the first 7 results, but there have been no seats changing hands yet, as the second board, the State of the Parties board, shows. And the state of the party's position is that 4 Conservative seats have been retained, 3 Labour. The important point is, however, on these 7 results, 2 have seen Labour get a swing big enough to unseat the Tories, and in 5 cases they've failed to get a swing big enough to unseat the Tories. That's the correct position on that. And of course this is all important. But however, it's still a wide open race and going to be very exciting.
At any moment now, another result will be on its way from London, I fancy. We're waiting anxiously to bring you news as instantly as we can while watching what's going on in the west of England, the north, the Midlands and elsewhere. Has anybody for 5 or 10 seconds something very... Ian, you
just one interesting thing about Edward Gardner, he had, although it was a replay of the 1959, he, after all, for the last 5 years, had been the MP for Billericay. This can be worth something. He made his mark in the House of Commons, with the PPS to the Attorney General. He's now, I would certainly say, in line to be a law officer himself, if there is to be another Conservative government.
Yep.
900 votes going the other way could have lost him the seat. Those 900 votes he won, he may well have won, through being the MP, through the work he was able to do. And I think this backs up David's point that being the sitting member, when there aren't any big national issues, can really pay dividends, particularly in marginal seats.
I can now make a very important announcement myself, which is that according to Ladbrokes, the bookmakers, the betting at this very moment, if you wanted to bet, is 6-4 on Conservative victory, evens a Labour victory. Well, those odds have changed a bit since 2 or 3 days ago.
This is a complete turnaround, because when they had the message, when the books closed at 9 o'clock, the odds were 6-4 against Conservatives, so they've changed in the last hour and a half.
Yeah. Now, where are we? Everything's gone very quiet for this moment. No, here's the result. London, Hammersmith North. Labour has held Hammersmith North, and here are the figures simultaneously with the news.
In this safe Conservative seat, there's been a swing of 3.5, exactly the amount needed for the Conservatives to get in. The Labour swing to Labour, and there's been in the safe Labour seat, and the turnout was 63%, down 7% from last time.
Right, on the subject of swing, let's have another visit to Bob McKenzie.
On the first results so far, on the first 7 results, the swing is settling in somewhere around 3% to Labour. It has lurched very considerably back and forth. Cheltenham was well up here. You had a second one up to 6.5 for Labour, but only 2 of the results so far have been over the necessary line for a change of government. And most of the results, that is 5, or 6 I think now with that Hammersmith one that's just come in, are pointing to around 3%. But this is still a very early stage, and the wobble may still bring Labour over the hump. But apparently the bookmakers have decided the odds now slightly favour the pendulum staying there. We'll see later.
Well, it's a mighty fine contest, whatever the facts may be. Ian.
Len Williams from Transport House, General Secretary of the Labour Party, has just said that if the news of Mr Khrushchev's enforced retirement had been announced during the campaign, he said it might have brought defence up higher in the scale of issues, which I don't think anybody will deny.
One point that is very important at the moment, we haven't yet had, except for Billericay, a marginal seat. This is the one seat so far of the sort that had to change hands. The Labour Party has failed to win this, and therefore it is depressing for them. On the other hand, it was just outside the 3.5% swing needed for a majority. We are still interested in the question of whether marginal seats behave differently from other parts of the country. I don't personally very much expect that they will, but this is still a hypothesis that came up during the election and still remains to be tested. I don't think Billericay by itself proves whether it's true or false.
What about this question of marginals, national and otherwise? You views, Ian?
No, I mean, on some of the opinion polls, the marginals looked as if they were swinging more to Labour than over the country as a whole. I think this may be because naturally both parties tend to put in much more effort into the marginals than they do.
Yes, well, this is a question of whether organisation makes a difference. Both parties did do a great deal with organisation in the marginals, concentrated their resources in this area. The Labour Party organisation had more scope for improvement, and so if organisation counts, you might find a slightly bigger swing, because the Conservative organisation seems to me, when I've been travelling around the country, to have been ticking over at much the 1959 level, whereas in many marginal seats, though not in others, the Labour Party organisation really has pulled its socks up in the last 5 years.
The other factor one would very much like to know about tonight is what effect the weather has had. I mean, I know the Labour Party was dreading rain, particularly rain in the evening. I think that the Labour Party reckoned that up till, is it 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, the country is solid Conservative.
Well, the Labour Party has only polled half their strength, usually, by about 6 o'clock. The Conservatives have polled half their strength by 5 o'clock, and therefore rain in the evening does obviously hurt the Labour Party more. They also have fewer cars, and this can make a difference. On the other hand, the only polling day, wet polling day we've had since the war, I believe, was 1950, and that produced the highest turnout since the war, and in fact a narrow Labour victory.
I can't help feeling, as the layman between two experts, that in spite of all this, it's rather like advertising a firm spending millions on trying to persuade some woman to buy a certain washing powder, and when she goes into the shop, she then buys the one that she just thinks she'll buy, Isn't there a big element of this in all this? You'll probably deny.
What, you mean literally deciding as you go into the polling?
No, either having made up her mind long before because she likes that Washington.
Oh, I'm sure this is true.
Or because when she goes in, some of them think, well, I don't know, I better do what I did before and not change.
I think it's perfectly true that an awful lot of people, that elections are won or lost. I think David would agree, not in the 3 weeks of the campaign, really. I mean, politicians like to pretend it, but I'm sure elections are won or lost over the 2 or 3 previous years of the government being in office.
But the determination actually to go and vote may be quite as important as conversion from one side to the other. In fact, we've checked on 8 results, and the turnout is down 2.6 compared to the same constituencies in the 1959 election. That may be entirely due to rain, or it may be a reflection of lower interest, a lower sense of a fundamental difference between the parties in this election compared to previous contests.
There is a result about to come in, but we haven't got it yet. There's a slight hold-up on the line somewhere with it. Never mind.
Oh,
when it does come, it's going to be haze. For your information, gentlemen. Now, where are we? Well, nothing's doing. I'm watching a monitor which shows me the back view of a policeman's helmet, which looks like the west of England. I'm only guessing. That's clever of me. Exeter. I thought I recognised the uniform of the Exeter City Police with a spike on top. Also my worthy son, who no doubt is somewhere down there in the crowd. I trust he's all right.
The computer has come up with its first near prediction, not said with enormous vehemence yet, but a Conservative majority of 20 is the figure that is now given from an analysis of the first 8 results we've had in.
Can I come back to this question of working majorities? I've read somewhere distinguished colleague of mine writing in the press say that if a government gets a majority of only 20, you have to have an election again in a year. This is simply not the case. The Conservatives ran for 3.5 years with a majority of only 17 in 1951 to 55, and they now look back nostalgically to this period because it was the easiest run they've had since the war. They had much less trouble. They had a majority of 100.
I was sent a marvellous little calculating thing by Time magazine, I think, which told me all about the majorities of 100 years ago.
That's right.
There was one majority then, which I seem to remember was 6, the lowest figure I could find on the machine, which appeared to endure for quite a time before it was superseded by another.
Menzies, Mr. Menzies in Australia.
Oh, this was Britain, but...
Yes, well, Menzies in Australia, which has a very tough political background, they had a majority of 1. David,
there's one important point about all the majority figures we're giving, and this is Conservative majority over Labour.
Yeah,
now, if there are, say, 7 Liberals and others in the next Parliament as there were after the last election, this would mean a clear majority of only 13.
Yes.
And it certainly isn't, I mean, this prediction of 20 could certainly move 10 or 15 either way, and could certainly bring the Conservative majority below a working majority. On the other hand, it might drift up to something that really was a really clear and almost comfortable majority.
So provided that you have any sort of majority, the House of Commons nowadays is so organised that you can survive. But here's the result from Accrington. What I must now call Mr. Victor Montague, there he is, who was Lord Hinchinbrook, much better known, has failed to win Accrington, and by quite a substantial majority.
A swing of something of the order of 5%. This is a very quick computation, not from the computer, but something like 5% swing in Accrington.
Labour has held Romford. Second one, suddenly,
Ronald Ledger. This was technically a marginal Labour seat. It only needed a swing of 0.5% for the Conservatives to get it. It's a big swing, David, isn't it?
It's about 4.5% is a quick guess of the swing in Romford. So we have 2 now, which are way above the average, which would change the computer's predictions probably a bit.
Very interesting. Mr. Ledger beat the Anthony Fletcher, who is now the secretary to Martin Redmayne, the government chief whip. Mr. Redmayne himself beat Mr. Ledger when he last felt up at Rushford, so getting a bit of his own back.
Must say ex-Lord Hinchinbrook has worked hard and lost his battle, hasn't he, in Accrington?
Well, the question of Lord Hinchinbrook, Mr. Victor Montague, as I understand...
may I interrupt you to say that Labour has gained Keighley in Yorkshire?
Well, this was almost inevitable. It needed a swing of only 0.2%, 2 people out of every 1,000, for Labour to get this back. Labour Conservatives won it in 1959 with a majority of only 170. It was won for them and being fought again by Marcus Worsley, who is the brother of the Duchess of Kent. Keighley, incidentally, includes such attractive country as Wuthering Heights, Howth, all that sort of area. It's really good West Riding country. Yes, Richard?
I think we should leave London now. It looks as though the result is about to come from Exeter. We'll join David Dimbleby there.
Exeter, a Conservative seat held by a majority of 5,600. The returning officer is just taking from the acting deputy returning officer the figures. I remind you there are 3 candidates. One in the back of that trio, Sir Ralph Dudley Williams, who's the sitting member, who's been here since 1951, who's Conservative. In a hat on the right, Mrs. Dunwoody, daughter of the late Morgan Phillips, who was General Secretary of the Labour Party.
Mr. Mayor,
candidate.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And Liberal candidate, here are the results.
the result of the poll is as follows. Dudley Williams,
Conservative.
18,035 votes. Dunwoody,
Labour.
16,673 votes. Thompson,
Liberal.
8,815 votes. I declare Dudley Williams to be elected.
So the Conservative has held Exeter, albeit by a much reduced majority, and the Liberal vote has gone up by almost exactly 2,000, but the Conservative, Sir Ralph Dudley Williams, holds Exeter by just over 1,000. This is David Dimbleby at Exeter.
So the Conservatives hold Exeter.
About a 6% swing, it looks at first guess. We'll get an exact figure in a moment.
Mrs. Dunwoody, who ran the Sir Ralph Dudley Williams so close at Exeter, is the daughter of the late Morgan Phillips, who was the General Secretary of the Labour Party at the time of the last election. Now
here are the Keighley majority figure, yes.
Yes, and this there is Sir Marcus Worsley, as I say, the brother of the Duchess of Kent, who has now lost Keighley. He's lost Keighley to Mr. Binns, who is the new Labour MP.
Swing a little over 3%, I should say.
Sorry, the Hayes and Harlington result I mentioned earlier.
A swing of 4.5% there in Hayes and Harlington, turnout down 7% in that Middlesex suburb of London.
Romford, Ronald Ledger, we've given you this. These are the full figures of the Romford result which you had a little earlier.
4.9% swing in Romford, turnout 77%. The Liberals down, up a little, 14, just over 14%, just a shade up on last time.
The full details now of Keighley, here they are. The Binns for Labour.
Mr. Binns is
3.4% swing in Keighley. The Liberals did very well, got 20%, nearly 21% of the poll. Of course, they didn't fight last time. The turnout was 86%, the highest we've had yet. Tonight, exactly the same as last time.
Full figures for Accrington, where Lord Hinchingbrookers was failed and Mr. Hines succeeded for Labour.
A 6% swing to Labour and a 84% turnout. Accrington has a reputation often of being the largest turnout in the country. Now it's been beaten by Keighley.
Harry Hines held his seat since 1950 for Labour.
Here is the result for Manchester Exchange, which Mr. Griffiths has held for Labour. Any comments? None. Let us therefore, with that Manchester Exchange result in front of you, take the state of the parties.
Here's the position then. At 10:47, Labour has a lead over the Conservatives of 4. They need to get that up to at least 12 on the first 100 results, and they're making pretty good headway at that stage. On the other hand, if we look at the state of the parties board, only one seat has changed hands, and that was Keighley in Yorkshire, which was a terribly narrowly held Conservative seat. It was part of the fat, if you like, of the Conservative majority. The question is, can Labour bite into the lean of the majority as well? Swings now are evening out pretty well. We haven't had them averaged yet by the machine.
Right, let's now have a quick look in London, where things are beginning to develop down in Holborn, I believe. Let's go over there.
This seat needs a swing of only 1% against the government to give it to Labour, and the table's groaning with counted votes. We're about 5 minutes here off the declaration. The seat held for the Conservatives by Mr. Geoffrey Johnson Smith by a very narrow majority of only 656. And he's a very tired man today when I spoke to him. He's sweating it out here like the other two candidates. Mr. Abbas, an independent candidate here from the Commonwealth, claims to be the only Commonwealth candidate standing in this election, and that's his table over there, looking rather bare down on the left-hand side of the picture. This is an electorate in which Oliver Twist was written by Charles Dickens, and you remember he asked for more, and these candidates will be asking for plenty more than this very narrow majority that they've been given historically in the past here.
Rumours that they may be just about to declare at Battersea South. Let's go there.
And we are indeed. Here is the returning officer, the Mayor of Battersea, Councillor Charles F. Waller, JP.
Election 15th of October 1964. I, the returning officer for Battersea South constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. David Leighton,
Liberal,
3,294. Ernest Partridge,
Conservative,
10,615. Ernest George Perry,
Labour,
12,000.
So the news then from Battersea South
Labour Party has gained this marginal seat from the Conservatives with a 1,648 majority.
Labour gains Battersea South. Comment, please.
With about something in the order of a 4% swing. We'll have the exact figure. The last few results have shown much bigger swings to Labour, particularly in the north of England, and the average figure now is running near to 3.5% swing, just about enough to put Labour in or to put it absolutely on the balance. So I'm afraid we will be quite a long time before we commit ourselves to a firm prediction of who's won this election.
News that Anthony Greenwood is back for Labour in Rossendale in Lancashire, but the majority you can see.
Only a 1.1% swing, much lower than any of the other Lancashire swings we've been having, except that one in Salford.
Mr.
Here we have
there is chairman of the Labour Party nowadays. This year, he is, of course, a left-wing member of the party. If Labour is going to form a government tonight, he will undoubtedly be in it.
And here is the Burnley result. Labour has held Burnley in the shape of Mr. Daniel Jones.
With a 7.5% swing to Labour, quite easily the biggest swing we've had yet to Labour. 82% poll, down 2% on last time.
Here are the full figures of Rossendale, which we gave you a moment ago, Anthony Greenwood's seat.
82% poll, down 1.1, swing to the Labour of 1.1%.
Here are the details of Exeter, which we had by outside broadcast, which the Conservatives held, Mr. Williams. Figures of Exeter, for anyone who wants them.
Slightly encouraging for the Liberals. They're up 2,000, and this, of course, is in the part of the country, the West Country, where they're hoping to make their gains.
Here's
a 5% swing there.
The Conservatives have held Solihull in the shape of Mr. Grieve, QC.
A 5% swing in Solihull. That's very large. 80% turnout, just about the same as last time.
Again, David, a new MP here, though. Sir Martin Lindsay, who held it for some years, has retired, not standing again. Mr. Grieve is a new Conservative candidate, new Conservative MP. He fought Lincoln at the by-election 2 years ago.
Well, we've had 4 or 5 pretty quick results. And I think they're declaring at Holborn, or just about to. We go back there now. Oh, here's the result from Bradford East. Sorry, we took it Holborn too soon. Labour holds Bradford East. Mr. McLeavy keeps the seat.
So Frank McLeavy's had this seat ever since 1945. It's, he's
a 4% swing to Labour in this seat. Turnout down 6%.
Thank you. The Tories have held in Mr. Sharple's person Sutton and Cheam. Majority over 11,000.
Mr. Sharple's Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Public Building and Works. That's number 2 to Geoffrey Rippon.
Minus 3.7% swing in Sutton and Cheam. 3.7% swing to Labour.
Right. Now, a lot's happened in the last 3 or 4 minutes. We've got time before Holborn for a quick look at the situation now.
Here we are then. Labour lead over the Conservatives, now 6. That needs to be, as I was saying earlier, by about 12 before the first 100 results. When they've come in. If you look now at the seats that have changed hands, the party state of the parties, 2 losses from the Conservatives, Keighley and Battersea South, 2 gains for Labour. Otherwise, each of them is holding a block of their own seats. You'll notice that in the case of Labour, that we're counting in industrial areas naturally more, in greater proportion, and they're bound to be leading in that proportion in the early stage. But they have cut in twice in seats of great importance, but not quite yet the seats they need to win in the 4% swing range.
Well, that brings us to date. There have been a good many changes. David, what do you make of
the
this?
swing in Battersea South, which was one of the key marginals, was a 6% swing to Labour, much above the amount needed. Battersea South was one of those key ones that was just on the line of the sort of seat that Labour had to win in order to get a majority. Well, they've won it with quite an amount to spare. There are adjacent to Battersea South 3 other marginal seats. All of these, Putney, Clapham and Wandsworth Central, we shall be watching with great interest. So far, Billericay is the one seat that Labour should have hoped to win that they have failed to win. On the other hand, the swing is running just underneath the amount enough needed to give Labour a clear majority, but it's running above the amount needed to take away the Conservatives' clear majority.
Ian, it's going to be terribly close. On this Battersea South, this was one the Conservatives won in 1951. Just to give you some idea, that was the election in which they themselves finished up with a majority of only 17. Labour having previously had a majority of 6. So this is just how close it is. Richard.
Thank you. So result on its way from Manchester, I know. We have the full details of Battersea South. You may like to have, for the record, this is the seat that Labour gained.
It's quite interesting that the immigration problem could have been an issue here. There are 5,000 coloured immigrants in here, and the big issue was housing.
The Liberal just saved his deposit by a hair's breadth and got 3% more of the vote than he did last time.
Let's move now up to Bob McKenzie.
So far the results are justifying the public opinion polls and saying the parties are very close indeed. Remember earlier I said that the polls were saying it was almost a dead heat at that moment. Well, so far the average swing is somewhere around the necessary 3.5% to unseat the Tories, but not yet strong enough to give Labour a working majority. But anything can happen on this sort of set of figures with a much wider range of swings than we've ordinarily had, I think. Turnout down in quite a number of places.
Well, now, where are we, gentlemen? Further comments on the situation as now is. Mr. Butler's busy with figures. Mr. Trethowan.
I'm just wishing that he'd taken the bookmaker's offering of 33 to 1 for no party getting a clear majority, because at the moment this is exactly what's going to happen.
No party getting what you might nevertheless call a working majority, or not?
Well, no, I mean, you may get a situation where no party has a clear majority, with the Liberals literally holding the balance.
Yes, because we've yet to have a Liberal seat to start a balance to hold.
No, the one gratifying thing for the Liberals so far is they have pushed up their vote in Exeter, which is the part of the country where they're hoping to pick up the extra seats. Otherwise, they haven't done much yet.
Yeah. Here's the result of Manchester Cheetham, which has been held by Labour by Flying Officer Lever. This is one of the inner divisions of Manchester.
On a 2% swing, less than there have been in other parts of the north. Though, of course, it was a seat that swung quite exceptionally far to Labour in the last election, right against the national tide. The turnout there was only 60%, the lowest turnout we've had yet this evening.
I see that I called him a flying officer. He's 50. It must have been some little time ago when he was flying.
He's
so let's say Mr. Lever.
He's been an MP since 1945. The
Sure.
MP for this particular constituency since 1915. His brother is also an MP.
Well, now, that Manchester result brings us to date with the results. But I think it being, 6 minutes to 11, we may anticipate a mighty flood of them within the next 10 or 20 minutes, for which I trust we shall be ready. Manchester Cheetham.
A preliminary look at the figures does suggest that Liberal intervention is hurting the Conservatives appreciably more than many people have been suggesting. Some figures suggest 2 to 1. Again, we shall get more authoritative figures on this when we've had more results in.
I think the result really is near in Holborn. Let us go over there now again.
Well, as yet, we're still waiting for the official declaration of this poll, but you can see photographers clustered around Mrs. Lena Jager, the Labour candidate, who needed only 656 votes to take this seat from Mr. Geoffrey Johnson Smith. And she's all smiles. We'll have to wait for a few seconds, the official result yet to come, but it looks very much like, judging from her expression, that this is a changed seat and that St. Pancras and Holborn has gone to Labour. This is Michael Charlton at Holborn and St. Pancras.
Looks what might be described as a rather premature and unofficial announcement, but it may, of course, be right. Bob McKenzie.
Okay, fine.
He doesn't want to say anything, or does he? He doesn't? No. Well, I saw a little signal which said Bob, which made me say Bob McKenzie. Right, where are we, gentlemen? Now, it's possible, then, that Holborn and St. Pancras South has gone to Mrs. Jager for Labour, but we can't be sure. Ian?
Well, if it has, it wouldn't be entirely surprising. It only needs a swing of 1.5% to Labour. In other words, this is a seat that Conservatives can afford to lose and still stay in power. I think one of the things the Conservatives are going to watch very closely tonight is not so much...
I'm interrupting you to go to Holborn, please.
Okay.
Well, still no official announcement yet. The returning officer pleading for people to get out of the way and let them get on with the count, which I suspect really is academic. That's Mr. Kenneth Robinson, Shadow Minister for Health in a Labour government if one is returned, congratulating Mrs. Jager, who, well, if she loses from here, it'll be the turn-up of the year. This seat, as you've heard, needed only a 1% swing to win it for Mrs. Jager. 69% of the electorate went to the polling booth today, down 1%. On last year, 43,000 on the electoral roll. Mrs. Jager held this seat until 1959 when she lost it to Mr. Geoffrey Johnson Smith, who is wearing one of those tight smiles somewhere else, not very far away from Mrs. Jaeger now. The mayor here has been all over Twitter for about the last 20 minutes. Here it is, will be taking Mrs. Jaeger up onto the platform with the two other candidates in just a moment.
Right, we'll leave them for the moment just to tell you the fact that the Speaker is back in Westminster, a man normally by custom not opposed, but who fought this time.
The Speaker, of course, was originally a Conservative MP, but when he was elected Speaker at the beginning of the last Parliament, he became an independent. A year or two back, there were thoughts that if Labour had the majority in this new Parliament, they might want a Speaker of their own. They've never had one, they've always rather liked one, but the suspicion is now that they'll re-elect Sir Harry.
There's a result coming from Liverpool, I'm told. Let's go. Exchange.
Well, here in the St George's Hall, Liverpool, we're waiting for the Exchange Division result to be announced any moment now. Mr. Bryzell, returning officer, is there.
For the Liverpool Exchange constituency is, for Mrs. Margaret Elizabeth Braddock,
Labour,
16,985. For Mr. Vincent Burke,
Conservative,
7,239. I therefore declare Mrs. Margaret Elizabeth Braddock duly elected Member of Parliament for the Liverpool Exchange constituency.
Mrs. Braddock home with an increased majority.
So Mrs. Braddock holds Liverpool Exchange, which may not surprise anyone. David?
I think when the figures are in, that will be the biggest swing yet. It's the first seat we've had from Merseyside, where people did rather expect a bigger swing to Labour in the Liverpool area than they'd been getting in the Manchester area. This may, in fact, be confirmed now by a 9.2% swing. Yes, much the biggest swing we've had yet this evening in this very safe seat, where you can't draw major conclusions, perhaps, about what's happening in the marginals.
The bookmakers are drawing conclusions. I hear the odds now are 3-1 on Labour, 2-1 against Conservative. We have a check result on London, City of London, Sir Harry Hilton Foster, the Speaker, the figures from that constituency.
The lowest turnout yet, only 59.7% of people voting in the cities of London, Westminster, in this partially non-political contest. The Liberal lost his deposit with only 11% of the vote. I think that's the first lost deposit we've recorded this evening.
Let's now take for a moment state of the parties.
It is now 9, which is a good achievement in the first 25 results. As I say, in the first 100, it should be at least 12, and already they're doing extremely well on that board. If we look at seats changing hands, 3 so far. Remember that upper right-hand corner, the Tories, if they lose 40-50, they're certainly out. They've lost 3 so far, all of them in the area of less than 3.5%. Well, one was exactly 3.5% swing they lost. The other 2 were less than 3.5% swing. But it's an exceedingly close race, very exciting indeed.
Labour has got Bermondsey in London again. Mr. Robert Mellish has been
2.5% swing in this very safe seat, where the Conservative only gets 20% of the total poll. It is a seat that no one could have expected.
Of London's Dockland, of course.
Yes,
Ian?
Bob Mellish is known as the Dockers MP. He's very hard-hitting and effective debater in the House and is sure to be in a Labour government. I would have thought if there is going to be one, which is very much on the balance.
Now, we have a total votes, I think we might look at. Robert McKenzie, once again.
Now, here's how the votes have been shared out so far. Labour is getting, you'll notice, 45% of the 4. Last time, the Conservatives got just over 49% of the vote. They are doing less well, but one has to keep in mind, of course, these are the heavy urban areas that are tending to be reporting first of all. But again, this reflects an exceedingly close and exciting race. The Liberals are doing well with 11.4%, similarly the ones that are likely to be their strongest areas. Their best areas report tomorrow rather than the first 2/3 of the results that come in today.
Here are the full figures for your records of Liverpool Exchange, which Mrs. Bessie Braddock held for Labour. Labour majority 9,746.
8.8% swing, 4% of the population voted, the electorate voted in the Exchange Division of Liverpool. Again, much the lowest turnout, lower than any turnout, indeed, in the 1959 election.
Thinking about the Beatles, I expect.
Bessie Braddock's held this one, obviously, since 1945.
The average swing now on 22 results is 3.8, more than enough to put Labour in.
The Holborn Declaration coming up. Let's go.
Any moment now, we should have this declaration of the poll at Holborn and St Pancras, which will be an announcement that Mrs Jager has won the seat for Labour. She needed only a swing of 1% against the government to take this seat here. And where is she? We've got hundreds of photographers, we've got the returning officer. The actual percentage swing will be interesting here because it's one of these composite electorates with a migrant population from some of the Commonwealth countries, from Pakistan and from Cyprus, and one of those overlap electorates with a conservative Holborn, you might put it, and a strongly socialist.
Quiet, please, the declaration of the result by the returning officer.
Parliamentary election, Holborn and St Pancras South constituency. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Ali Mohammed Abbas,
Independent,
226. Lena May Jager,
Labour,
15,873. Jeffrey Johnson Smith,
Conservative,
13,117. Quiet, please. And that under the mentioned 13,117, and that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as member of the said constituency, Lena May Jager, signed 15th October.
Well, we have one more result coming in urgently, have we not? Yes, London Dudley Smith is in at Brentford and Chiswick for the Conservatives.
That's a 3% swing in this seat, which is in fact where the district line, which has been off the rails for a strike most of this week, runs, and this may be part of the explanation of Mr Smith's narrow win in this very stable seat that has swung less than other parts of London over the last decade or so.
Conservatives have held this since 1951. Labour needed a fairly big swing of 4.5% to win it.
What about the Holborn situation, gentlemen? We've just had.
That was a fairly high swing, over 4%, I think. We shall have the figures in a moment.
Yes. Ian, Holborn?
6% swing in Holborn and St Pancras.
One point is that the electorate has dropped by 5,000. Lena Jager held the seat originally. She took it over from her husband, who held it before. He died. She took over the seat, and then she lost it in 59 to Jeffrey Johnson Smith.
Right. Let's go to Holborn, hear what they're saying. Sorry, we won't. We'll take the result from St Helens, which is now in. St Helens has stayed Labour. This is the glass town, of course, in the shape of Mr Leslie Spriggs.
There was a 4.9% swing in St Helens.
Derby South, Mr Philip Goldbaker, a very famous elder Labour statesman, is back for Labour in Derby South.
3.7% swing there, and this is the first seat we've had from the East Midlands, and it's important to watch the areas we haven't heard from coming in, and this counters the suggestion perhaps that the Midlands are being stickier than others.
Let's see how the seats are changing hands of Bob McKenzie.
Well, here are the three seats that so far have changed hands: Keighley, Battersea South, Holborn and St Pancras. These are all so far just within the margin of the seats that the Conservatives could lose and still hold a bare majority. But if the swing we've been getting of 3.8%, the latest average we were given, is standing up, then it will mean that the Labour Party will soon begin to cut into the lean meat of the Tory majority, the seats they cannot afford to lose. So far, the three that have changed hands.
Here's London Chelsea. Conservatives have held the seat with Captain Litchfield. Here are the figures.
A 5.6% swing in this extremely safe Conservative seat. Very low turnout, as usual, in Chelsea.
The Tories have held Hastings, so I suppose I ought to say Winkle up. Somebody will know what that means. Sir Neil Cooper Key has Hastings for the Conservatives. Comments on Hastings, anybody? If not, we'll take the next result in, which is from Rotherham, which has been held by Labour. Brian O'Malley has the seat.
With a swing of 3.7 in this very safe mining Yorkshire seat, 71% turnout there.
Here are the full figures for Brentford and Chiswick, which Mr Dudley Smith has held for Tories.
3.6% swing, though, enough to put Labour in. This is the second marginal seat after Billericay that Labour should have hoped to get and hasn't got. They've won 3 seats. They've failed to get 2, which were just outside the ones they had to get.
In Lincoln, Dick Taverne, a very well-known Labour Member of Parliament, is back safely.
If Labour is going to form a government tomorrow, Dick Taverne will certainly be in it. He won the seat at the by-election 2 years ago.
But the swing is only 0.6%. It's the lowest swing yet compared to 59, and it represents a very big swing back to the Conservatives compared to the result in the by-election in March 1962.
I think the very interesting result of Barnstable very soon to be declared. We go down to North Devonshire.
And as you come to us in Barnstable, it looks as if we're going to get the result at any moment. The microphone has just been taken in for Mr. Broad, the returning officer. The result, we're happy to say, ahead of schedule, at least something like 30 or 35 minutes ahead of schedule, as a result of very good organisation here. This, of course, is a Liberal marginal seat, won in 1959 by Jeremy Thorpe, with a majority of only 362, so anything at all can happen. The candidates are up there at the moment looking at it. It's impossible to tell by looking at the candidates what's going on. They've all got, I would say, long faces. Perhaps it's a professional pose, but you certainly can't tell by looking at them what's happening. Mr. Broad has been determined to make this a model count, and indeed it has been. This is a tremendous constituency which spreads over a very big area, and the last ballot box wasn't in until about 10:15.
Let's just clear a few more results which are in Wickham, which has been held by the Tories. Mr. John Hall has held Wickham.
With a 1.9% swing to the Conservatives, to Labour. Lower than average swing, 81% turnout.
News that Ray Gunter is back for Labour.
If there's to be a Labour government, Ray Gunter will almost certainly be the Minister of Labour in it. Only 2 days ago he denounced the London tube strikers.
Hardly any swing there.
What's the constituency? I've forgotten. Somebody tell me.
Southwark,
of course, London. Thank you.
Yes.
Here's Kingston with a 5.9% swing to Labour, and a Liberal fighting this time who didn't fight before, getting 17% of the vote.
John Boyd
77% poll.
John Boyd Carpenter, of course, Chief Secretary of the Treasury, number 2 to the Chancellor in the Cabinet.
Liverpool, Scotland has been held for Labour by Mr. Aldrich.
Well, minus 8.5, an 8.5 swing to Labour in Scotland compared to 59.
We take you straight to Barnstable.
Ladies and gentlemen, the figures are as follows. Alexander Francis Peyton,
Labour,
4306. Michael Henry Basil Peto,
Conservative,
13895. John Jeremy Thorpe, 19031. And I declare John Jeremy Thorpe elected.
So that means that Jeremy Thorpe, the Liberal, is back in again with a vastly increased majority. So there's no change here in North Devon. This is John Johnston of Barnstable.
Everybody will no doubt want to comment on that.
3,200 majority for Jeremy Thorpe. This will certainly give the Liberals some hope of 3 other seats in the southwest. Torrington, where Mark Bonham-Carter's trying to get back to Parliament, North Cornwall and Bodmin. The other seats which really are within Liberals' striking distance on this swing to the Liberals in North Devon, they could win all of these other 3 seats.
Yes, in 1959, when Jeremy Thorpe captured this seat, he had a majority of only 362. He's pushed it up very, very dramatically.
The Birmingham Ladywood result is in, held by Labour. Mr. Yates back there.
The first result to show a swing to the Conservatives. The poll was only 53%, the lowest yet, but there was a 0.5% swing to the Conservatives in this very depopulated part of Birmingham.
The full details of London Southwark, Ray Gunter's seat, which we gave you a little earlier.
5.5% swing to Labour. I'm sorry, I got the figures wrong when I spoke earlier, and only 56% of people voting in Southwark.
Here is the Farnworth result, which Labour has held. Mr. Ernest Thornton.
3.5% swing in Farnworth, just about the average we've been having.
London, full details of Holborn and St Pancras South. That's Mrs. Jaeger, we heard from just now.
5.8% swing there. Like South Battersea, more than enough swing in this key marginal seat to win it handsomely for Labour. If reflected in the other London marginals, would be the sort of thing that would put Labour in power. 67% voting.
Both parties put a lot of effort into this one. The Prime Minister went there, Harold Wilson, Lord Attlee. Both parties tried very hard to keep this one.
And a socking good kiss after the result, too. What's next?
In North Devon, Jeremy Thorpe's share of the vote seems to have jumped by over 8%, which is a very impressive increase.
One thing we might have taken more notice, I think David did at the time, was that the Liberals did rather well in Guildford. I see Joe Grimmons commented on this, and this is Orpington I suppose, slightly Orpington-type territory. It might be a good omen for them in Orpington, which they're trying to help.
The Thurrock result is in. Captain Hugh Delage has kept Thurrock for Labour.
3.4% swing to Labour in Thurrock, 74% poll. There has been a story, by the way, that there's a recount going on in Southampton Test. Now, for Labour to win Southampton Test would mean a 6.2% swing. As we saw in Billericay, you can have a recount when there's 1,000 difference between the parties. So it doesn't mean that the swing's as big as that, but it does mean that the swing in that part of England, which we haven't heard from, sounds as though it's above the amount needed to put Labour in.
Things have been happening on the party board, so let's have another look at it.
Position is looking good for Labour. Lead now over the Conservatives of 15, which they should certainly hold comfortably up to the 100 mark, which will be a good omen for a Labour victory. And as you see on the State of Parties board, the 3 seats have changed hands: Keighley, Battersea South, Holborn St Pancras, and this again is eating away at the Conservative lead. But they've got to get that figure in the upper right-hand corner up to 40 to 45 before they've knocked the Tories out. And that has to be done on the evening.
We're going straight to Stockport, where they're about to announce the result.
And here in Stockport, there's great excitement because Stockport's one of the few towns where both seats are in the key category. They've been described as Conservative vulnerables. The Conservatives held them last time in straight fights with Labour, with greatly reduced majorities, but this time Liberal candidates have made the contest three-cornered. And now the Mayor, Alderman Walter Durr, and who is the returning officer, and the 6 candidates are mounting the platform, and the results should come through very shortly. Labour hasn't won Stockport since 1928, and even in the 1945 Labour landslide, Stockport stayed Conservative.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stockport South constituency. The date of election, the 15th of October, 1964. I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Donald Ferguson Kerr,
Liberal,
7,107. Maurice Orbach,
Labour,
16,755. Harold MacDonald Stewart,
Conservative.
13,000.
So this is a Labour gain in Stockport South, and the majority 3,037.
Very quick comment on Stockport.
7% swing in Stockport, and this is a seat which goes Labour, went Labour in 1906 and didn't go Labour in 1945.
And here's 2 more Labour gains, one from Yorkshire.
That's Bradford.
That's Bradford North. That's Sir William Taylor, who won Bradford back in Bradford North and back in 1950.
And another Labour gain.
Lost it. The Labour gain.
The other Labour gain is Watford.
Where where Mr. Fairy Jones, there he is, who was the Conservative MP, he's now lost this again to Labour. By that
and
majority.
Both of them
Mr.
with
Fairy
sort
Jones.
of 4% swings.
Right. Gentlemen, comments now on these new Labour gains before we go on. We have one more result coming in.
Rather impressive ones. 6.5% swing in Stockport South, and between 4 and 5% swing in Bradford North and in Watford. We've now had 2 marginals that haven't gone of the ones that Labour needed to win. Everything else has gone, and some things outside the marginal range.
We have the result from Derby North, which has been held by Labour, by Mr. Neil MacDermott.
A 6.4% swing in Derby North. The Liberal candidate, I think, just saves his deposit by the merest eyelash, 74% turnout.
If there's to be a Labour government, Mr. MacDermott will be one of the law officers, almost certainly.
Here's confirmation of our announcement of the result at Warwick and Leamington, where Sir John Hobson, the Attorney General, is safely back for the Conservatives.
Only
Attorney General.
Only 2.8% swing there, a little below the average we've been running at, which is about 3.7, I think, at the moment. 80% turnout.
Sir Anthony Eden's old seat, this one.
The result of Leeds South East, Alice Bacon. Mrs. Bacon has held the seat for Labour. Any comments on this?
3.5% swing.
Miss Bacon, one of the Labour...
They're announcing the results of Barron's Court. Let's go there straight away.
Parliamentary election, Barron's Court constituency.
15th of October 1964. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Carr, William Compton, 14,800. Not Simon Harold John Arthur, 2,821. Richard Ivor Seward, 15,900. And that the undermentioned person...
So Labour have won the marginal London seat by a clear majority of 1,100. As in other places...
4% swing there in Barron's Court. And the prediction now from the computer and the statisticians is a Labour majority of 31. But I don't think it'll stay stable at that very long. It may go up, it may go down, but it won't stay just there.
Let's take the result. Lancaster, which has remained Tory.
That's Humphrey Berkeley, who's held this really safe Conservative seat. Mr. Berkeley's made quite a mark for himself in the House since he's been there. He won in 59.
About a 2% swing, I would guess, in Lancaster.
Here's confirmation of the result for Watford, which was lost.
A 4.9% swing to Mr. Raphael Tuck of Labour. The Liberal just saved his deposit, 12.9. He just saved his deposit back in 59 too.
Labour has kept Luton.
This is very bad news for the Conservatives because it's a seat they won reasonably comfortably at the last general election. They then lost it in the famous by-election after Dr. Charles Hill became Lord Hill.
Here's the result.
One that they would hope to win back. There's Mr. William Howe, who won the seat for Labour.
A 6% swing to Labour compared to 59, a swing back of about 3% compared to the by-election.
In Manchester, Openshaw, the seat's been held for Labour by Charles Morris.
2% swing there in that safe Labour seat, won by Mr. Morris in a by-election last autumn.
Confirmation of the result in Lancaster, which has remained Tory with Humphrey Berkeley. Here are the figures. No comment on these figures? None. All right. We now have confirmation of Bradford North. I hear, incidentally, Mr. Reginald Bevins, former Postmaster General, has just been defeated. However, we'll have confirmation of that in a minute. Bradford North, confirmation of the figures.
4.8% swing in this Labour gain in Yorkshire on an 80% turnout. There's a good deal of evidence now that the north of England is swinging appreciably faster than the Midlands and probably than the south of England.
There is a Labour gain at Liverpool Toxteth. That is the loss by Mr. Bevins of his seat.
And that represents a swing of at least 6%.
Well, this is the first member of the government to lose his seat. And as David said, it required a very big swing to get him out, much bigger than the 3.5%. Mr. Bevins has been Postmaster General for the last 5 years, ever since the last general election. He's one of only, I think, 3 members of the government who's held his job all that time. I don't know how many postmen there are in Liverpool Toxteth, but it's needed a big swing to get Mr. Bevins out of this seat. He's been Conservative ever since 1950. Mr. Bevins came in with this famous class of 1950, which brought in MacLeod, Magdalen, Heath, practically every member of the government you could think of.
Here's swing news from David.
The average swing now on about 40 results is 4.1% swing to Labour, enough to give them a majority, but still not enough for one to go absolutely clear on saying what the result of the election is yet.
Now, in the light of the news we've had so far, Robin Day is ready to talk to Len Williams at Transport House. Over to you, Robin.
Len Williams, can you hear me?
I can, clearly.
Good. What do you think of the way things are going at the moment?
Very satisfactory.
A Labour majority of 31 was the last forecast.
Yes, I think I can say without a computer that we're going to have a Labour government. What its majority will be, I'm not still certain.
What result has particularly pleased you?
Well, I think Holborn and St Pancras South, Bradford North, and now Toxteth.
How about Billericay?
Rather disappointing, but still, the Tory got fewer votes, something like 9,000 fewer votes than the Liberal and the Labour candidates.
Could the tube strike have affected that commuter seat, do you think?
No, I don't think so, really.
All right, well, thank you very much, Len Williams. I think you said enough.
You.
Don't think you need to say any more.
No.
Here is the likely figure, then, that is expected at the moment, a likely Labour majority of 31, but this, as everybody keeps saying, could be up, could be down. Here's the result from East Ham South.
a 4.5% swing to Labour, 68% poll in this East London seat.
Liverpool Toxteth, the seat we've just been talking about.
And the biggest swing yet in this election, 9.9% swing to Labour against the Postmaster General, 67% turnout in Liverpool.
London, Shoreditch and Finchley. This has been held by Labour.
Finsbury.
I said Finsbury. Sorry, Shoreditch and Finsbury, yes, held by Labour.
This is Ronald Brown, George Brown's brother. So Mr. Brown will now have somebody in the House.
I have views of a Labour gain. Labour have gained Stockport North.
Well, this was more or less expectable, I think, after we heard the news of Stockport South. The two seats are very similar in their party composition, in their voting strengths, and this must represent a swing of something in the order of at least 4% to Labour in Stockport, the other Stockport.
This is a blow for the Conservatives in the sense that Sir Norman Halbert, who was the MP for Stockport North, has been a member for Stockport ever since 1935, for 29 years.
Here is the Surbiton result on the outskirts of London, where Nigel Fisher is back again for the Conservatives.
Nigel Fisher, one of the Under-Secretaries at the Ministry of Commonwealth Relations and Colonies.
But a 7% swing to Labour in this suburban seat.
Here is the result from Gillingham in Kent, where the Tories have held the seat with Frederick Burton.
2.1% swing in Gillingham. This may mean they have a chance of holding on to Rochester, a marginal absolutely next door.
Here's the Wembley North seat, which the Tories have also held with Wing Commander Bullis.
But with a 5.5% swing. My impression is that the average swing figure is still creeping upwards.
Liberals did slightly better here too, David. Votes up a few hundred.
The Liberals got 18% of the vote there, up nearly 3% on 1959. Here's Barking, where Tom Dryburgh is back with a 5.4% swing to Labour.
Tom Dryburgh, who of course is a well-known left-wing member of the Labour Party.
Here is the result from Warrington.
Nearly 6% swing to Labour in this seat on the border of Cheshire and Lancashire.
Here's East Ham North, which has just this moment come in, which has been held for Labour by Reg Prentice.
3.8% swing there.
Reg Prentice is likely to be in a Labour government. He is one of the front bench spokesmen on Labour affairs.
William Rogers has won at Stockton for Labour.
Big slump in the Liberal vote compared to the by-election a couple of years ago when Bill Rogers, who was a man who would be likely to get office in the Labour government, probably got in.
There's a Labour gain at Stockport South.
We've had that. It's just a confirmation of the outside broadcast.
Sorry, tape upside down. Never mind. Here are the state of the parties now.
There's no question whatever now that Labour is building up the position it needs to form a government. There still is a slight element of doubt, but after a shaky start, there can be no question, I think, that they're making an excellent run now toward toppling the government. We can see the balance if we look at the State of the Parties board. Labour has run up the Tory defeats now to 9, and they need on the night to get that up to 45 to unseat them. But with this 9 victories in this early spin of results, I think now myself that the Labour Party is going to be in with a working majority.
Bradford West is in. That has stayed Tory. Mr. Tiley has held the seat for the Conservative and National Liberal.
Only 2% swing there, much less than in the other Bradford seat, the more marginal one. There is some evidence, I think, that the marginals are swinging a bit more than other seats.
Here is the confirmation of the result from Stockport North, which was, of course, a Labour win.
6% swing to Labour in Stockport North, 81% turnout there.
Up above me, Robin Day is waiting.
Joe Grimmond in Liberal Party headquarters. What do you think of the North Devon result? I think you're entitled to comment on that, first of all.
Exceedingly satisfactory. Up from, 600 to 5,000. This gives us great expectations of other seats in Devon and Cornwall.
You care to mention them?
Well, there's North Devon, there's Bodmin, there's Torrington, and this brings Tiverton and Tavistock possibly into sight. But certainly the first 3 I've mentioned.
And about the national situation with the Labour and Conservative parties, what about them?
Well, it looks to me, as it does to commentators, that Labour are now pulling ahead with about a 4% swing to them.
Any particular results you're interested in? Are you sad to see the departure of the Postmaster General, for instance?
Well, yes, I'm sad to see anyone defeated, but that must happen at general elections. I noticed in some of the home counties seats we're doing pretty well. I think we shall have a big vote by the end of the election.
Thank you very much.
Seats are changing hands quite rapidly. Let's go up to Bob McKenzie.
For all the seats changing hands, of course, have been in the Labour column. These are the 9 wins so far for Labour. And the thing to note is that we've put in this white outline the seats the Tories are losing that they can't afford to lose. The others they've lost on less than 3.5% swing, these on more than 3.5% swing. So the real blows to the Tory party tonight are Stockport South, Watford, Liverpool Toxteth, Stockport North. This is cutting into the lean meat of the Tory majority and will very likely lead to the downfall of the government.
News that Barbara Castle, a well-known redhead of the Labour Party, has held the Blackburn seat for Labour.
With a 4.7% swing to Labour in Blackburn North. One thing I could add to what Bob McKenzie has just said, Labour has not failed to win any seat which was under that 3.5% margin that is yet reported.
Here are the full details of the Stockport South result, which we gave you earlier.
A 7.4% swing to Labour in that Cheshire marginal seat.
Maurice Orbach's a former Labour MP for Willesden. He was beaten at the last election. Now he's come back for Stockport. I think before we finally leave Barbara Castle, we should mention that she is almost certain, she is certain to be in a Labour government if there is to be one, possibly in the cabinet.
We take, yes, the result of Manchester Gorton, where Conor Ziliakis, very famous Labour man, is back in the seat for Labour.
A 4% swing to Labour in Manchester Gorton.
The full details of Luton, which we gave you earlier, kept by Labour.
And there a 5.9% swing to Labour compared to the last general election, a swing back to the Conservatives of 3% compared to the by-election last November. 79%, 80% poll in Luton. The poll has dropped much less in the marginal seats.
I stop you to announce that Labour has gained Acton in London.
This is not at all surprising. It only needed a swing of 1.2%, well below the sort of swing they're now getting. It was won by the Conservatives. It was held by Labour from 45 to 59, won by the Conservatives the last election with a majority of under 1,000.
Now, I believe, if we join Robin Day, he can talk to a very happy Jeremy Thorpe in Barnstable.
Jeremy Thorpe, what in your famous Devon dialect do you say about your result?
Well, Robin, it's very nice to see you on the screen, larger than life. I'm naturally delighted. We've got an overall majority with a 5,000 Liberal majority and a lost Labour deposit. And I think this is a tremendously exciting result for the Liberal Party, and I hope it augurs well for results tomorrow.
How far do you think it's a personal victory for you or for the Liberal Party in that part of the world?
Well, I think this is basically Liberal territory. Had it not been so, I would never have been able to make any impact on it.
Care to make a prediction for the neighbouring seats in which the Liberals have high hopes?
Yes, I think we shall win Torrington. I think we shall win Bodmin. I hope we shall win North Cornwall. And I regard Tiverton as a dark horse, which I shall be watching very carefully.
Thank you.
Is the majority figure for Acton, which the Conservatives lost?
That is Philip Holland, the Conservative MP who won this seat in 59 and has now lost it to Bernard Flood, who is the Labour candidate, is director of a commercial television company. That's Philip Holland, who's a local businessman, fought the seat hard, won it in 59, now has lost it.
A swing of well over 4% in Acton. And we've actually got some figures here on the swing in marginals and overall. Overall, on 59 results, the average swing is now 4.3. The swing in Labour marginals, in the Conservative-held marginals, is 4.6, slightly above the figure that the national average is.
They're announcing the result to interrupt you at Bolton. Over we go.
And any second now, the town clerk will declare the result of the count in Bolton West, a seat held by the Liberals since 1951.
Ladies and gentlemen, the result of the poll in Bolton West is as follows. For Oakes, 16,519 votes.
Labour.
For Sisson, 13,522 votes.
Conservative.
For Holt, 10,086 votes.
That's a Labour gain from Liberal. A Labour gain from Liberal in Bolton West. This is Keith Macklin in Bolton.
So Labour has taken Bolton West.
This is a very sad one for the Liberals. This is one of the two towns in the north of England where there was a Conservative-Liberal pact. In other words, the Conservatives stood down in one half of the town, the Liberals stood down in the other. This pact held good up until the last election. It was then broken. Conservative and Liberal stood in both halves of Bolton. This was the Liberal half, which Arthur Holt has held ever since 1951, and it's now gone to Labour. We'll see what happens in the other half.
I interrupt you to tell you that there's a Labour gain at Bury and Radcliffe.
This is remarkable because Bury and Radcliffe was another seat like Stockport that stayed Conservative in 1945. I don't think Bury, in fact, has been Labour before. Labour is winning seats they didn't win in 45. It would be very remarkable, and they would point to an enormous landslide. However, Bury was thought to be, has had its boundaries changed a bit, and was thought to be one of those that Labour might gain, like the Stockports.
And also this time there was a Liberal standing in Bury for the first time since 1950. One interesting thing about Bury is that the seat's now been won for Labour by David Ensor, whom you may often have seen on television.
Here's the full result at Southgate. Here are the figures.
4.8% swing in Southgate. Liberal vote goes up by about 2.5%. The Liberals generally are going up.
There's David Ensor, who's, we've got a picture now, David Ensor, who's won Bury and Radcliffe for Labour by this big swing that David was reporting.
About 4% swing, I would guess.
Here's the Dewsbury result. Labour are back again in Dewsbury with Mr. David Ginsberg.
3% swing in Dewsbury. 3.1. First for some time we've had that is below the amount required to put Labour in.
Here are the full figures for Barons Court in London, which you saw just now.
The lowest London swing we've been having yet, 2.9% only to Labour, but enough to win this marginal seat just south of where we're sitting at the moment.
Here is the Barnsley result in the West Riding, where Roy Mason is back again for Labour.
If there is to be a Labour government, as now looks like, Roy Mason is hotly tipped to be the next Postmaster General.
Only 1% swing in this Yorkshire mining seat.
Ian Mikado is back in Poplar for Labour, or is in Poplar.
There is Ian Mikado. He was beaten, you remember, at Reading in 1959. Now he's come back for this rock-safe Labour seat in East London. He's a very prominent left-winger. He used to manage the Bevanite group in their heyday.
Here's the Eccles result, which is a hold for Labour. Another Labour MP in Eccles.
With a substantially increased majority.
The new Labour MP, the previous one.
Newcastle on Tyne North is now in. The Tories are again in Newcastle North in the shape of Mr. Elliott.
A 4% swing in the first seat I think we've had yet from the northeast, from the Tyne Tees area.
Let's now join Bob McKenzie.
I have no doubt whatever now in my mind that Labour is headed for a good win. It's still a close thing. If you look at this forecast table, you'll remember we said that Labour needed 3.5% swing. It's getting about a 4.3% swing. And this does point to a Labour majority of somewhere in the vicinity of 30. They haven't lost any of the seats, they haven't failed to win any of the seats they really needed to get up to that 30. After the slightly disappointing start for them at Billericay, Labour is running strongly now and should get its working majority. We might just take a look now what's happened to some famous names so far. If you take...
Here's Harold Wilson arriving at Huyton. Let's go over and watch it. Well, we just caught that very small glimpse. We have news that Mr. Ernest Marples is back.
Mr. Marples has held his seat in Wallasey, which he's held ever since 1945. There he is, but his majority has dropped considerably.
An 8% swing, I guess.
Majority has dropped from 15,000 to 6,000. Mr. Marples is one of the other, as I say, there are only 3 ministers who held the same job all through the last Parliament. He was one, and he certainly made news.
Here is the confirmation of Bury and Radcliffe, which we gave you earlier, Mr. Ensor being in.
4.8% swing to the Labour Party in Bury and Radcliffe. Liberals just saved their deposit with 14% of the poll. 82% voting there, more than last time.
Here's Manchester Withington, which the Tories have held through Sir Robert Carey. No comment on Manchester Withington?
Right. 4.7% swing in Manchester Withington.
Here's confirmation of London Poplar, which we gave you earlier, in Mikado's seat. Here are the figures, I should say.
Incidentally, just to chip in very quickly, we've had news of a recount at Hornsey.
This is a fantastic thing.
Incredible.
This is the full result now from Acton, for your information, the full figures. That's a Labour gain, of course. As we say, here is the Liverpool Edge Hill result, which has been held by Labour by Mr. Irvine, QC.
This has been Labour at least since 1945.
An 8% swing there. The swing around the Merseyside is obviously enormous.
Confirmation of Mr. Marple's victory in Wallasey, Cheshire. The full figures. I see that Mr. Herbert Bowden, the Labour Chief Whip, is back.
There's Mr. Bowden, and if there is to be a Labour government, as now looks likely, he's almost certain to be leader of the House. He's a very tough but popular character. He was very close to Hugh Gateskill. He's now at least as close and extremely influential behind the scenes with Harold Wilson. He's one of the strong men of the Labour.
Can I interrupt you to take the Wimbledon result, which is now in, which the Sir Cyril Black has held for the Conservatives, not surprisingly perhaps.
5.3% swing in Wimbledon.
Let's go back to Highton and see Mr. Harold Wilson again.
Watching this exciting series of results. When he arrived, he didn't offer any statement to the press. He went straight through the school corridor and into the count. The result of the count originally was expected about 1:30, but it's now been thought it might come much earlier. Outside the hall, there are about 100 journalists from Italy, from France, from America, from practically every part of the world who've been waiting here, all watching the television sets which are dotted all about this schoolroom. Mr. Wilson has had for him a relatively quiet day. He's been very much the local candidate, going around Highton, being cheered by school children, shaking the hands of people in committee rooms, and generally being extraordinarily relaxed. He went to bed for an hour this afternoon, very calmly. The thought at the moment is that the result will be coming very soon. We've all been outside waiting for Mr. Wilson, and he, I think, must have heard it was coming very much earlier than he'd originally been told, and I think he came out very quickly from Liverpool, from his hotel room. There have, so far, he knows, been 12 Labour games, and his entourage were tremendously excited as they arrived here and were quite remarkably full of enthusiasm. Mr. Wilson has been taking the day, as I say, extremely calmly. He was relaxed, and, well, I'll come back when the result is due.
Here's the figure by which Duncan Sands is in at London Streatham. Here's his majority.
An 8% swing or so. It does seem the swing against ministers is bigger than the swing in the rest of
Mr. Sands, of course, Secretary of State for the Colonies and Commonwealth Relations. If the Conservatives are now going into opposition, it'll be interesting to see what happens to him.
Any further comment on Sands? Well, we can take the Southampton-Itchen result, which is in.
A 5.7% swing to Labour in Southampton-Itchen. And we hear there's a recount going on in Southampton Test, which does imply at least a 6% swing there.
Bradford South, which Labour has held with Mr. Craddock.
A 1% swing only in Bradford South, one of the lowest swings we've had for a long while. 78% voting in Bradford South.
Confirmation. Oh, here's news that Grimsby has stayed Labour.
Tony Crossland there has held Grimsby for Labour with a greatly increased majority. He held it in 59 with a majority of only 101. Now he's pushed it up to over 4,000.
Here,
if Labour is in power, Mr. Crossland will undoubtedly get a job.
Here are the full figures for Leicester South West. That's where Mr. Bowden, the Labour Chief Whip, is back. Full figures.
2.4% swing there.
Birmingham Edgbaston is in. Miss Edith Pitt, very well known, Member of Parliament, is back for the Conservatives in Edgbaston. The figures are with you. Here we have the confirmation figures of Duncan Sands in Streatham. Here are the full figures of their constituency.
6.4%, the computer says, for Streatham on a 72% poll. Liberal just saves his deposit.
Here is the Crewe result, which is now in. Labour's in again at Crewe with Mr. Schofield Allen. Here's news of a Birmingham Labour gain, a very small one.
That's in All Saints, Birmingham. That, I'm sure, is John Hollingsworth, who won the seat in 59 by a majority of only 20. Therefore, it needed only a fractional swing for it to go to the left. And I would have thought it would be more than 470.
It's a very small swing, that. It's under 1%, and it may be that the coloured issue made a difference there. It's a very depopulated area.
Right, but there's a Labour gain at Liverpool, Kirkdale. We take you now to Smethwick.
And here is the result at colour-conscious Smethwick, where the Labour Shadow Foreign Secretary Patrick Gordon Walker is defending a Labour majority of 3,500 against a Conservative, a Liberal and a last-minute Independent. Here is the returning officer, Alderman C.B. Williams, who's the Mayor of Smethwick, waiting for silence so that he can make his announcement.
Now, do you mind if I have my say now? Do you mind if I have my say now? I do not propose to read this to Bedlam. If you can't be quiet, you'll wait until you are. The parliamentary election, Smethwick Borough constituency, date of election 15 October 1964. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows, namely, Davis, Dudley, Trevor,
Independent,
262. Gordon Walker, Patrick Christian,
Labour,
14,916. Griffiths, Peter, Harry, Steve,
Conservative,
16,000.
16,690. So it's a Conservative gain.
And Patrick Gordon Walker has lost Smethwick. Gentlemen?
Well, this is the most fateful single result of this election. The one Conservative gain, I suspect in their hearts, maybe one they would have preferred not to get, because they must have got it through the white backlash.
7% swing to the Conservatives in Smethwick on the white backlash. The Conservative candidate fought a very lone wolf campaign there, rather shunned by his party, and he did, on presumably a largely racial platform, completely defy the national trend.
Problem here, serious problem for Harold Wilson. Patrick Gordon Walker, if there's going to be a Labour government, he would want it as Foreign Secretary. He can make a man a minister without a seat in the House of Commons. You merely create a vacancy very quickly by giving somebody a peerage, which is obviously what will happen now, I think.
Right, we now join Robert McKenzie on the forecast table.
Here's the forecast table as we sit. So far, Labour swing to Labour is 4.3, well over what's required to unseat the government, and the just changing at the moment is the likely majority of 29, according to the latest word we've had from the computer. Quite clearly, though, with a little wobble, Labour is well over the hump on what we've had so far. They're running well ahead of what was required to win and unseat the government.
Dinglefoot is in at Ipswich.
But no swing there. I think it's the first East Anglian seat we've heard from, and it represents virtually no change from last time, possibly a slight swing for the Conservatives.
Please. I've got there's a Labour gain at Liverpool West Derby.
This is one which required a swing of nearly 4% for Labour to win. It's a seat, it was once David Maxwell's 5-seat. Seat had been held by John Woolham now since David Maxwell
8.7% swing there too.
There is also a Labour gain at Liverpool Waltham.
But the Conservatives have won back South Dorset, the one you remember that they lost at the by-election when the Conservative vote was split. There it is. Tories come back on South Dorset. That's Guy Barnett, the Labour man who won the seat at the by-election. He's now lost it, but not by a very big majority, David.
Well, that represents about a 6% swing to the Labour Party compared to 59, although, of course, about a 3% swing to the Conservatives compared to the by-election.
Here are the full figures of Birmingham All Saints, which Labour gained. Full figures.
Only 0.8% swing. The Midlands or the Birmingham area certainly is much better territory for the Conservatives.
Jimmy Edwards has failed to gain a seat in London.
Jimmy Edwards failed to gain a seat. I didn't think he had much chance because this was a Labour seat and the tide is obviously rung against him. I think it should be said that he seems to have fought a very serious and straightforward campaign.
But there was a swing of the order of 6% there against the Conservatives.
In Manchester Moss side, Frank Taylor has held the seat for the Conservatives. Here are the full figures at the same time.
With a drop of 6% swing to Labour in Manchester Moss side compared to 1959, a slight recovery compared to the by-election when they were pushed into third place.
Full figures of Liverpool Kirkdale, which Labour took. Full figures for your record.
That's again
here
an
we have the
8%
result.
Merseyside swing.
Result from Bath, which has stayed Tory.
Only a 0.8% swing to Labour in Bath, way below the national average. The Liberal vote jumps from 13% to 18% in Bath.
Full figures of Liverpool Walton, which we gave you earlier, the Labour gain there.
This must represent about an 8% swing in Liverpool Walton.
Here is London St Pancras North, now in.
Kenneth Robinson will almost certainly be the Minister of Health if there is to be a Labour government.
5% swing there.
We now have Darwin, Lancashire, result in Charles Fletcher Cook re-elected for the Conservatives in Darwin.
And the Liberals got 26% of the vote there, a 4.1% swing from Conservative to Labour.
Here is Ruislip Northwood, which the Conservatives go into again with Mr. Peter Crowder.
A 3.8% swing to the Conservatives, to Labour in this suburban Middlesex seat.
Full figures of the Labour gain in Liverpool West Derby.
That's an 8.7% swing, 73% turnout in West Derby.
London Greenwich is just in, here it is. No change.
That's Dick Marsh, one of the younger, livelier Labour MPs. If there's to be a Labour government, he will certainly get a post.
6.4% swing in London Greenwich.
Full figures of the Tories come back in Dorset South.
6.6% swing to Labour compared to 59, but of course a swing back to the Conservatives compared to the by-election when Labour got in on a split Conservative vote on the common market issue when there was an independent Conservative candidate.
Here are
Mayo got 14,000 votes.
Here are the figures, by the way. Here are the figures of Bolton East, which Labour gained.
That's the Labour gain we haven't had.
No, this is the other half of the Bolton, which was involved in this Liberal Conservative deal, which was scrapped just before the election. It's bound to go pretty well.
Here's the result of London Bethnal Green. Labour has held Bethnal Green with Mr. Holman.
1.1% swing.
Here is the confirmation figures of Mr. Jimmy Edwards' failure in London Paddington North against Mr. Ben Parkin.
6.5% swing there, about the average for this area of North London.
Figures of the Ipswich result, which you had earlier. That's Dinglefoot.
Manuela Sykes slightly increased the Liberal vote there up to 24%. Only a 0.6% swing to the Conservatives.
Quintin Hogg is in.
He's held his seat. There he is. He's held his seat at Marylebone with his majority has almost been, or the majority there has almost been halved. He, of course, went in at the by-election last year.
That's the biggest swing since compared to 59 we've yet had. 10.7 against Quintin Hogg. Ministers just are doing very badly tonight.
Now let's go for the state of the parties.
Here we are then. Labour lead now at 30 with out of the first 123 results. This is better than par for the course and continues to point very clearly to a Labour government. Then over the next table, the losses, you'll notice, the Conservatives 15 so far. When that figure turns to 45, they're really on the skids. Certainly at 50, they'll be white out on the night. Labour, you see, picked up 16 and lost 2 seats so far, including the shadow foreign minister, for whom one will rather like to predict that he will be back in the House by some other means before very long. Liberals have lost their 1 seat to Arthur Holt and held, of course, their seat in Devon. That's the picture as of now, and I would say still pointing very distinctly to a Labour win.
Here's news that Sidney Silverman is back in Nelson and Colne for Labour.
2% swing there.
Very famous Labour member, of course. We have details of the Grimsby result. Anthony Crossland's victory there for Labour.
4% swing to Labour, 4.2% swing in that Lincolnshire fishing port.
We have the result in from Southport, where there's no change. Tories home and dry.
4.4% swing. Labour overtakes the Liberals into second place.
Here's the result of North Down North, if you like, in Northern Ireland, with a pretty recommended and expected Ulster Unionist majority. Let's take Merton and Morden in London, which have just come in. No change there.
6.1% swing in Merton, though, to the Labour Party, 82% turnout.
Here is the result from Chorley in Lancaster. Labour's held, surely, as you can see. There's no change there at all. Here's London Brixton just in for Labour.
A 5% swing to Labour in Brixton.
Now we go to Brighton Pavilion, which, not surprisingly, I think Sir William Teeling has held for the Conservatives. Here is Pudsey, Yorkshire Pudsey.
1.3% swing only in Pudsey, 84% turnout.
Now, I hear that Harold Webb, our northern industrial correspondent, is ready to talk to people in Liverpool, so let's go up there and join him.
Richard, we are being told...
Outside St George's Hall, Liverpool, mainly excited Labour supporters, with 2 results still to come in the 9 constituencies. Labour have made 4 gains, the Postmaster General is out, and the crowd are here shouting, "We want Wilson!" Just a moment. Can I just have a word with one or two of you? What's your view about these results?
Well, we want a clean sweep of the country.
Did you expect 4 gains in Liverpool?
Definitely, yes.
What about you? Did you expect Labour to sweep Liverpool like this?
No, I definitely think Tories should be there without any doubt whatsoever.
Why do you think it's happened?
What about the Beatles, brother? Well, I don't know, but I think the Tories should be there without any doubt whatsoever. Because,
are you all now convinced there's going to be a Labour government?
No! Unfortunately, yes.
They get shut out. They get shut out.
Good on Mr. Wilson. What we do want is a new party. To sling out the Conservative, the Labour, the Communist and the Liberal, and have a clean party.
We have news that Sir Keith Joseph is back in Leeds, and also that Roy Jenkins is back for Labour in Stetchford, Birmingham.
Roy Jenkins sure to be have a senior post in the Labour government.
I have news of a Labour gain in London Clapham.
Well, this was to be expected, I think, after the result, but it's a very narrow majority, much the smallest majority we've yet had.
There
Dr.
is
Glynn, the Conservative member, defeated there. Labour gets in by 56 votes. It's the first 2-figure majority that we've had, and it represents a smaller swing than there have been in some of the other London marginals.
With news of a Labour gain in Newcastle upon Tyne East, we go now to meet Mr. Patrick Gordon Walker, who must be...
The result of the Smethwick election has been a shattering blow to Mr. Patrick Gordon Walker, the Socialist Shadow Secretary. Mr. Gordon Walker, this has been the roughest battle of the whole election. Why do you think you lost when the national trend seems to be that Labour will have a majority of about 30 seats?
I think there can only be one explanation, that a particular campaign was fought in Smethwick. In
what
a different
kind of campaign?
A dirty campaign based on immigration, as the immigration issue working up race feelings.
Do you attribute your defeat entirely then to some sort of smear campaign against you?
Yes, otherwise the swing would have been the same in Smethwick as everywhere else.
Is it possible, sir, that you and the rest of the Labour Party rather underestimated the important emotional effect of the racial problem?
No, because there's a racial problem in many other constituencies. It only made a difference here in Smethwick.
But it hasn't been to the same extent in other constituencies.
Yes, there are more immigrants in other constituencies than there are in Smethwick. There are more in All Saints.
Now, you were branded as the man who led the socialist opposition to the Commonwealth Immigration Bill in 1962.
Well, I didn't lead it. Hugh Gaitskell led it, but I followed it.
You were the spokesman for it.
I was the second spokesman for it.
Have you had occasion to change your views on it at all?
No. I then thought there ought to be controls over immigration. I was fighting a particular way of controlling immigration. That was what the argument was about. I then said and thought and still think that it is right to control immigration.
Now, since it's quite clear that in Smethwick at least, racial intolerance is a political factor, do you think that this might spill over into other constituencies in future elections?
I don't think so. I don't think other Conservatives will take it up in this way.
What are your plans now, Mr. Patrick Walker?
Well, I'm no longer a Member of Parliament. I'll have to consider what I'm going to do.
Thank you very much indeed.
Very much.
So, here's the state of the parties at the moment. Labour lead over Conservative 26. And we have news that in Newcastle, well, this is a repeat of what we said just now, Newcastle upon Tyne East, the Tories are out and Labour has gained the seat.
That's Mr. Fergus Montgomery, who won the seat for the Conservatives in 1959. He's a local man.
News that Labour has kept Edmonton in London.
Austin Albion is one of their experts on automation. He'll probably be in the government.
Aberdare is in. Labour's back in Aberdare, which has been a Labour seat for a long, long time. Mr. Probert has it. We have confirmation of the Birmingham-Stetchford result, which here are the figures.
Roy Jenkins, of course, will get a senior post in the Wilson government.
The biggest swing in Birmingham, but not very big.
Leeds West is in. That's Charles Pannell, has held the seat for Labour. There's been no change.
3% swing there.
And Charles Curran, I see, has won his seat.
This is a good one for the Conservatives because it only needed a 1.5% swing for Labour to win it.
I may be repeating, but we have a Conservative gain in Birmingham Perry Bar and a Labour gain in Manchester Wythenshawe. Conservative gain and a Labour gain.
The Perry Bar thing was only 190 majority or so last time, but it does indicate there's a swing against Labour or not doing well in Birmingham.
There's the Perry Bar result. That's Mr. Charles Howell, the Labour MP who has now lost the seat. And now the Manchester result. There's Mrs. Evelyn Hill, who runs a series of tripe shops. She has held that seat ever since 1950. She's now lost it by a substantial majority.
A 5% swing there, and I believe there's another Labour gain in Manchester coming up.
Here's the Bebbington result. The Tories have held Bebbington.
A new member getting in with a much reduced majority, exceeding Lord Oakeshott, who's been the Prime Minister's personal aide in the last election, who was the member for Bebbington.
Full details of the London Edmonton result, which the Labour Party kept in Mr. Albu.
4.8% swing in Edmonton.
We have the Harrow East result in from London. Here are the figures.
A slight swing to Labour there.
We now have Manchester Blackley, which has arrived. Here is a Labour gain.
Derek Johnson's held this seat for a long time. He used to train racehorses. He lost this one by a short head.
Here is confirmation of Birmingham Perry Bar and the full figures.
1% swing or so to the Conservatives in Perry Bar. This joins Smethwick as the second Conservative gain and only about the fourth case where there's been a swing to the Conservatives.
Manchester Ardwick has been held for Labour by Mr. Leslie Lever.
3.1% swing.
The other Lever brother.
We have Crosby, which is in, and a Labour gain just announced, Birmingham Sparkbrook.
Well, this was expected. There were 3 Labour marginals they hoped to win in. We're still waiting for Yardley, but they've won All Saints. They've now won Sparkbrook, but they've lost one, Perry Bar, partly perhaps new housing development, partly possibly the coloured issue, possibly other personal factors there.
One factor could well have been the motor industry.
And we now have a view of the possible majority for Labour at the moment, which is the figure you can now see in front of me.
29.
We have a Birmingham Labour gain just in.
And that is Mr. Leslie Seymour, who has just lost Birmingham Sparkbrook. He was the Conservative MP, won it in 59. As I say, the motor industry, the Hardy Spicer affair, could have had some effect because a lot of car workers living in this constituency.
Newcastle upon Tyne East, confirmation of the figures which we gave you briefly earlier.
2.1% swing, but enough to switch the seat to Labour.
Here is the Birmingham Aston result, which Labour has held. Julius Silverman holds the seat for Labour.
I think that represents hardly any swing compared to 59.
Here is Oxford, which is now in. There's no change there. Monty Woodhouse has held the seat.
6.7% swing. Liberal vote 17% up, 3% on last time.
Monty Woodhouse, Under Secretary of the Home Office.
Now, if we go over to Transport House, the Labour Party headquarters, we will find Peter Woon ready to talk, I think, to Ray Gunter there.
Well, the mood here about a couple of hours ago was far from certain, but now it's completely changed. There's an absolute conviction, with cheers ringing out every few minutes as the results come over the television, an absolute conviction that Labour are going to win. With me, the chairman of the organisation committee, Mr. Ray Gunter. I'd like to ask you first, Mr. Gunter, about the result at Smethwick.
I think that every decent Conservative in this country will be ashamed of the result at Smethwick. It is not a reflection, really, of the best of the Tory party.
Now, what's happening throughout the country, do you think?
I think it's going very well, and our organisation has done a magnificent job.
Let's have your forecast of the majority.
Oh, that is a bit early to do yet. I think we'll have a working majority, all right, but it's quite too soon to forecast how many.
Mr. Gunter, thank you very much.
All right.
Well, talking there to Mr. Gunter. Here's the New Forest result. And the Tories are back there, hardly unexpectedly. Sir Oliver Crossford-Ayre.
A very big Liberal vote there, 22%, almost getting second place from Labour. 4.4% swing to Labour compared to 59 in New Forest.
here is confirmation of the figures of London Clapham.
There was a 3% swing in London Clapham in that Labour gain.
They're about to announce the result at Huyton in Mr. Harold Wilson's constituency. Let's go up there now so we don't miss it.
Here at Huyton, it does look as if very much earlier than anyone expected. Even I think that Mr. Harold Wilson expected the result is just about coming. They are the familiar candidate is, of course, Mr. Wilson. In alphabetical order, the candidates are Michael Claude Baker, Communist, Harold Tucker, Conservative, and Labour candidate, Mr. Wilson. The returning officer is Mr. Wilgoose,
declare the result
and
of
it
the
looks as though
parliamentary
he's
election in Huyton. Before I do, I just want to make one announcement for the benefit of the press and for the spectators at the back of the hall. After this declaration has been made, I shall invite the candidates and their agents to accompany me to the front of the building, there to announce the result to the people of Huyton who are assembled outside. Will you please keep your seats until the, if I may call it, the platform party have left the hall, and the police will then arrange for the doors to be opened, and you can, if you wish, come outside and see this second announcement. After the second announcement has been made, the candidates are invited to come back into the building.
Now, the last general election, Mr. Wilson's majority was 5,500 or so, and the main excitement here is really to see how much he has increased it.
Yes. This declaration is signed by me, Donald Wilgoose, Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the Parliamentary Constituency of Huyton. It is dated today, the 15th of October 1964. I, the undersigned, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. For Michael Claude Watkins Baker, 899 votes. For Harold Tucker, 22,940 votes. For James Harold Wilson, 42,214 votes.
Majority, I could hear it, 20,000 for Mr. Wilson. Quite a startling majority. I hope Mr. Wilson will now go outside with the returning officer and the other candidates, and I'm hoping that afterwards we shall have the opportunity of talking to him about his own result and about his view of the situation at present.
You must let me finish,
uproar here
please.
is tremendous.
The next part is quite important, and I declare that the undermentioned person, namely James Harold Wilson, has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency of Huyton.
The communist member lost his deposit. The member for Huyton.
Mr. Deputy Acting Returning Officer, Mr. Chairman of the Council and Mrs. Connaughton, Mr. and Mrs. Tucker, and friends. First, it is my privilege this evening to propose on behalf of all of us a most sincere vote of thanks to the returning officer for the way in which he has discharged his unusually onerous problems in this count and everything that has gone before it. All of us who know him have always been impressed by the unfailing courtesy of Mr. Wilgoose, and all of us would wish to pay tribute to him for the strictly impartial way in which this count has been carried out, and, if I may say so, for the remarkable speed with which we have got the result in one of the largest constituencies in the country.
Mrs. Wilson is, of course, next to Mr. Wilson, and behind is Mr. Wilson's
In addition to that,
father.
It is no fault of Mr. Wilgoose that there is slightly more and wider interest in this Huyton contest this year than there was in 1959. And Mr. Wilgoose has had to cope with some tremendous problems of accommodation for our friends from the press and television, our friends the photographers, and has done it, I think, to the satisfaction of everyone. With Mr. Wilgoose, I would like to couple all of his highly experienced officials and those who have given up their time tonight to sort out and to count the votes. But I don't think any vote of thanks would be complete without mentioning Chief Superintendent Cairns, Chief Inspector Swift, and the heightened constabulary, who tonight, and their job isn't over yet, tonight have performed their task as ever with firmness, with tact, and with understanding for all of us. May I now express to Mr. and Mrs. Tucker my thanks, my feeling that they have conducted this campaign, as we have tried to do, in a gentlemanly and courteous way. I think this has been a model, so far as constituency battles are concerned, for all parts of the country, and I should like to give my personal thanks to Mr. Tucker and to those who worked with him in this campaign, so far as that is concerned. Now, I would like also, if I may, and I'm sorry to go on so long, among my own supporters, to single out one immediately, and that is Arthur Smith, one of the finest agents you could have.
Mr. Wilson is making a point that if this has been a presidential kind of campaign, he's very much the local member.
And to all my supporters, who are slightly more eloquent than usual this evening, but it's understandable, to the electors of the constituency for this smashing 19,000 majority, my very warm thanks. I will not at this time comment on the results that are coming in from other constituencies. I have heard some of them. I would describe them as moderately encouraging, and we must see how the rest of the night works out. So once again, Mr. Wilgoose, on behalf of all of us, our very warm thanks for all you have done.
Mr. Wilgoose and the three candidates are now, I think,
You got it now? You're too slow.
going to make their way out of the building. Right. There are scores of photographers here. They're going to make their way now, I think, out of the building where the result will be declared again. I hope we shall meet Mr. Wilson very shortly.
Mr. Wilgoose, Mr. Chairman.
Well, now, a quick comment, David, on this situation.
Well, I think I should say that on the figures now, it is quite plain that Labour is going to win this election. Whether it has a very comfortable margin or not is still open. The swing in the marginal Conservative-held seats has been greater than the national average, about 0.5% greater. The swing against ministers has been rather greater. The swing in the north has been greater, 9% on Merseyside, and only than in Birmingham, where it was only about 1%. In London, about 4%. But overall, Labour is, I think, plainly going to win the election with a majority not greater than 40 or less than 20 overall parties.
Right, let's now go to the state of the parties. It needs looking at. Bob McKenzie.
Well, here's the position as we now see the very real prospect of the third left-wing government to take office with a working majority. Labour lead over the Conservatives at 43, with a quarter of the results in, rather more. Here's the balance of parties. I told you in the upper right-hand corner that Labour had to get that up to 45 or 50 on the night. They're certainly going to do it. I see no possibility now that they'll fail to get their 45 or 50 in the upper right-hand corner. The three Labour losses, Smethwick, Birmingham Perry Bar and South Dorset, which they only got in a by-election anyway, and the one Liberal loss at Bolton West, Mr. Holt. But I see now no real possibility of anything else but that kind of win. Now, if we could look at the forecast board, remember the 3.5% swing needed to get the Conservatives out. The national swing to Labour is running around 4.2, and the likely majority somewhere 29, 30, that sort of area. Anything over 12, in my view, is a perfectly comfortable working majority. And the Labour Party is headed for that now.
Here's news that Edward Boyle is back in Birmingham Handsworth.
But with a very big swing against him, in contrast to the other Birmingham seats.
And we have Middlesbrough West, which has been held by Labour.
That's Dr. Jeremy Bray, who won the seat at the by-election 2 years ago. He's done very well indeed to hold it, because the Conservatives had a majority at the last election of something like 9,000.
10% swing to Labour compared to 59, though a swing back to the by-election.
Here are details, though I don't remember having given it to you, of the result in Halifax.
No. Maurice Millen is defeated there on quite a big swing in this marginal Yorkshire seat where a Liberal fought, not having fought in the previous election.
And of course,
here is the Tunbridge result for the Conservatives. No change in Tunbridge. Another Tory loss. Where is this?
It is in Nottingham Central. Colonel Cordeaux is defeated in Nottingham Central on quite a big swing in the first Nottingham result we've yet had. This means that Nottingham West must almost certainly go Labour too.
Nottingham were affected at the last election by the Fopkis affair.
There's no change in Nuneaton. Labour holds it. Leeds South for Labour. No change there.
Hugh Gates' Conservative seat.
Only 0.6% swing. Possibly Gateschall's disappearance from the seat made it less favourable territory for Labour.
Confirmation of Manchester Wythenshawe, the figures we did give you earlier, the Labour co-op gains.
About a 5% swing there.
We have Tottenham, which is now in, which is a Labour seat held by Labour with no change in London. We have a Labour gain in the north, and I can't identify it for the moment. Labour gain in the north. Who is this? No information of this Labour gain in the north. And none of us can recognise the picture on the caption, so you'll just have to wait until we can tell you who it is. Let's try instead the Reigate result in the depths of Surrey, which not surprisingly the Conservatives have held in the shape of. We have news that
Maurice Edelman
is in with a majority of 3530.
That's a Coventry North, is his constituency. The
Coventry North. Very low swing to Labour in this first Coventry result.
Here's the Nottingham Central confirmation, a Labour gain. I don't remember giving that before.
Yes,
never mind.
Colonel Cordeaux we had on the Rush result, and that was about a 4% swing in Nottingham.
Here is the Lee result. That's Lee, Lancashire, is it not? That's a Labour seat, which has stayed Labour. No comments on Lee? No comments on Lee. Right.
There was a 6% swing against Sir Edward Boyle in Birmingham Handsworth. Now, again, depopulation may affect it, but it's very different and very sharp contrast to next door Smethwick, where there was a 7% swing to the Conservatives.
Here's the result from Dagenham, London, a strong Labour seat, which Labour has held with the majority that you see.
We're going to hear in a moment of a Labour gain in the Hartlepool.
Oh, that would be, of course.
That was the game we just saw.
That was the game we just saw. That was the
Let's
picture.
First take Woking, please. Don't let's get muddled. Woking, which the Conservatives have held without a change. Ashton under Lyme is now in with a Labour. That's no change. Leicester North West, Barnet Janner for Labour. No change there. Newcastle on Tyne Central. Once again, a Labour seat, which Labour have held without a change.
6% swing there.
Dead short deputy.
Birmingham Selly Oak, Conservative seat held by the Conservatives. We now take Southall, nearer London. That's no change, a Labour seat held by Labour.
It was one where the coloured vote issue might have cost Labour votes, and I think has, in fact, slightly cut the Labour majority. The coloured issue does seem to be coming up in these election results.
We now have confirmation of Glasgow Kelvingrove as a Labour seat held by Labour.
And a Labour
sorry, a Labour seat gained.
There's a 6.3% swing in this first Scottish result. I think this is very important. This is the first result we've had from Scotland, and it does indicate that there is a swing going on fairly strongly there.
We have the Tories in Rugby.
This is Mr. Wise. This is a seat which they might well have lost, but he's been a very independent MP. He led the attack on the RPM bill.
And this is a remarkable win because it's one of the seats that Labour certainly should have won on the national swing, but on the Midlands swing it doesn't go. Midlands are very different from the rest of the country.
Here's the result in from London Peckham. Mrs. Corbett for Labour. There's no change there.
Very safe Labour seat.
Frida Corbett. Erith and Crayford, that's Mr. Dodds, well-known Labour Member of Parliament, Labour Co-op member, no change there. Let's go to Liverpool, where I see Mr. Marples is waiting to talk to us.
Mr. Marples, why do you think Merseyside has gone strongly in favour of the Labour Party?
Well, I don't think it's gone very strongly in favour of the Labour Party, but the 4 seats that have been lost in Merseyside were always very marginal. And I mean, if people voted Conservative, then we had the 4 seats, and if they swing a little to Labour, then Labour has the 4 seats. They have always had quite a number of marginal seats in Liverpool, and those 4, like Walton, Kirkdale, Toxteth and so on that have gone, they really are marginal seats in the true sense of the word.
Are you yourself convinced now there's going to be a Labour government?
No, I don't know, because different parts of the country have varied. For example, I've been to North Wales and I've spoken in Birmingham, I've spoken in different places, and the extraordinary thing about this election is that the trend in certain parts of the country has been different than in other parts of the country.
What about your own result, Mr. Marples? Are you happy with that? Your majority was down.
Well, I've always said as a Minister of Transport, and I'm still the Minister of Transport, I'm never happy because I'm never satisfied that one's reached perfection. My majority is down largely because of the intervention of a Liberal. Wallace has always had a very strong Liberal tradition, and in point of fact, a number of years ago, the Liberals practically beat Lord Brabazon, who's now dead, and there was then More Brabazon. They practically beat him. And we've a strong Liberal tradition there, and the Liberal came in this time, worked very hard, got a number of votes, but I regret to say, pinched most of them from me, and hardly any of them from Labour.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Marples.
Right, time we went, I think, to Bob McKenzie.
Well, despite Mr. Marple's reluctance to concede the situation, it is looking very, very much like a Labour win. Here are the 26 seats the Labour Party has gained, roughly half the number needed to unseat the government, and nothing like half the results are in as yet. You notice marked with white the ones which the Tories simply could not afford to lose. And there are enough of them showing up in this list to make it look very much as if we're going to have that change. The Conservatives have gained only 3 seats against this 26 gained by Labour. The 3 they've gained include Smethwick, the one with a great centre of controversy, Dorset South, which after all was a by-election case, and Birmingham Perry Bar. But on this position now, it looks increasingly at every moment as if Labour is surer than ever, with a narrow but comfortable majority.
Now, here we have news that Labour has gained Haywood and Royton with Mr. Barnett, and there's the majority figure.
That's Mr. John Levy, who won the seat for the Conservatives in 1959 for the first time in over 60 years.
3% swing there, less than in most Lancashire seats.
The Labour have gained in Wales, Swansea West.
That's Mr. Hugh Rees, who won the seat for them last time.
3% swing in almost the first Welsh result we've had.
Yes. This is a seat the Conservatives haven't had for 60
There's
years.
a Labour gain in Woolwich in London just in.
Colin Turner defeated on a fairly big swing in this East London seat.
Here's Leicester North East, which has been held for Labour by Mr. Bradley. No unexpected thing there. Hello.
Here's
some
an
news.
astonishing
I
result
see that
from Hampstead. Mr. Henry Brooke, the Home Secretary's majority cut down to below 2,000 from 12,000.
But the Conservatives hold the seat. Here's West Bromwich in now for Labour. Mr. Foley, there's no change there.
There was a 10% swing in Hampstead against the Conservatives. It really is remarkable.
That's Geoffrey Rippon, who's been beaten in Norwich South. This is a seat that was always likely to go. He's the Minister of Public Building and Works. It was marginal.
But it was the sort of seat that really was the pointer to the election, and the swing there represents something like a 4.5% swing compared to 59.
This is the second senior minister to go tonight, I think, so far.
A Tory has won again in Winchester. The Conservatives, Rear Admiral Morgan Giles is back.
Who got in a by-election earlier this year. A 6.2% swing compared to the general election, a slight swing back compared to the by-election.
Here's the Southampton test result. Charles Fletcher Cook, there's no change there. A very close thing.
But that's a very big swing, 6% or so there. And Peter Tapsell has just been defeated in Nottingham West. Peter Tapsell has been defeated on a fairly big swing in Nottingham West.
This was bound to go. He only won it by 164 seats at the last election.
Here's Surrey East, which the Conservatives have held.
And a most remarkable Liberal vote. The Liberals get nearly twice as many votes as the Labour Party in Surrey East. They did get second place there last time, but this is a very big pull-up for them in nearly Orpington country.
Labour has Glasgow Central, Mr. McGuinness.
A fairly big swing to Labour in Glasgow Central.
Weston-super-Mare is in for the Conservatives, Mr. Webster.
2.8% swing in almost the first Conservative-held southwest seat we've heard from after Exeter.
He's a parachute jumper, Mr. Webster. London Deptford. Now, that's Mr. Silkin. Oh, there's a well-known name. The Labour Party, no change in Deptford, London. Labour has it. Let's go back now up north again. Stretford, which the Conservatives have in the shape of Mr. Storey. They've held the seat.
A 6.6% swing in Stretford.
There's confirmation of the Rugby result. Here are the full figures of Rugby.
A very slight swing to the Conservatives there, 1.3% to the Conservatives in this marginal Midland seat.
London Kensington North, in the shape of Mr. Rogers, there's no change. Labour have held the seat.
2.8% swing to Labour in Kensington North.
We now have London Vauxhall, just across the other side of the river.
George Strauss, one of the few members of the Labour Party with senior government experience.
2.1 swing.
Here's Kilmarnock from Scotland, Labour seat held by Labour. No
Rather
change.
big swing there in the third Scottish seat we've heard from.
Willie Ross will be the Secretary of State for Scotland, probably, in a Wilson cabinet.
Wandsworth Central in London, Labour has, it's a gain, a Labour gain in Wandsworth Central.
It's a much bigger swing than in adjoining Clapham. It joins South Battersea as this group of marginals which seem to be all going over to Labour. Putney is the one to watch now in that area.
Here's Torquay. It's not perhaps surprising Mr. Bennett, well-known MP for Torquay, has held the seat.
2.3% swing to Labour. The Liberals actually came second. It's worth pointing that out. It's very good news for the Liberals in terms of these marginal seats in the southwest.
Now, looking down in front of me, I see Alan Wicker entirely surrounded by people in Trafalgar Square. So let's go down there and join him in the open.
Alan Wicker in Trafalgar Square. A considerably noisier Trafalgar Square at the moment, where the BBC election screen has been an enormous attraction. A great crowd here cheering fairly impartially all victories, the victories of all three parties. There have been a number of thunder flashes let off, but otherwise the crowd has been amiable up to now, and the early swimmers have been removed from the fountains. Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
We have news here of a Labour gain. Here are the likely majority figures at the moment. Labour 28, the possible majority. Here is news of a Labour gain in Hitchin. Shirley Williams, well-known member of the Labour Party, is in.
About a 6% swing in Hitchin.
Former Secretary of the Fabian Society and the daughter of Vera Brittain.
A new town developing in that constituency has made it better and better territory for Labour over the last two elections.
Harold Wilson made a big speech there, if I
Big
remember
increase,
rightly.
12,000 in the electorate.
Here's Leighton in with Mr. Sorensen, well-known member of the Labour Party, holding Leighton for Labour.
A very safe seat.
We have Hendon North, an equally safe, oh, well, I did nearly say it, Conservative seat, but it's not a very big majority. Ian or Ewing, ex-BBC, ex-Conservative government, has held the seat for Conservatives.
Fairly big swing to Labour there.
Here's Newcastle on Tyne West, which Mr. Popplewell, Ernest Popplewell, has held on to for Labour. In Widnes, in Lancashire, we have Mr. McCull, the Labour victory, no change there.
4.8% swing there.
A similar Labour victory, or holding on, in Glasgow Bridgeton for Mr. Bennett. Wakefield in Yorkshire, Labour has held, there's no change. We have news of Liverpool Wavertree, which the Conservatives have held, there's no change at Liverpool Wavertree.
John Tilney, an Under-Secretary in the Commonwealth Relations
With a very big swing to Labour there, a 9% swing as in the other Merseyside places.
Now, we have news of events down in Bath in the West Country. So, no, Bath or Bob? Bob.
Look now at the forecast board, which is still pointing, as you'll see, to a likely Labour majority in the bottom line of 28 seats. The national swing is still around 4.2. It's varied enormously more this time than in most previous elections. We're getting far more on either side of that, but nonetheless it's settling in pretty firmly at a point where we can be sure that Labour is going to win. I'd add to this, I think, that the prospect of the third government in this century of the left taking power with a working majority is now very clear indeed.
We have news of Mr. Edward Heath is safely back in Bexley for the Conservatives.
Swing of about 4% in Bexley, I guess.
This is the one the Conservatives were a bit worried about. Mr. Heath, of course, was the anchor man, the Richard Dimbleby of the Conservative election programmes.
Do you mind? Here is the news of Hendon South. Sir Hugh Lucas Tooth, well-known Conservatives, held the seat for the Conservatives. I'm sorry I got Bob and the Bath mixed up just now. We now take. Things are coming in thick and fast. Plymouth Sutton. There's a very, very close thing in Plymouth Sutton, which the Conservatives have just held.
It was a seat that Labour would have done very well to win, but they have held it. The Conservatives have held it, and they held Devonport by even more.
Labour Co-op have Wood Green in London in the shape of Mrs. Butler. There's no change there.
At 5.3% swing in Wood Green.
From the University City of Cambridge comes news that it's remaining pale blue. The Conservatives are still holding Cambridge.
By a very big drop in majority.
Here's the other one that David was expecting to go in London, but that's Sir Hugh Linstead, who's lost Putney. He was the Conservative MP for Putney for some time, he's lost it by that.
He even held Putney in 45.
Yeah.
It's really rather a remarkable result and does represent a fairly big swing.
Here's West Houghton, where Labour have the seat with a very comfortable majority, no change there. In Buckinghamshire, the land of the ducks, we can take Aylesbury, where the Conservatives have no change and have held the seat.
But a very high Liberal vote there.
What about Plymouth Devonport? Miss Vickers, Joan Vickers, well-known Conservative, has held dockland and naval land in Plymouth.
Keeping the southwest swing there down to 2.4%.
Never mind the figure suddenly disappearing. What shall we take now?
West Ham
Here's
North.
West Ham North, which Labour have held. No change there. Here
the Liberal
is
came second, the Conservative third in West Ham North.
Swansea West. This is a repeat of the figures we gave you earlier, a Labour gain.
That's your reason.
That's, yes. We can take Mr. MacLeod, who is safely back into business.
One of the more controversial members of the Conservative Party.
But
he must be have his force of his own tonight.
Nevertheless, please, a Tory is out in Dulwich.
That's a fairly big swing in a marginal that was expected to go on the sort of current
That's
form.
Mr. Stevens, the present Conservative candidate. The previous MP, Robert Jenkins, wasn't standing.
Brighouse has gone Labour. Here's a small majority.
That's Michael Shaw. He won it at the by-election just after the last election. It's this thing a seesaw to and fro. It was liable to go Labour if there's any swing to the left.
It had the smallest Labour majority in the last election, only 40 votes.
Here's Tynemouth in. Dame Irene Ward, a very famous Conservative member, who's held Tynemouth.
With a 5.7% swing to the Conservative, to Labour in Tynemouth.
We have Gateshead West, which Labour have held, with Mr. Randall. No surprises there. Here's Worcester, which the Conservatives have held. No change out there in the Apple land.
The Liberals have dropped back quite a lot there. Peter Walker, a very vigorous Conservative member, back in Worcester.
News that Labour have kept Woodside.
That was the seat they won in a by-election in November 1962.
That's Mr. Carmichael, the man who
did it.
did
Good result for Labour.
Mr. Carmichael, we won it at the by-election.
His devices, where the man reputed to be the richest of all MPs has held the seat with the Conservatives. There's no change there.
That actually, I think, is his son. That's Charles Morrison, Richard.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. London Fulham. Labour have London Fulham. There's no change there.
Michael Stewart will be almost certainly housing minister if there's to be a Wilson government.
I see Sir Keith Joseph, and I think he's trying to talk to Robin Day. So, Robin, we'll join you now.
Sir Keith, with Conservative having lost 34 seats, do you now accept the fact there's going to be a Wilson government?
No, I haven't been following the figures in sufficient detail. My own count has only just been finished.
Well, our experts here suggest there's practically no doubt whatever that there will be a Labour government. What is your comment on that, assuming it to be true?
Assuming it to be true, it's a fact. There's no comment on it. But I thought there were a lot of regional swings, differentials going on.
Let me ask you something which is not hypothetical, Sir Keith. Are you ashamed of the Smethwick result? I use that word because Mr. Ray Gunter said any good Conservative, decent Conservative, should be ashamed of the result at Smethwick, in which Mr. Patrick Gordon Walker lost his seat.
He lost his seat,
yes,
did
he did.
There's been some confusion in the stories I've heard.
He lost it, and Mr. Peter Griffiths won it. What is your comment as a Conservative?
The Tory party has dissociated itself from any use of racial... Of course it has.
Sir Keith, if the Conservatives lose this election, do you expect them to choose a new leader fairly soon?
Good Lord, no.
Do you think there have been mistakes in the Conservative campaign? Or
no.
Why do you think the country has appeared to have turned against you in the way it has? So far.
If it has, of course, it's a remarkable diminution. It's a remarkable drop in the anti-government swing of only a few months ago.
There seem to be a number of strong votes against ministers. Mr. Bevins has lost his seat, Mr. Geoffrey Rippon has lost his seat, and Mr. Henry Brooks' majority in Hampstead is down to just over the 1,000 mark, which is a tremendous drop. Would you care to comment on that?
Oh, I think one would have to look at movements of population and that sort of thing before drawing any personal conclusions. I doubt very much such personal conclusions.
May I end by asking you to comment on your own results, Sir Keith, which perhaps gives you more pleasure?
I'm well satisfied.
Would you remind us of the figures, because I haven't seen them myself on the screen yet?
About 8,300.
Thank you very much, Sir Keith Joseph.
Thank you.
Now, I think we better have a quick look at the state of the parties again, don't you? This is the situation at 12:34. Labour lead over Conservative is 47. 248 results declared, 382 to come. And move to the actual state of the parties. The Conservatives, the 100 seats, have gained 3 and have lost 34. Labour, with 147, have gained 35 and lost 3. The Liberals have gained 1 and lost 1. Wilsden has gone Labour.
That's Mr. 4% swing there.
That's Mr. Skeet, who won it off Labour in 1959. He's a New Zealand barrister.
We have news that Mr. Maudling has won is in.
That's in Barnet, and that's his
5% swing there. Sir Keith Joseph actually had the lowest swing against him of any minister, to comment on his thing last now. Only 3.7% against him in North East Leeds.
Labour's captured another seat.
That's Chatham.
Rochester and Chatham. That's Julian Critchley, who held that seat by putting down a majority. Won it in 59. Now he's lost it. Mr. Critchley.
Only 2% swing there. Much below
Mr.
average.
Galbraith is back safely for the Conservatives.
That's a safe seat. That's Mr. Galbraith, who resigned over the time of the Bassel affair. Was completely exonerated and is now back in the government at the Ministry of Transport, number 2 there.
Here's Sunderland, where the Tory is out.
That's Mr. Paul Williams, who's lost South Sunderland. He won it at the by-election in 53, but it's been seesawing around. He held it by under 1,000 at the last election.
Labour have a gain in the north. Well, we did have, but it's suddenly vanished. I expect it means what it says.
Here is Rochdale, where the Liberal had hoped to get somewhere, and they've dropped back quite a way.
Incidentally, while we have a moment to tell you, those who haven't forgotten what's going on in Russia, Mr. Brezhnev is the new party leader in Russia, and Mr. Kosygin is the new chairman of the Council of Ministers, so it is certainly farewell, Mr. Khrushchev. Let us now proceed with our own affairs. Mitcham is in. Now, the Conservatives have held Mitcham.
With a 4.9% swing to Labour in Mitcham, 79% poll.
Robert Carr, the Secretary of Technical Cooperation. Here's another Labour game.
Preston South, is it not?
This is the one at Kingston on Hull North.
Yes.
Michael Coulson, who won this seat, who held this seat in 1959. This has been Conservative ever since 1950, but it was held by a very narrow majority last time, I presume for boundary reasons.
We have Sheffield Hillsborough, Labour Co-op. This is Mr. George Darling, is it not?
This is George
Yes.
Darling.
Very safe seat.
In Bootle, Labour have held the seat, there's no change. In Merthyr Tydfil, Labour, needless to say, have held the seat with no change. We have Portsmouth South, Sir Hugh Lucas, yes, who is Sir Jocelyn Lucas, sorry, the sitting member, has held the seat for the Conservatives.
But the recount in the other Portsmouth seat, in Portsmouth West, I believe.
In Birmingham Small Heath, Labour have held the seat.
With a considerable increase on their majority in the by-election 5 years ago.
Oh, here's a very important
news of
Mr. Anthony Barber, the Minister of Health, beaten at Doncaster. He won it in 1951. This is a seesaw seat, needed a 3.5% swing to get him out. He's the 3rd senior minister, the 2nd cabinet minister to lose his seat tonight.
A 5% swing, rather less than the public opinion poll, the sensational public opinion poll there forecast.
Here's Liverpool Gaston, which the Conservatives have held.
With a much reduced majority in this very safe thing.
Here's a Midland Tory win, which somebody will identify.
This is Brierley Hill.
Brierley Hill.
Well, this is astonishing. He's put up his. This is Mr. John Talbot, who won the seat in 59, with a majority of just over 4,000. He's put up his majority. This confirms the quite different trend in the Midlands, David.
It's the West Midlands, really, not the Midlands, because 2 seats have been lost in Nottingham. It's the Birmingham area, the Black Country, that is diverging from the national pattern. However, Labour has picked up 2 seats in that area.
In Swansea East, it's Labour again. Mr. Neil McBride, there's no change there. Not surprising, perhaps. Here's Edinburgh North, which this is Lord Dalkeith, is it not? Has held it for the Conservatives.
With a 6% swing to Labour, which must comfort them since they do have 2 marginals in the middle of Edinburgh.
Let's take Sevenoaks in Kent, Mr. Rogers, who has held the seat for the Conservatives down there. What must not be called...
A 20% Liberal vote in this next-door seat to Orpington.
Now,
Again, must encourage those awaiting the Orpington result.
Here, on the other hand, is a Labour gain in the same West Midlands area. This is Mr. Philip Hocking, who won the Coventry South seat in 1959. He's now lost it. I think it's fair to say this was a Labour seat between 45 and 59. It's very marginal.
A 3% swing, much bigger than the average.
We'll now go to Huyton in Cheshire, where Mr. Harold Wilson is going to talk to us.
5.
Mr. Wilson, if I may congratulate you on your own remarkable majority here at Huyton. What do you feel about the national situation at the moment?
First, I feel very pleased with having trebled the majority in Huyton. So far as the national situation is concerned, I think I wouldn't go further than to say the results are moderately encouraging.
Well, do you feel like a Prime Minister?
Quite honestly, I feel like a dream.
Has anything about the results so far that surprised you?
Surprised me, no. I think many of the marginals that we hoped we were going to win, we have in fact won. One or two results have shocked me.
Which particularly?
Well, Smethwick particularly. Because Smethwick is completely contrary to the national swing, and I think all of us know why it was contrary to the national swing. It was the result of a campaign being conducted in a way which I can only regard as a disgraceful exception to the general trend of British politics for the last 100 years. And I think it will reflect not only on those who have conducted it in this way, but I'm afraid for quite a long time on the name of Smethwick, which I'm afraid may become internationally recognized as a result of this election.
Let me push you a bit harder on this, only moderately encouraging, Mr. Wilson. Everybody agrees it's now 20 to 30, your majority. Aren't you feeling very pleased indeed?
You see, I think so far we have won, 150 seats or so. When we have won 316, I think we may now then say that we have a majority in the House of Commons. There's a lot of votes still to be counted.
Yes, but the marginals are going very well in your
favour. Yes, they are, yeah.
Do you expect to be in a position to claim victory tonight?
Rather an American phrase, isn't it? And we've been reminded so often this is not an American election. I would feel that when we find that, if we do, as I hope we shall, that we have 316 seats, that will be the moment to claim victory, unless, of course, the other side, in the American term, concede it.
Well, I'm going to assume that you'll be Prime Minister tomorrow, and therefore ask you this question. Mr. Patrick Gordon Walker, would you appoint him to your cabinet outside the House?
The question, this really, first it depends on whether we win and whether I am asked to form an administration. And then the question of the names that it would be my duty in those circumstances to submit to the Queen, I don't think I can discuss tonight. But let me say this, that I don't regard the result of Smethwick in any way affecting my attitude to the position of Patrick Gordon Walker in a Labour government.
Well, may I change the subject, Mr. Wilson? What is your view, your immediate reaction to the news that Mr. Khrushchev has been retired?
We haven't enough about it yet to be able to form a view, and I've been very much involved with the count and with other things this evening, so that I haven't even read what has been said in Moscow. I understand, am I right, that Mr. Kosygin has succeeded him. Mr. Kosygin I know very well. I've met him and had many discussions with him on my last two visits to Moscow and on other occasions. He's certainly very tough, very able, very efficient. He is a great specialist in matters affecting industrial development. Though, of course, like all the first deputy premiers of the Soviet Union, he has a completely free-ranging right to deal with all matters of policy. I argued with him for 2 hours about disarmament. At a dinner at the British Embassy last year, I found he was at least as fully informed on that question as any of his colleagues, even the Foreign Minister.
You've often in the past, Mr. Wilson, expressed your admiration for many of Mr. Khrushchev's qualities. What are your feelings on hearing that he has been retired?
Well, I think if it is anything to do with ill health, as it may have been, I think all of us will be sorry. He has been a bit under the weather as a result of some of his arduous tours abroad. If that is the reason, naturally everyone will be sorry. If he has been deposed as a result of some palace revolution in the Kremlin or some democratic vote in the Council of Ministers, I think we'd want to know much more about the reasons.
You are in favour of meeting the leaders of the world leaders meeting together very often, Miss Wilson.
Yes.
And you've been questioned in this campaign about when you would go to Washington to see President Johnson, assuming both won, and you've said in a few weeks. Would you now regard it as higher priority to go to Moscow than to Washington?
When I became leader of the party, I went to Washington first, despite the immediate invitation I had from Moscow. And I think it's terribly important to sort out some of the major questions of the alliance, so far as defence and foreign policy are concerned, and this means visiting Washington. I hope after that one might be able to see the subjects on which fruitful discussions with Moscow could be conducted, and I would hope that disarmament was one of the leading issues one could discuss.
So Wilson, I don't know if you're finding this rather tense evening a strain. Do you plan to sit up and see it through and hear all the results tonight?
I shall probably sit up a little while, yes. First, as soon as this interview is over, I go to the headquarters of my party in Huyton, because I owe a very deep debt of thanks to those who put me here, not least because, of course, through my nationwide campaign, I haven't spent as much time in Huyton as I would have liked.
Can I ask you whether you think you'll come back on the television tonight to claim victory?
I wouldn't like to make any forecast. I don't think enough seats will have been counted to enable us to see 316 Labour seats.
We'll wait and see, Mr. Wilson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back in London, we go to Bob McKenzie.
Well, in that interview, Mr. Wilson was being constitutionally correct, of course, in not claiming anything until the 316 seats are in, and that is the right way to do it. On the other hand, watching it, one had every feeling that he was thinking about what he does next. We're in a rather remarkable situation in which two of the leading figures of the Western world are about to change places. Mr. Khrushchev has left power, and we're now seeing a transfer of power almost certainly in this country. I can't think of this occurring within a situation of this kind within a matter of 48 hours. Could we look now at the state of the party's position? Labour's lead 47. It may not stay that right till the end because the results to come in later and tomorrow are in rural areas and so on.
We've news at Orpington. Let's go down there, quick.
This is Roderick McFark at Orpington, where the Liberals won their sensational by-election victory over the Conservatives in 1962. And the Deputy Acting Returning Officer, Mr. King, is just going to announce the result.
Orpington. The result. Eric Reginald Lubbock, 22,637 votes.
Liberal.
22,637. Norris Dewar McWhirter, 19,000.
Liberal have retained the seat. Eric Lubbock has retained the seat for the Liberal Party here by at least about 2,000 votes. He's looking very happy and a tremendous amount of applause going on.
Eric Lubbock back in Orpington with the Liberals. Comments?
Well, this is very good news for the Liberals. They've lost one seat so far in Bolton. They may well lose another in Huddersfield. But this is one of they've now held the two other tricky seats, North Devon and Orpington, and they've still got a chance of picking up 2 or 3 others.
They have been doing well this evening. They've been increasing their vote much more often than they've been reducing it, and they have, in fact, got up to second place in 5 seats where they were third before. They've only dropped down in 1.
We have news that Mr. George Wigg has remained, held his seat.
George Wigg, the scourge of the government on defence, and also the man who managed Harold Wilson's campaign for the party leadership.
4% swing in that West Midlands seat, way above average for George Wigg.
Dennis Healy is back in Leeds East for Labour.
Almost certain to be the Minister of Defence in a Wilson government.
4% swing.
Here's the North Fylde result. The Conservatives have held North Fylde. There's no change. Richard Crossman is back in the House. He's held his seat. That's not, I think, a surprise.
No, not at all. He's back in Coventry.
I have news that there is a recount at Preston North. That's
Richard Crossman,
Emery's
of course,
seat.
will certainly be in the Labour government.
As I was saying, there's a recount at Preston North. Here's the result from Newport. Sir Frank Suskis for Labour. One of the law officers has held the seat. Former law officers, I should have said, has held the seat. There's another foot in. This is Michael with a handsome majority.
Ebervale,
of course.
Seat. Almost as big as the now in Bevan had in that seat in 1959.
Here's Chippenham, Wiltshire Way.
A very good result for the Liberals. They've almost held the position they had in the by-election.
We have a Birmingham Tory out.
That's the Yardley result. I think that's the third marginal in Birmingham, which the Conservatives have lost. On the other hand, they've gained one in the remaining margin.
That's Mr. Leonard Cleaver, who won the seat off Labour in 1959 by a majority of about 1,300, and he's now just lost it by not very much.
Mr. Pavitt has held Labour as a Labour co-op candidate. Willesden West in London, no change there. The Conservatives have Sheffield Heeley. This is a no change.
But a considerable reduction in majority there against Sir Peter Roberts.
The well-known Labour man, Mr. Bottomley, in Middlesbrough East, has held the seat for Labour very comfortably.
5% swing there.
Oldbury and Halesowen, we have as a Labour seat, a fairly close thing, but Labour have held the seat.
John Horner of the Fire Brigades Union, that is, now in Parliament.
Former communist who resigned from the Communist Party at the time of Suez.
Now, Having had the Orpington result with its good news for the Liberals, Robin Day is now able to talk to the Liberal Party leader, Joe Grimond.
Well, Mr. Grimond, the Orpington result was a slap in the eye for practically every poster and pundit around, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Not entirely unexpected to us. We had an absolutely first-class candidate, of course, who had established himself as being a very good constituency member, and in spite of the Conservatives throwing everything they had into the seat, he has held it by a comfortable majority. I congratulate him.
Do you have any... Would you care to give a forecast of how many seats you think you'll get in the next Parliament, judging by the way you've done so far in all the results?
I wouldn't give an exact forecast. We ought to pick up 1 or 2 more in the West Country, but we haven't had any results now from places like the north of Scotland or from Wales, which are other hopeful areas for us.
Mr. Grimond, would you object if I turned your mind to the east for a moment? What's your reaction to the news that Mr. Khrushchev has been relieved of his post, and the fact that a new Prime Minister will be coming in Britain probably as well?
As far as Russia is concerned, it looks as though the people who are taking on were very much in Mr. Khrushchev's way of thinking, and if his policies are continued, I don't see it will make much difference. I think there will be regret that Mr. Khrushchev has had to go if it is through ill health, because although no doubt there were deep disagreements with him, he at least turned Russia to a much more peaceful road than that of Stalin.
Mr. Grimond, is there any particular result, going back to our own election, which you would like to comment on or refer to of any of the parties?
Well, of course, North Devon was a wonderful result for us, and certainly gives us very great hope all through the West.
Do you have any comment on the Smithwick result? When Mr.
Indeed, I do. I think it's a disgraceful result. I'm very sorry. I've sent a telegram to Patrick Gordon Walker, and that he should be put out on a racial issue is, I think, a blot on the whole election.
Mr. Grimond, thank you.
Let us now go to Bob McKenzie and the state of the parties. Bob?
Here's the Labour lead over the Conservatives, now 55. They're running very strongly indeed. It's unlikely to be the size of their majority tomorrow because of the fact that they'll be not doing quite so well in the rural areas reporting tomorrow. But we're still looking toward a 29 or 30 Labour majority when it's all over. You can see how seats have been changing hands. Remember I said earlier in the evening that upper right-hand corner is all important. I said when the Tories lose 40, they're in desperate trouble. If they lose 45, their majority is virtually gone. It's quite clear that's going to happen, as it has been evident for some time. And by the way, the public opinion polls, after all, aren't doing too badly. I've been looking up what they said. National opinion polls talked of a 3 3/4% swing to Labour, Gallup a 4% swing. It's actually running at the moment at 4.2. So we were taking the mickey out of them earlier, but they're doing really quite well so far.
As news that Mr. Anthony Nutting has not succeeded in getting his seat at Oldham East.
Mr. Nutting, of course, resigned from the Eden government at the time of Suez. He's now trying to get back into politics.
He kept the swing down to 3% in this seat that the Conservatives actually lost in 1959.
London Battersea North, Mr. Jay, well-known Labour figure, has held the seat for Labour.
Douglas Jay, Labour's main spokesman on trade, bound to be in the Wilson cabinet, I would have thought.
Lost Liberal and Communist deposits.
Harrow Central, which the Conservatives have held, there's no change there. We have Dame Patricia Hornsby-Smith, well-known Conservative, former junior minister, back in Chislehurst, no change to the Conservatives there.
5% swing in Chislehurst.
London Stepney has, as you might expect, been held by Labour.
Peter Shaw is the former Research Secretary of the Labour Party, will certainly have an important post in a Labour government, I should think.
Sir Winston Churchill's old seat, Wanstead and Woodford, the Conservatives have held.
A 6% swing to the Labour Party there, not much different to the national average, which may be a blow to those who believe in a personal vote.
Dunfermline Boroughs up in Scotland, Labour, no change. Farnham in Surrey, Sir Godfrey Nicholson has held the seat for the Conservatives. In comes Leeds North West, Mr. Donald Cabery. Conservatives, no change there. Majority nearly 11,000. We can take Croydon North West, which is in for the Conservatives, no change. Here is Birkenhead, Mr. Dell for Labour, 23,000, nearly 24,000. No change there.
A new member, lower swing than in other Wirral seats, other Merseyside seats.
Birmingham Hall Green, the Conservatives have held.
4.4% swing against Mr. Aubrey Jones, the former Conservative minister.
West Ham South, back in London again, held by Labour, expectedly. No comments. Kensington South, equally probably, held by the Conservatives.
The Liberals dropped back to third place, having been second in 1959.
Now then, there should now be some news of swing, so we'll join Bob up at the indicator.
Well, remember earlier I said if 4 people in every 100 were to change sides compared to how they voted in 1959, there would be a Labour government. It looks very much like that now. It's settling in around 4.2. In fact, there's been a tremendous amount of wobbling compared to many elections, big swing variations, enormous difference coming in all through the evening. But it is settling down now in a quite conclusive way here. Let me remind you, however, this is a Labour lead over the Conservatives. And the number of Liberals could have some effect on this. It's unlikely the number of Liberals will be very different from what it was in the last House. But at the moment, it's a Labour overall majority of something in the vicinity of 20, which from many points of view is an ideal-sized majority, since it's not likely to get out of hand. But that's the position as of now.
Here's news of the Liberals out.
This is Donald Wade. Remember we were talking about the Liberal-Conservative pact in Bolton. There was the same one in Huddersfield. It's been broken, so Mr. Wade this time had a Conservative standing against him, and he's done, if he comes second, he's done, I thought, quite well.
I think he was third, and I think this Labour majority of 1,200 is over the Conservatives in Huddersfield West.
Here's the result from Wigan, which Labour has held with no change. Mr. Fitch, that's not surprising, perhaps.
I'm sorry, I just made a mistake. Mr. Wade was second in Huddersfield.
Good for you. Nottingham North. Labour, no change. They've held the seat.
Considerably increased majority.
We have Sheffield Park. Once again, no change there by Labour.
Fred Mulley is a dark horse for a Labour government.
Ilford North, held by Mr. Iremonger, Conservative candidate, no change there.
The big Liberal vote there.
In Northampton, Mr. Paget, well-known Labour Member of Parliament, has held the seat. There's no change.
But a rather smaller than average swing there.
In Rowley Regis and Tipton, there's no change. Labour have held the seat. Birmingham Northfield, Labour have held, no change in that branch of Birmingham.
That must be a relief for them, because they only held it by 1,300, and the way the West Midlands has been going, it wasn't quite certain what would happen in Northfield.
St Albans, Mr. Goodhue has held the seat for the Conservatives.
With any other...
As has Mr. Reader Harris in Heston and Isleworth. Ilford South, we have the Conservatives holding the seat, not with a very large majority. In Southend West, the Conservatives have held the seat for Mr. Channon.
But the Liberals came easily second. Labour was a fairly bad third in Southend West.
That's young Mr. Hoyer Miller, is it not? Yes. In Hove, predictably perhaps the Conservatives have held the seat. Edinburgh Central. Labour have held Edinburgh Central against the Conservatives.
This was a seat that was thought might go over to the Conservatives through population movements in that part of Edinburgh.
Richmond Surrey, Mr. Anthony Royal has held the seat for the Conservatives.
With a reduced majority.
Fine. Well, leaving Richmond Surrey, that's the town with the best local newspaper in the country. We now have somewhere to go. Down west in Cardiff, there is some sort of jollification, no, discussion by the look of it going on. Let us go down there and join them.
Well, we are in the club of the Overseas League in Cardiff, the Royal Overseas League, where we've got a group of Cardiff citizens assembled, and we're going to ask them about the results so far. Now, what is your reaction, sir, to the results so far? What do you feel? Are Labour in?
Well, I think the country's definitely on the move. It's still too early to say who's going to win, I think.
How do you feel about it? Are you pleased or sorry?
I don't mind yet. I think this is the most interesting election which has taken place in this country since the war, and it's indeed fascinating to see the way in which people are voting at the moment.
What about you, madam? Are you pleased or sorry at this result?
Yes, I'm very pleased at the result. I think Labour is going to win, and it's
good for
the country all over.
What about you, madam?
Well, I'm not at all surprised at the results, and now...
Why aren't you surprised?
Well, this is what I really expected, and I hope now that they're going to prove and do all they've said they're going to do.
Now, in this division of Cardiff South East, we have Dexter here, the England cricket captain. He's only got a very small majority to wipe out, 800. Do you think he'll do it in the teeth of this swing to Labour over the rest of the country?
Well, I don't think I can possibly say I'm not adequate.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel he'll do it, madam?
Oh, yes, I definitely think he will get in.
Why?
Well, for the simple reason, we've heard the word change going on. Well, I think if we put Dexter in, we're putting young blood into Parliament.
Yeah, but has this made a difference in the teeth of the swing in the rest of the country? After all, the votes have already gone.
Yes, the votes are already gone. But if he does get in, I think he's made up his mind that he is going to become an MP and not a cricketer.
Thank you very much indeed. Trevor Philpott in Cardiff.
A quick look in London at the state of the parties from Bob McKenzie.
We've now passed the halfway mark. You'll note at the bottom two lines that 320 results are in, 310 to come, with Labour a commanding lead, not one that's likely to represent their final majority, because the third of the results to come tomorrow will be many rural and other results where they won't do quite as well. Turning to the next party board, you'll note now the Conservative losses at 44, virtually wiping out their majority, whatever now happens. And there's no doubt at all that figure is going to go far above 50, 60, somewhere up there.
Here's a happy picture of Mr. Charles Longbottom, who has succeeded in holding the York seat for the Tories.
This is very good news for the Conservatives, one ray of light, because it only needed a swing of under 3.5%, under the national average, and he's held it quite comfortably. Mr. Longbottom is PPS to Ian McLeod.
About a 2% swing in York.
Mr. Stephen McCadden is back for the Conservatives in Southend East. There's no change there. Mr. Francis Noel Baker, a well-known Member of Parliament, has held Swindon for Labour. No change there. In Dorking, in the heart of lovely Surrey, the Conservatives have held the seat, as one would expect them to. Going to Aberdeen South, Lady Tweedsmuir has held the seat there for the Conservatives.
She's one of the under-secretaries of the Scottish office.
Sutton Coldfield, where the Conservatives are holding the seat with a comfortable majority. R1, a Labour Scot holds on.
I'm almost sure it's Gregor McKenzie, who's held on to Ruther Glen. Remember they won it at the by-election earlier this year, at the same time as the Devizes by-election. Yes, it is.
Foreign Office man back, must be sure it's Peter Thomas, yes.
He's held Conway.
That means he's held that for the Conservatives.
Yes.
In Twickenham, Middlesex, Mr. Gresham Cook for the Conservatives has held the seat.
And the nuclear disarmament candidate got 1,000 votes and lost his deposit.
You would have thought, wouldn't you, by now, that it was quite wet enough with the rain going on for people not to want to try and destroy Trafalgar Square. But have a look at the scene. Our cameras are down there, and there are those who find a jolly evening, 1 o'clock in the morning, and if the rain isn't enough, well, the next best thing is to get into the fountain. The interesting thing is that I've been watching this out of the corner of my eye for the last minute, and so far, the police have made no effort to intervene at all. Whether they feel it would be a political gesture if they did, or whether it's too wet for them, I don't know. Anyway, we are back, and we join Robin Day.
And with me is Mr. Geoffrey Rippon, who lost Norwich South, and you, Mr. Rippon, are the first defeated minister we've seen this evening. But you nearly won it, didn't you?
Well, it was a very close thing, but the point is I didn't win it.
No, but your majority was 611, I think, wasn't it?
It was the Labour majority, 611.
The majority against you, yes. Well, that was, you nearly did it. Would you care to comment on the trend as you see it at the moment? Nobody here is in any doubt whatever that Mr. Wilson will form the next government.
Well, from the figures that have so far been presented, it looks as if the Labour Party is doing very well, but I think you're in a better position to comment with all your battery of experts around you than I am about the likely result following the various swings that have taken place.
Well, taking the result as we've seen them so far, do you think that the Conservative Party made any serious mistakes in its campaign, or was up against a general trend?
I think we were up against a general trend. I think we put the issues as fairly and as clearly as we could before the country, and one issue in particular, defence, which was a major issue, I think we rightly stressed, but I'm afraid the public were probably more interested in domestic issues.
Do you have any comment on that? I must round off now, Mr. Rippon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have news of Mr. George Brown is back in Belper, so he's in Parliament.
But only a very small swing to Labour. They're only about a little over 1%.
If there's to be a Labour government, of course, Mr. Brown will... he's tipped to take over his new job of Minister of Economic Affairs.
Here's Hornchurch, which the Conservatives have just held, although it's on the district line, like Uxbridge and Brentford and Chiswick, same thing.
This is a very good result for them. It's one of the seats that should have gone, and it may well be that Mr. Williams will blame the strikers for his defeat.
Now London, Stoke Newington and Hackney North. Mr. Weitzman has held this for Labour, very comfortably, as was expected, I think. In Lady Gammons, the widow of a former Conservative minister, has held Hornsey for the Conservatives. No change there.
Can't have been a recount either, despite what was said earlier.
No. In Dumfriesshire, we have the Conservatives in the shape of Mr. Munro. There's no change up there.
That's an improvement on the by-election when they nearly lost Dumfriesshire.
There's Shipley, where the Conservatives have held the seat against all comers. Here is Harwich, just in, Conservative and National Liberal, has held the seat, Mr. Ridsdale.
Julian Ridsdale's the Under Secretary of State for Air in the reorganised Ministry of Defence.
Back again for a moment to our delicious cooling pictures in Trafalgar Square, giving all the politicians time to cool off. As you will see, there's no... I'm very puzzled why there's no intervention, because the LCCs and Westminster are very hot under the collar about people who mess about in the fountains in Trafalgar Square. Maybe 1 o'clock in the morning on election night is considered fair game. It's not unlike one of those sort of Brock's benefit firework displays, so this one's for free. Well, there we are. We're going to leave Trafalgar Square. It's nice to look at. We had some other people nice to look at waiting for us up in the studio. Sir Gerald Nabarro and Lord Boothby sitting together and facing Cliff Michelmore.
Gerald Nabarro nudging Lord Boothby to tell him that we're about to start to talk. Now, both of you are political animals. You both fought a great number of elections. Did you have a feeling in your bones that this is the way this election would go?
No, I didn't. I shall lose a lot of money tomorrow morning if Wilson and his crowd get in. I thought the Tories would win.
Lord Boothby?
Well, I never had any doubt. I thought the Labour Party would win with a workable majority, no more than that.
One of the most noticeable things about this election is the way that there's been a tremendous swing against the ministers, as Robin Day was saying. Now,
that gives me nothing but pleasure. I think ministers really should be bashed. And with one or two exceptions they have been. It would be invidious to name them, but I think that the ministers have copped it, and I think they deserve to cop it.
So, Gerald, you've been a great basher of your own ministers.
Well, the Chancellor of the Exchequer's got back. No, I don't think that's quite fair, Bob. Ministers obviously bear the brunt of all the public opprobrium and so on in a general election, and they've gone down badly this time. But I personally don't think that it's absolutely certain that Wilson's in tomorrow. I think the margin is still quite narrow.
I don't think there's any doubt at all.
Well, how much of a working majority would the Labour people need, in your opinion, to actually work Parliament?
A workable majority, in my judgment, is certainly 30 seats.
You too.
Yes, but they haven't got many more than
that. Would do.
The other thing, of course, that's been noticeable here is Patrick Gordon Walker losing at Smethwick. Now, have either of you any comment to make about that? Lord Boothby?
I think it's the most disgusting thing that's ever happened in British politics, certainly in our time, and probably for the last 200 years. It's revolting, Smethwick. It's a disgusting thing, and we should all be ashamed of it. It was a racial fight in the worst American traditions.
Sir Gerald?
Well, I think I'm much too close to the event to make a comment as strong as that. I know Smethwick very well. My old constituency, Kidderminster, was almost next door. Yeah. And, for example, in Perry Bar, the Conservatives won a seat from Labour where there is no racial problem. And I think if you examine these results tomorrow in the Birmingham area, where there is the greatest prosperity in the whole of Britain, you'll arrive at the conclusion that the swing against the Conservative Party is least of all in those highly prosperous districts.
All right, let me put a point to Sir Gerald here, because you're very much concerned, aren't you, with the constituencies around Merseyside. I mean,
The result in Merseyside has been a disaster for the Conservative Party. And it is significant so far, though we're all very close to the results, it is significant so far that in those areas of the country where we've been through periods of extremely high unemployment, for example on Merseyside, for example in the northeast, I've no doubt on Clydebank as well, the results are swinging most heavily against the Conservatives, although the government's done its best to import new industries into those areas.
May I ask you just one question?
Very briefly.
Where was the phrase coined, if you want a nigger for neighbour, vote for Labour?
Birmingham, Alabama.
Gerald, thank you very much. Lord Boothby, thank you.
Now let's take the state of the parties from Bob McKenzie.
Well, clearly over half seats in now, with the Labour lead at 69. That's likely to be rather less when their majority is finally in tomorrow afternoon. If you look at the state of the parties, now the 44 Conservative losses, at the very point that if it stands like that, will wipe out their position. It now remains for Labour to push that higher if they can. I'd like to add one further point on this about the size of majority required for a government to rule successfully. I almost fell off my chair when I heard Bob Boothby, who's been in Parliament for God knows how many years before he went to the Lords, and Gerald de Barrow saying it required 30. Have they forgotten that the Conservatives ruled perfectly well with 17 between 1951 and 55? Many people would say they ruled better with 17 than they did with 100. I don't understand why they said it would require a 30 majority.
We have news. Mr. John Diamond is back in Gloucester for Labour. No change. In Altrincham Sale, Mr. Frederick Errol, Conservative Minister, of course, is safely back.
5.4% swing there. Very high Liberal vote. 25% of the vote for the Liberals. 7.6% increase on last time.
In Rhondda West, Mr. Thomas is back for Labour.
And the Conservative lost his deposit, as did the Welsh Nationalist.
In Leicester South East, we have the Conservative safely back. There's no change there. Ealing South, the Conservatives have held against Mr. Jaffe. Sheffield Attercliffe, Mr. Hind, Labour has held. No change in the seat there.
Lost Liberal deposit there.
Yes. London Hackney Central, Mr. Butler for Labour has a large majority, has held the seat. In Colchester, Conservatives have held the seat with no change.
Yes.
In Sowerby, Mr. Houghton, that's Mr. Douglas Houghton, the Labour taxation expert, has held the seat for Labour.
He's sure to get a senior post in a Wilson cabinet.
2% swing in Sowerby.
Bournemouth West, Mr. Eden, that is the nephew of Sir Anthony Eden as was, Viscount Eden, has held the seat for the Conservatives, as one would expect. Enfield East, we have the Labour holding the seat, but no change. Results, we're getting them in thick and fast now. In Maidstone, the Conservatives hold the seat.
Biggish Liberal vote there.
Nottingham South, Clark for the Conservatives has a fairly narrow majority over Labour. The seat is held to the Conservatives.
Swing like the other Nottingham seats, not enough to unseat Mr. Clark.
Dundee West, Labour has held Dundee West.
Won by them in the by-election last year, a considerable swing compared to 59. This was Mr. Strachey's old seat, which he won in 59 and held till his death last year.
In Wells, the seat has been held for the Conservatives. There's no change down in that lovely cathedral town.
Again, a rather large Liberal vote.
Frank Commander Maiden, the junior minister.
Sunderland North, Mr. Fred Willey for Labour has held the seat. There's no change there.
He's one of the main education spokesmen. He'll have obviously some post in a Wilson government.
We continue giving you as many results as we can carry. Mr. Miss Campbell for the Conservatives has held Blackpool North, which contains a good deal of the middle of the town as well, incidentally, for the Conservatives.
This is a much larger majority, which they held the day before Orpington, when the Conservatives only won it by 900 votes from the Liberals. The Liberals have still kept second place in Blackpool North.
Now let's for a moment bring in Bob McKenzie again.
Let's look at the fate of some famous names now. On the first board, we'll get well-known Labour people who are back. Michael Foot. Personally, I'll be fascinated to see whether he's offered a job if Labour forms a government, because he's been one of the most vigorous critics of all governments in his day. George Brown, the deputy leader, is of course comfortably back and is headed for a post in economic affairs if the government is formed. Dennis Healy, leading spokesman on defence affairs, and George Wigg, one of the very colourful Labour backbenchers. Then the fate of the Liberals. Two well-known ones back. First of all, Jeremy Thorpe with a very successful win in the West Country, and Eric Lubbock in one of the hardest-fought campaigns, the Orpington one. Then two Liberal losses, Donald Wade and Arthur Holt. A very serious blow when the party had only 7 MPs to lose 2 of them. Then some government spokesmen who are out. Reginald Bevins, Postmaster General, Geoffrey Rippon, Minister of Works, Mr. Barber, the Minister of Health in Doncaster, and of course a Labour loss, Patrick Gordon Walker at Smethwick. Labour people back include Barbara Castle. Again, Wilson would almost certainly, one suspects, have her in a government as one of the feminine ministers. Charles Pannell could well be Minister of Works. Kenneth Robinson, headed for health in a Wilson government, an exceedingly able backbencher over recent years. And of course, Roy Jenkins, close associate of the late Hugh Gateskill, and undoubtedly one of the ablest minds in the field of economics in the Labour Party. That's the picture at the moment.
Now let's take Ince. I hope it is Ince. I can never remember. Ince has been held for Labour by Mr. Maguire.
A very safe seat.
Safe seat, says Mr. Butler. After Ince, we have Motherwell in Scotland, which Labour has also held in the shape of Mr. Lawson.
There, as elsewhere, the communist vote has gone up very slightly, but it has gone up. In almost every seat the communists support, it's gone up on 59, but still, everyone has lost his deposit so far.
We have Belfast East with a fair-sized majority for the Ulster Unionist candidate, in other words, the Conservative.
The first Ulster seat we've had.
Oldham West has been held by Mr. Hale for Labour.
3.8% swing.
Leslie Hale is the fastest talker in the House of Commons. Nightmare for the shorthand reporters.
North Wales to Anglesey, which has been held for Labour with no change.
Megan Lloyd George's old seat, as the Liberals now a fairly bad third.
Hughes and 3 Joneses. Last time it was 3 Hugheses and 1 Jones, I seem to remember. That's what happens in Wales. London Woolwich East. Christopher Mayhew for Labour has held the seat, well-known television artist and also former minister.
And prospective
substantially up.
Kingston upon Hull East. Mr. Percy for Labour has held the seat. Let us take Finchley in London, which Mrs. Thatcher has held for the Conservatives. Fairly predictable, I think.
This is a disappointment for the Liberals. The Liberals came second. They very much hoped to win this. It was one they had got a majority in local government elections on.
Backley and Morley, the twin towns, or near each other towns, which make up a constituency, held by Labour. No change. We can take Portsmouth Langston, the top end of Portsmouth Harbour, which the Conservatives have held with a 9,800 majority.
Down quite a lot.
Let's take Belfast West from Northern Ireland, another Ulster Unionist majority for the Conservatives.
If the Conservatives were to lose a seat in Belfast, in Northern Ireland, this would probably have been the seat. They've held it very comfortably, although they are on a minority vote this time, a substantial minority vote.
So, we're back again in the studio for a moment, and we go up on the platform to Robin Day.
And with me, Quintin Hogg, returned for the London seat of Marylebone, and one of the 2 men who, according to all observers, really livened up the campaign. First, Mr. Hogg, your own result. What is your comment on that?
Oh, I think it was perfectly satisfactory, but it wasn't in any way dramatic. I didn't reach my target of 10, but I was very much improved on the by-election of 5.
Would you like to comment on the general trend? Our experts here appear to think that there's little doubt that Mr. Wilson will be called on to form the new government.
Well, I've just come from a count, and I've no doubt if what you say is true, that is true, but I really don't know what's happened at all.
But assuming that this is probably so, would you care to take back your remark about people being stark staring bonkers? Because there seem to be quite a lot of people who would fall into that category.
I didn't say that people would. I said that the British public, if it fell for socialism again, would be stark staring bonkers.
What is the distinction between people who've fallen for socialism and people who voted Labour?
I don't talk about individuals at all.
But you talked about some 13 million individuals.
I didn't talk about 13 million. I said that that's what would be the case.
What is your reaction to the apparent, so far, the results so far, that ministers seem to have done badly, some of them? Mr. Marple's majority came down. Mr. Henry Brooks came down savagely in Hampstead.
I don't know about individual results at all. My own guess is that you could explain all the individual results if you knew enough about the general trends. I'm afraid, I'm very sorry to have to say this, because I think individuals should count.
Yes.
But I think that they don't count a great deal in general elections. I think it's general trends which count.
Do you think the Conservative Party made any mistakes in its campaign, or was it the victim of an inevitable trend or a general trend?
Well, it's too early to say that yet. I think that it had to face a number of very considerable initial difficulties. And if it doesn't pull it off, it means it didn't overcome them. But that doesn't necessarily mean a defect in generalship. On the other hand, it doesn't exclude it.
Do you think that there is the possibility of a new argument or discussion about leadership in the Conservative Party if they lose?
I don't see why one should turn on one's leader just because one loses an election.
Would you like to comment on the result at Smethwick, Mr. Hogg? And I think it's fair to tell you that Mr. Ray Gunter, not long ago, said that any decent Conservative should be ashamed of that result, in which Mr. Gordon Walker lost his seat.
I'm afraid I have no comments to make. I know nothing about the result at Smethwick.
Well, I'm telling you the result, Mr. Hogg. I'm sorry, I thought you knew. In fact, Mr. Gordon Walker lost his seat to Mr. Peter Griffiths, the Conservative
candidate. I see no
candidate.
reason why anyone should be ashamed of Mr. Gordon Walker losing his seat. Happens to us all at some time in our political career.
I think the point is that the Conservative candidate there fought on what was regarded as being a policy contrary to the non-racial policy of the Conservative Prime Minister.
Well, I should have to see what he'd said before I commented upon it. I'm afraid I've been very highly occupied this campaign, and I didn't speak at Smethwick.
May I ask you, turn away from our election for one moment, Mr. Hogg, and ask you what you think about the news that Mr. Khrushchev, whom you met last year in Moscow, has been relieved of his post?
Well, I don't know what to make of it yet. I've heard the news, and I must say I formed, like most people who met him, rather an affection for Mr. Khrushchev.
Why?
His dynamic, rumbustious personality, a fascinating man.
Did you find that you were a similar type to yourself? He was a similar type to yourself in many ways?
I'm not sure that anyone is quite similar to him.
Anyway, you've got something else in common with him tonight, perhaps.
I don't think I've got anything in common with him tonight.
Well, you may be out of office. Thank you very much, Mr. Hogg.
I don't think so.
Now let's go to Bob McKenzie and the state of the parties.
Labour lead now of 71 over the Conservatives, with well over half the results in, something like 3/5 of the results in, at 121. If we look at the position of the parties now, we see that the Tories have got to the Labour Party has got to the point that I said earlier in the evening they had to get to. That is 45 Tory losses on the evening, although Labour itself has lost 3, so this gets them, as it were, a net gain from the Tories of 42. Now, there are about 4 or 5 more marginal seats to come tonight. It's going to be a very tough race. I don't detract in any way from the earlier view that the thing is going Labour, but it's going to be a very tough, close race. And tomorrow, there aren't all that many marginal seats to come in the results. So that we still, I think, can look to a Labour majority, but not a great one.
We have Mr. Benn returned to Parliament, just this moment come in. Here's his majority.
Substantial increase in his majority compared to 1959, a drop from the by-election.
This is the 4th election, of course, they've had in this constituency because of Mr. Benn's efforts to avoid going into the House of Lords, which he succeeded in doing, and he will now be in a Labour government if there is going to be one.
The Tories are in again at Blackpool South with Mr. Blaker.
But a big drop in majority there, Mr. Blaker coming as a new man just from the Foreign Office, taking the place of Sir Rowland Robinson.
In Norwich North, we have another Labour MP, Mr. Wallace, in a Labour seat since 1950 when it was created.
He moved up from Norwich South, where he fought unsuccessfully against Mr. Rippon last time. He'd have won if he'd stayed in Norwich South.
He was an MP before then for Chislehurst, got beaten by Pat Hornsby.
In London Lewisham South, Mr. Carroll Johnson, one of the backroom boys of the Labour Party, I believe, has held the seat for Labour.
He succeeded Herbert Morrison. That was Herbert Morrison's old seat.
Dundee East, Labour have held without a change with Mr. George Thompson.
Increased majority there.
Another Scottish result from Edinburgh Leith, the seaport of Edinburgh, which Labour have held without a change. Mr. James Hoy. Walthamstow East, the Conservatives have held just...
No, Conservatives have held. It's a remarkable result, Walthamstow East. Only a 3.5% swing, but it's one of those that was on the margin that they've saved.
We have Poole in Dorset. Mr. Merton for the Conservatives has held Poole, the second biggest natural harbour in the world, if you like facts.
A very big Liberal vote there in Poole.
Big harbour. Glasgow Govan. Mr. Rankin for the Labour Co-op has the seat comfortably in hand. Esher in Surrey, Sir William Robson Brown has held a very Conservative seat in what mustn't be called a dormitory because it makes them cross. London Norwood has been held just for the Conservatives.
But this is a very surprisingly big swing for Labour. It's next door to some other seats. It was held by Labour 45 to 50, but it wasn't thought to be one of those marginals that was really in any danger of falling. It seems to have been nearer the margin than people expected. The Liberal loses his deposit.
Sir Jackie Smythe is the
in
DC MP.
In Harrow West, the Conservatives have retained the seat. In Glasgow Scotstoun, is it a Scotstoun? The seat has been held equally by Labour.
Big swing to Labour there. There is an extra big swing to Labour throughout Scotland.
We have Kingston upon Hull West, which Labour has held with a 6,000 majority.
This is a new member succeeding Captain Mark Hewitson.
We have Worthing, where Conservatives equally, I think, predictably, have got the seat with a comfortable majority.
Very good result for the Liberals here, though, coming second.
Now let's, from the studio, go up and join Cliff Michelmore,
where I've got George Woodcock and Mr. Frank Cousins. Now, the commentators have been making a great deal of play in the past couple of hours about the fact that some of these strikes, particularly in London, have had an effect on the voting, and they've swung the vote against Labour. Now, how far do you think this is true, Mr. Cousins?
Well, I think there's probably some slight effect in some of the marginal constituencies in London and the inner London area, because this was where the effect of it was felt. But I would have thought that if you look at the general pattern of suburban London, the change has not been so great as to say that the seats might have been won simply had there not have been a strike. So that I would not think it was a decisive feature. It may have been one of a number of things. I would have thought that the final thing that happened in London was that there was a very heavy rain in the last couple of hours when most of our working, those who've been at work during the day, supporters come out, and it may just have had the tipping of the balance by it raining, and we can't be responsible for the rain.
Mr. Woodcock?
I don't think that any strike, including this strike, could possibly have any but the very slightest effect upon the number of votes or the way people voted. In any case, if it does, I'm afraid that is just too bad.
We now look like having a Labour government, so both of you must be very seriously thinking about your relations with this government. How far will you support now that you have a Labour government a complete review of the trade union structure and their attitude towards the government and their attitude towards an incomes policy? Mr. Woodcock?
Well, structure is our concern. I don't see that it's got anything at all to do with the government. And frankly, to any government, my advice is to leave structure entirely to us.
But incomes
policy, incomes planning, or incomes policy, call it what you will, that is a matter in which the government has a very deep and abiding interest. That is true. But I think I should put it this way, that a good deal of the initiative in this field must come from the government itself. We are not likely to take any initiative, and we will look with extraordinary care on any proposals that are put forward. We'll have to see how far they are compatible with the essential functions of trade unionism. Now, I don't know what proposals the government will put forward. They've talked generally, but if they're the government, they'll have to talk solid current coin of the realm, not just general talk.
I think there are some things in which it's quite true the government will need to look, but it's not on structure of trade unions or behaviour of trade unions. It may be on the whole problem of industrial relationship itself. Because one of the things that's happened in the past few years, the Conservatives have deliberately destroyed the attitude of relationship and the build-up of arbitration procedures and conciliation in British industry that we'd so painstakingly worked for over 50 or 60 years of genuine trade union effort to get solutions by discussion. You see, they did away with the National Arbitration Tribunal. They instituted instead National Incomes Commission, a body that brought into contempt their examination of matters of wage costings. And they themselves have put it to the stage where the need will be for a Labour government to restore confidence in the whole principles of arbitration.
All right. If you were the Minister of Labour, how would you set about doing this, the pair of you?
Well, I know
Let me ask you first.
I know how I would set about it first. I would start talking with the TUC on terms of equality and not telling them what a government felt the TUC ought to do, which is what this government has attempted to do to us, particularly during the past 5 years.
Well, you are the TUC, Mr. Woodcock, or you're the voice of the TUC tonight.
But I'm not proposing to be the Minister of Labour. He must work out his own salvation.
But he should work out his own salvation with you, Mr. Woodcock.
Yes, well, we are prepared, and I think this can be said with confidence, to respond to anything that is reasonable, sensible, and practicable. But as Frank says, we cannot possibly simply be told, and I don't care who the government is, whether it's Labour or Conservative, we cannot be told that we have to do this kind of thing. You see, governments tend to say, and I understand their view, and I sympathise with them, that they are the custodians of the public interest. Well, as Shakespeare said, in sort of limitation, we have an interest too.
Mr. Woodcock, Mr. Cousins, thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you. News that in Eton and Slough, Fenner Brockway has been beaten. The seat has gone to the Conservatives, to Sir Anthony Mayor, by that tiny majority of 11.
The majority was under 100 last time. It's a very small swing, that. On the other hand, it does introduce the racial element again. Here was a place where there was a racial issue, not that Sir Anthony Mayer exploited it at all, but there is sign that this issue has counted for rather more than one would like to see in quite a lot of places.
Offset by Midland gain, Labour gain in the Midlands at Wellingborough.
But a very small swing there, only about 1%.
That's Michael Hamilton,
swing
who won the seat off Labour in 1959. He's defending it again, but he just lost it.
So with that gain at Wellingborough for Labour, Mr. Howarth, we now go to Robert McKenzie.
I'd like to make the point that this is turning out still to be a very tough race. Labour is still by far the favourites to win it, but if you look at the forecast board, you'll see what I mean. Just over the necessary 3.5% swing to Labour, pointing to a Labour majority of 26 seats, but that is over the Conservatives. Now, if the Liberals come back with, say, 6 or 7, that cuts in again on that Labour lead, and they might have a majority very, very similar indeed to the one the Tories had in 1951. That was a majority of 17. And this is based on the assumption that the Labour Party wins tonight 7 more marginals, which should fall to a four-point swing. But you must keep in mind that you do get exceptions to this, and Labour has no margin to play around with at all in this present situation. And it also assumes that 12 more seats tomorrow, which are marginal, would fall to a 4-point swing, will go to Labour. And there's very little margin in it for Labour, though they're still ahead. If you look at the total votes, you'll see how they're being shared. Conservatives getting 42% so far, against 49% at the last election. But that will go up, presumably tomorrow, when the rural votes and others come in. Labour is running at 46%, and 46.5 against 44 at the last election. By no means a big, massive change of opinion, clearly, when you look at that. The Liberals doing rather better, but with more candidates at 10% against 6% last time. Turnout is down a little, which is surprising in a way. Perhaps the campaign was too long. Then the party horse race. Here you'll see Conservatives 150, Labour 225. Now this, of course, as I've stressed, is very misleading, because in the results tomorrow, the Conservatives will pick up very considerably indeed. And therefore one mustn't be left with the impression that this represents a tremendous sweeping Labour victory at this stage. It's a narrow Labour win indicated, but Labour must perform efficiently all the way tomorrow. It cannot afford to lose more than 5 of the seats that it ought to be winning unless it's going to be in real trouble. So that I want to emphasize the fact that the game isn't wholly over.
Here's news that Christopher Chataway has run in just first in London, Lewisham North. Very much reduced majority, but he's held it for the Conservatives.
The majority last time was 4,500. But North Lewisham has got a very floating population. It's estimated that about 2/3 of the people here were voting in North Lewisham for the first time.
In Sheffield, Brightside, Mr. Winterbottom, as a trade union national officer, has held the seat for Labour, with a majority, as you see, of over 17,000. There's Mr. Leo Absey in Pontypool, holding the seat for Labour. He's the man who, on special occasions in Parliament, dresses up more magnificently than anybody else. There's Hamilton. That's held for Labour by Mr. Fraser, with a very large majority.
He's the Shadow Minister of Power.
Bromley, Mr. Harold Macmillan's former seat, with a large number of competitors, held for the Conservatives, as you see.
A very big Liberal vote, a 5.4% swing, a little bit of an average again, rather a blow to those who believe in a personal vote. For Mr. Macmillan's successor seems to have done about as well as one might have expected Mr. Macmillan to do.
Walthamstow West in London gives us Labour holding the seat. Mr. Redhead, no change. Glasgow Maryhill, predictably, has a large Labour majority and has been kept by Labour.
Anti-vivisection, it's got 1,000 votes there.
We'll go to Liverpool now and join Harold Webb.
I stood outside the Adelphi Hotel.
Oh, this is a picture. I just realised what this is. It's Mr. Harold Wilson in his car just arriving at his hotel in Liverpool. Feeling, I should think, pretty tired, but pretty happy. There's a little tiny smile through the window for those who are cheering him in the street. A nice little unexpected snapshot to drop into our election report. Incidentally, the bookmakers have now stopped taking any bets except on how big the Labour majority will be. I was informed quite a long time ago and haven't had time to mention it until now. So, there we watch Mr. Wilson, placid and still. Is he going so slowly because they're having to push away through a crowd for him? I think somehow they are, although we can't see the crowd round the car.
Returning, I understand, by train sometime in the morning. His car is now coming up towards the Adelphi, returning in triumph to the hotel from which he has run this campaign during the past 3 or 4 days. Here comes Mr. Wilson now, his car bedecked in Labour's colours of red and white. Mr. Wilson, you returned to the hotel. You left as Mr. Wilson, the Labour candidate for Huyton. You look as if you're returning as the next Prime Minister. How do you feel?
I've returned as the MP for Huyton with a majority 3 times as big, and I'm very pleased about that.
What about the way the campaign is going in the country generally?
Well, I described it on BBC television a few minutes ago as moderately encouraging, and I don't want to withdraw that remark.
Do you think you're going to have an adequate working majority as things go at the moment?
I'll tell you when all the votes are counted, when they've announced the results.
Well, now that you're going into your hotel, what are you going to do now? You're going off to bed?
No, I think I'll listen to the results a little longer. Then I'll go to bed.
Are we likely to hear any further statement from you tonight?
I should think it's most unlikely.
Thank you very much. How do you feel, Mrs. Wilson, about it all?
Very excited and a little bit tired, but very thrilled.
Did you expect the country to go like this yourself?
I didn't really know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. We shan't keep you any longer.
Well, back in London, Mr. Wilson playing it cool and constitutional. Let's now go to McKenzie for the state of the parties.
There we got the Labour lead over the Conservatives, 74. Somewhat deceptive figure, as I said, because their majority will be nothing remotely resembling that. And the results now in, we're getting through most of them now tonight. 2/3 in all are to come in tonight, but there's not likely to be any sensational results except perhaps another 5 or 6 critical marginals. If we look at the party lead board, been a slowing down of Conservative losses over the last little while, partly because of the slowing down of results, but Labour Party's got to watch it over the rest of the time. It looks like a 1951 situation where the winning side got a majority of 17, but it just could turn into one of those awful 1950 situations where we didn't know till late on the next day how it went. But I would still stand with the view that Labour ought to have a majority over the other parties of something between 15 and 20, perhaps a little more.
With the smallest majority of the night, the Conservatives have held Reading with Mr. Peter Emery by just 10 votes.
A 4% swing in Reading.
This is a seat which Mr. Emery took off Mr. Ian Mercado the last election. It's regarded as a very typical town.
Mr. Fred Blackburn holds Stalybridge and Hyde for Labour.
Slightly increased majority, but not as big a swing as in that part of the country.
These are the Cheshire cotton towns, isn't it? Let's take Nantwich now as a famous place. Salt and all sorts of other things. Wing Commander Grant Ferris has held it for the Conservatives.
Fairly big Liberal vote there.
But not much swing.
Let's have Aberdeen North, which has been held by Mr. Hughes, well-known Labour man.
That's Mr. Hector Hughes.
Seat in the north of Scotland.
Hector Hughes holds Aberdeen. We take Northwich. In Northwich, the Conservatives have held the seat with a modest majority.
Sir John Foster, who sat there since 1945 when he got in with a majority of 15. It's up on that at least.
Wednesbury, Labour and Co-op, with Mr. Stonehouse, a well-known Member of Parliament, holding the seat for Labour Co-op.
A swing to Labour, a swing to the Conservatives there in that black country area. It isn't just Smethwick on the racial issue. It does seem that area is moving slightly towards the Conservatives. We've had a similar result in Oldbury and Halesowen next door to that.
Greenock on the Clyde has been held for Labour Co-op. There's no change up there on the waterway.
The Conservatives come third yet again.
That's Dr. Dixon Mabon. Wallsend, Labour are holding with Mr. Garrett. No change in Wallsend, another Labour MP. No comments on Wallsend, docks, turbines and coal. Feltham in Middlesex is in with Labour holding it, yes, in the shape of Mr. Hunter.
Not much swing there. It has been interesting, right along the district line, right through London, or London outskirts, the swing has been appreciably less than in other seats in the London area.
No, that's not the district line, that's the Southern Railway, but never mind. South Shields has been held for Labour with no change by Mr. Blenkinsop.
This was Shooter Reed's old seat. Arthur Blenkinsop lost to Newcastle at the last election. Now he's come back and he may well be in the government.
Glasgow Springburn, Labour is held by Mr. Buchanan against three comers.
Two lost deposits there.
We now take London Lewisham West. Conservatives have held the seat with a narrow majority.
This is a fairly big swing in Lewisham West.
It's a new member standing, new Conservative candidate. The old member stood down.
Let us now join Robin Day, who's about to talk to the red-headed Miss Barbara Castle in Manchester, and sitting at her side the not-so-red-headed Mr. Tony Greenwood.
Good evening. How very cool and elegant you both look. May I just remind Mrs. Barbara Castle of your success at Blackburn. Your majority went up to 6,896, correct?
That's so.
And Tony Greenwood at Rossendale, you went up to 3,141.
Quite true.
Good. Some people may have forgotten the details in the flood of results. How do you see things turning out now? What majority do you forecast?
Well, I think things are going very well at the moment. I expect that we shall get a majority. It's difficult at this stage to see what it is, but I've no doubt your computer is about right, and it looks as though we are going to have a working majority, although perhaps not as big a majority as one would have liked to have had.
Mrs. Barbara Castle, do you regard between 15 and 20, which was Bob Mackenzie's last estimate, as a working majority?
Well, may I begin by apologising for my voice? I've been campaigning in the open air in the rain. I think 15 is a working majority, though obviously not an easy one. We could carry through many profound changes and revitalise the country, even on 15. But I hope and believe it'll be at least 30.
May I put one more question to you, which you can save your voice by answering yes or no to? Would you like a post in Mr. Wilson's cabinet?
Yes, please.
Your voice sound reminds me of Miss Lorraine Bacall. I shouldn't worry too much. Tony Greenwood, what do you think will happen about the position of Foreign Secretary in a Labour government now that Mr. Gordon Walker has lost his seat?
I don't think it need affect the position at all. I think the Smethwick result is quite disgraceful, and I hope that the Labour Party will show its disapproval of the decision of the electors of Smethwick by seeing that Mr. Gordon Walker's position is not at all affected by the vote that they have given.
I got the impression that this was what Mr. Wilson meant in the interview he gave just after the result at Huyton, that I interpret this as meaning that he would get whatever post he would have got anyway, despite this result, and a safe seat be found for him. That's what you mean, is it?
Well, I haven't seen the interview, but Mr. Wilson and I often see eye to eye.
Ah. And now let me ask you about that. What do you think is the future of the left wing, of which you are a leading member, under Mr. Wilson's administration, if he forms one?
We are a united party. I don't think this is an occasion to talk about left wings or right wings or centres. The important thing now is working to strengthen the Labour government, and that means that all of us have got to work as a team, as we've been doing for the last couple of years or so.
It may not be the occasion for you to wish to talk about it, Mr. Greenwood, but I hope you won't mind my asking questions about it. Thank you very much.
You're a Liberal and you're entitled to.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Greenwood, for answering my questions. And I'm sorry to have strained your voice, Mrs. Barbara Castle.
Here is the state of the parties. We can show it to you quite clearly. Conservatives 160, Labour 230, and lo and behold, that is not here in the studio, but in Trafalgar Square. We join Alan Wicker out there.
getting on for 1:45, and still many thousands of people here in Trafalgar Square. Quite a serious audience at the moment watching the BBC election screen. On the other side of the square, possibly a less serious group. They've been following the activities of the swimmers in the fountains. The police have tended to leave them alone, but one officer just told me that as they come down from the fountain, they're going to be, as he said, nicked. Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
I've just been told, by the way, a lot of people have been telephoning us to ask why we have not been interviewing recently Sir Alec Douglas Hume. And the answer to that is I've just been informed that he is watching this very programme inside number 10 Downing Street. That's an excellent reason why he can't be here with us now. David Butler.
We've been looking into the figures on the coloured vote issue. And if you check through, it does seem that if you look at all the constituencies where the coloured vote, where the coloured or anti-coloured vote might have been an issue, the swing was, on the whole, rather more favourable to the Conservatives. Labour did do rather well in Handsworth, but in all Birmingham, All Saints, Birmingham, Sparkbrook, this was below the average. In East Bradford, rather below the average for Yorkshire. And then there were two racialist candidates who actually fought on a racialist platform in Deptford and in Southall, and one got 9%, one got 8.5%. No other independents who were unbacked by any major force got more than 2 or 3% of the vote. And so this, coupled with the swing in Smethwick, this remarkable 7% swing, there's been nothing else remotely like this towards the Conservatives, does suggest that the racial issue has some very alarming dynamite in it from the political point of view. I'm sure we're going to hear a great deal more about that in the post-mortems on this election.
The Conservatives have held Bristol North West with Mr. Martin McLaren, the barrister.
Mr. McLaren won this seat off Labour in 1959. It only needed a swing of 2%, well below what their average, for Labour to get it. And they haven't done so, which is a very good result for the Conservatives.
A 1% swing there. It does mean that Bristol North East, which is one of the only two marginals we're still waiting for, three marginals we're still waiting for this evening, looks as though it might well be held by the Conservatives on this form. Gravesend and West Renfrew, I think, at Eastleigh are the only other results, and possibly Berwick and East Lothian we're expecting tonight, which look like showing a change between Conservative and Labour.
The Conservatives have held with Sir John Barlow, Middleton and Prestwich. Here are the figures for you.
An 8% swing there.
In Glasgow, in the Gorbals, which used to be a slum and is now rapidly being converted and redesigned, we have Mrs. Alice Cullen holding the seat for Labour. A new future for the Gorbals. I'm not talking politically, but in terms of housing. We have Belfast South in with another of those whacking great Ulster Unionist figures.
And two hopelessly lost deposits at the bottom of the table.
Portsmouth West is now in. Conservatives hold it pretty narrowly.
This was the one seat in Portsmouth that Labour hoped to win. There was a recount there, and there was a pretty big swing, but not enough to put Labour in.
We have Coatbridge and Airdrie, surely spinning areas, if my memory serves me rightly, which are held by Labour. Barrow in Furness, Walter Monslow, it stays Labour with him, former engine driver, incidentally. Here's the fact that Labour has kept Edinburgh East, the majority, 5,500, that's Mr. Eustace Willis has held the seat.
It's a seat which could very easily have gone. It only needed a swing of under 0.5% to the Conservatives, but
here
at the moment it's not going to the right.
Here is Runcorn. We won't talk about the Transporter Bridge, for once held by the Conservatives against all comers. Now let's take, I think it's time, yes, the state of the parties from Bob McKenzie.
Well, here we've got the position at 148. This is now becoming very misleading. You see, you get Labour lead over the Conservatives of 70, but that's going to be tremendously whittled away when the rural and small town results come in tomorrow. It still looks, obviously, to all of us here, I think, that the Labour Party will get by with a majority, but whether it's going to be 20 or 15 or 12 is now an open question. Could it be somewhere in there? Could we look at the position on the state of the parties? You see, the Labour Party, it's true, has knocked out the 45 they needed to on the Conservatives tonight, but they've lost 4 themselves, so it puts the thing back in a rather tighter position. I've been looking through, as a matter of fact, the position regarding the seats they ought to be winning on a 4% swing, And I find that in the last half hour, there are 3 they should have taken on a 4% swing. Bristol Northwest, Reading, and Walthamstow East. Now, they failed to get those. This is the kind of thing that in this very, very neck-and-neck situation that's maybe shaping up, the Labour can't afford to have happen. There are 12 marginals due to fall tomorrow, a very small number due to fall tomorrow on a 4% swing. Now, if the Tories save many of them, we could be in a position where Labour would not have a clear working majority.
Here we have a result from Bristol Central. That's a Labour MP, and for Bristol Central again, Labour co-op, rather.
It's very interesting there, the swing to Labour. There is a quite appreciable swing to Labour in Bristol Central, not a very big one, but there was a great row this week and over the last few weeks on schools in Bristol Central against the proposals of the Labour Council there. It was expected the swing would be worse than average in Bristol. The Conservatives held Bristol North West. It's touch and go on Bristol North East.
Sir Henry Davidor Goldschmidt is back in Walsall South for the Conservatives.
With a very good majority, hardly any swing against him in this black country area.
Labour's held Huddersfield East with Mr JPW, or otherwise Curly Maladew, a very well-known Member of Parliament.
This was the one seat in Huddersfield and Bolton which didn't fall to the Conservative and Liberal pact. Mr Maladew has held this ever since the war.
Back in London, Wembley South remains with the Conservatives. There's no change there. In Scotland, Glasgow Craigton, Bruce Millen holds the seat for Labour.
An 8% swing there, 81% turnout, much bigger than most places in Scotland and indeed in England. The turnout overall is about 75%, the lowest in any post-1945 election.
Back to Croydon, London, Croydon South to be exact, with a not very big Conservative majority where they've held the seat, Mr Richard Thompson. Spelthorne in Middlesex, the Conservatives have held with a majority of 5,500 odd. Cheadle.
Here's a quite remarkable Liberal vote. You see nearly twice as many votes as Labour, a very good second, over 30% of the vote for the Liberal candidate in Cheadle.
Now that man about town of ours you met hours ago earlier this evening, who's been visiting the election parties around London. I said I hoped he'd return in good shape. He appears to be in moderately good shape from what I can see. Over then to David Frost.
Moderately good shape, though not quite as slimline as Richard. The activity at one of the more influential and enjoyable of London's parties at the Savoy tonight has been absolutely frantic. Columnists have been rapidly cancelling stories that they've got exclusives on for Sunday about how there are as many old Etonian lunatics in a lunatic asylum as in Surrey as there was going to be in a new Conservative cabinet. That's gone by the board. Rapidly, ex-Tory advisers or Tory ex-advisers are offering their memoirs to the assorted publishers gathered among the audience at the Savoy. Earlier this evening, before any of the results came along, one cabinet minister said to me that he really did, one ex-cabinet minister perhaps, said that he really hated the whole idea of elections, and he wished that things were run here as they were in a part of South America that someone had told him about. The person had said that what happens there is that, well, to quote the man, he'd said, well, we arrange the elections, you see, so that each time we win. We always win, that's all arranged. But just in order to be democratic, every 4 years we reverse our policies. He must be hoping that cabinet minister, that Harold Wilson doesn't take a hint from that. The biggest cheer of the evening that I've heard at any of the parties was that record swing against the Postmaster General in Liverpool, and one of the loudest shouters was unkind enough to suggest that the result proved that the personality of the candidate did play a part after all. The loudest groan of the evening at any of the parties undoubtedly went up when the result from Smethwick came through, where we learnt that instead of a shadow Foreign Secretary, the people of Smethwick preferred a shadow Governor Wallace. Why is it, a lot of people have been asking in their questions, that the Labour Party in a campaign in this country and the Democrats in America always seem to make all the jokes? And at the same time, they've been asking, why is it that the Conservatives in this country and the Republicans in America always seem to be accompanied by the more attractive ladies? The lack of wit has been much complained about before the results came through and after. People feel this has been a very unwitty campaign. The best they can think of from any of the candidates was Mr. Harold Wilson's description when he said, have you seen Lord Blakenham on television? Keep death off the roads. The best remark, people generally agree, of the whole campaign was from a heckler, when Mr. Wilson said on one occasion, "Why do I emphasise the role and importance of the Royal Navy?" And the heckler shouted, "Because you're in Chatham." In general, however, what's being asked are just a whole set of questions of varying sorts. Will Harold Wilson's first act be to give an honour to Mr. Hill, Mr. Herbert Hill, for public and political services? Will Mr. George Brown have had such success in his whistle-stop tours that that's the job that he'll be given in a Labour government by Mr. Wilson? Will the Liberals tomorrow have to make their announcement that once again in this general election they really were quite happy because they've only been viewing the whole general election as a sort of rehearsal for the coming by-elections? And finally, will Mr. Wilson show the wit and style as he takes office that President Kennedy did, when President Kennedy made that comment a few days later and said, when we got into office, the thing that surprised me was to find that things were just as bad as we'd been saying they were. Back to you.
Well, very nice. That puts the whole thing approximately in perspective and also gave us time to get some sandwiches and some coffee in the middle of this hugely busy studio. Let me think. We better have another look at the swing situation, and we will go to Bob McKenzie.
Well, the pendulum is still around 4% swing, a little fluctuation. And the real problem now, from the Labour Party point of view, is there's no room for fluctuation at all. It's still pointing to a Labour lead of 23, but let me say again, that is over the Conservatives. And if the Liberal Party came back with 5, 6, 7 seats, that would cut into this lead overall and bring it down to the very dangerous teens rather than in the 20s. And in this situation, what makes it fascinating is that in the last half hour, I've been reckoning there are at least 3 seats which the swing required to win was less than 4%, and the Labour Party failed to get them. The seats were Bristol North West, Reading, Walthamstow East. Now, if that began to happen tomorrow, and I can reckon 12 seats tomorrow, which Labour ought to get on a 4% swing, if it failed to get any number of these, then the Labour Party is in really serious trouble. But as of this moment, it still points to a Labour win with just a working majority. But tomorrow's results now will not be of merely academic interest. They will, in fact, be of tremendous interest. And there'll be no saying, finally, the game is over until well into tomorrow.
Well, there's comforting information for you. Our programme is going to be worth watching tomorrow as well as today. Results are ready. Here's Glasgow Provan, which Labour has with a comfortable majority with Mr. H.D. Brown. Renfrewshire West.
Here's a Labour gain in one of the few marginals we're still waiting for tonight. An appreciable swing there, as in the rest of Scotland, and a clear Labour gain.
Liberals standing here when there wasn't one in 1959.
Somerset North, Somerset North, no change. The Conservatives have held it. In Bristol West, we have the seat held by the Conservatives.
The Liberal gets second place. Labour goes down to third.
That's Robert Cook, Conservatives. Here's Bosworth. Mr. Woodrow Wyatt has managed to keep his seat. Mr. Woodrow Wyatt, well known in television, newspaper owner, and a whole string of other things as well.
About average swing.
In Rhondda East, predictably, Labour has held the seat.
But the Communists have dropped quite appreciably there. They only got... they forfeited their deposit, which they had saved in past elections.
Aldershot in Surrey, home of the British Army. The Conservatives are in there with a 12,000 majority, holding the seat.
High Liberal vote there.
Islington North in London has been held by Labour. There's no change in that part of London.
Jerry Reynolds probably be in a Labour government.
Burton, Conservative seat, Conservative held.
But this was an outer fringe marginal that might have gone in other parts of the country, but was certainly not going to go in the West Midlands, which has been showing so very little swing away from the Conservatives.
In Jarrow, Mr. Ernest Fernyhough has held the seat, or Fernyhough, I think it may be, held the seat for Labour.
Ellen Wilkinson's old seat.
Yeah. Sheffield Hallam, the Conservatives have held, 12,000 majority.
The safest Conservative seat in Sheffield.
Back to London for Islington South West, which Labour has held, majority 9,500. Communist 1,377 there. And now, for a change from results, let us go to Robin Day once again.
And with me in the Leeds studio, Dennis Healy. Would you like to comment on your own successful result?
Well, I find it, we all do, I think, here, very satisfactory, like all the Leeds results. Roughly 3.5 to 5% swing to Labour.
You've probably heard some of the comments being made here by our experts on the possible majority if Labour wins. What do you see as a working majority, Dennis Healy? What is practical, the minimum to carry on government?
Quite honestly, I would say with a young, vigorous party, such as will be returned tomorrow to Parliament, a majority of over 10 is practicable, but of course one would like a majority of at least over 20.
Would you expect the Conservatives, and I think the famous phrase was, to harry you as they did in 1950 when there was a majority of, was it 6, I think?
You mean if we had such a small majority?
Yes, if it was...
I think they'd try, but I think, as I say, we have a much more resilient party now than we had at the end of 6 extremely tiring years of post-war reconstruction.
Of course, whichever party is in power, this degrading business of MPs coming to divisions in ambulances and carried into the lobbies in stretchers is not a happy prospect, is it?
No, certainly. We would like a majority of over 20.
What's your view as to the position of Mr. Gordon Walker, now that he's lost his seat in Smethwick, and his possible employment as a member of the Cabinet?
I should think he's absolutely certain to be a member of a Labour Cabinet.
And you visualise a safe seat being found for him?
I should think either, yes, certainly a safe seat, certainly.
Mr. Wilson has already made it clear publicly that at a press conference some days ago there's no question of him having a Foreign Secretary in the Lords.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
in that
well,
case, he'd certainly get a safe seat, I would have thought.
Yes. Would you care to comment? I know you've been preoccupied with other matters in Leeds. Would you care to comment on your reaction to the news that Mr. Khrushchev has been relieved of his post in Moscow?
It's not altogether unexpected. We've known for some time that Khrushchev's health was failing, and he is, of course, an old man by any normal political standards. But what has slightly surprised me is the way in which the announcement was given, namely that it was said that he'd been relieved of his duties.
As one of Labour's experts in foreign affairs, Mr. Healy, do you regard this as bad news for the West or not?
It's far too early to say. Mr. Brezhnev, who seems to have replaced him as first secretary of the Communist Party, was, of course, Khrushchev's own nominee. He was appointed some months ago while Khrushchev was still in power. So I don't think one's justified on present information in believing that any drastic change in Soviet foreign policy is underway.
Mr. Healy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robert McKenzie will now reveal the state of the parties.
No. Yeah. There's the position then. The Labour lead over the Conservatives 69. I emphasised again that's a misleading figure because in practice there's so many results to come in tomorrow which will show Tory strength. Then if you take the state of the parties board, you'll see here that the losses of the Tories are at 46. Labour, however, has lost 40. It's a net position of 41 then, and this is in the not quite comfortable area for Labour at all. I can perhaps explain exactly what's involved here by reminding you what happened at the last election. You see, when we went off the air, the Tories had a lead of only 24. But by the next day, that had turned into a lead of 100, even though only a third more seats came in. This emphasizes the tremendous last-minute kick which the Tories can achieve. Now, if we could go over and look at this results by time board, this is what happened in 59, as I was saying. You see that the kick-up of the Tory vote as the rural areas come in. If we can come back and look at the one alongside results by time this night, we'll see here, we haven't been able to find, here we are, yes. Here's what's happening so far. You've got this Labour lead built up, and then the Tories almost certainly going to have that kick in the tail as the results come in tomorrow. That's why the Labour majority, which is in the teens at the moment, if you allow for Liberals, is not by any means the kind of majority which they can with confidence be sure will be there at the end of all the results tomorrow.
Here's the result of Cardiff South East. We join Trevor Philpott in Cardiff.
Well, we're here in Cardiff. We have just had the result of the election of Cardiff South East. A very vital constituency. Ted Dexter, Conservative, has got 22,288 votes. James Callaghan, Labour, 30,129. This previously This was previously a marginal seat held by a mere 868 votes. Now, we have some Cardiff people here. How do they react to this? That's a very vastly increased Labour majority here for Callaghan. What do you think caused this? Was it a personality matter or a party matter?
I think the electors of Cardiff South East, they know the difference between politics and cricket, and therefore they have returned the politician.
Do you feel it was a personality which caused this very large swing to Labour here? Much larger, I think, though I haven't done any calculations yet, than the national swing.
I think it's because too many people decided they just wanted a change, and they want to get the Conservatives out.
Mm-hmm. Now, what about you? Do you feel this was the reason?
Well, it's putting an inexperienced personality against a professional politician, which is asking for trouble.
Now, Ted Dexter seems to be taking the blame for this heavy caning of the Tories here in Cardiff South East.
No,
Do you think that was the
no,
reason?
no, that's not true. Callaghan's got back as a good MP for his constituency and because he's the chance in the Labour government.
What do you think? Now, you're a Tory. I see you've got a big rosette on. What was wrong? Was it Dexter or was it the Tories?
No, I blame the Tories. I think since it was the Shadow Chancellor that they should have put top brass against him.
They should have put top brass against him, and you don't regard Dexter as top brass?
No, he's inexperienced anyway.
Do you feel this?
Well,
Dexter is still taking the rap for this, isn't he?
A little unfair. I think he's done very well generally, but he's fighting against one of the big guns, and after all, I think locally Callaghan is a very strong local member.
Well, that is the opinion from Cardiff South East. Trevor Philpott in Cardiff.
Well, Sir Dexter hasn't bowled the next Chancellor of the Exchequer likely to be. We have more results. Ayr in Scotland, Mr. Younger, who of course gave up this seat, if I remember rightly, gave his seat in Kinrossop to Sir Alec Douglas Hume, has got held Ayr for the Conservatives, the small majority. Cardiff West, Mr. Thomas has the seat for Labour against Mr. Flynn. Walsall North, a Labour seat, remains Labour, 10,000 majority. No problems apparently there.
This is quite an interesting result from East Leigh. David Price, who is a junior minister, has held East Leigh. This is one that, on the swing, should have gone to Labour.
No, I think this is really rather important, that in the present situation, here is yet one more seat which has failed to go over. There are two or three others that have just come up recently or in the pipeline which failed to go Labour, of the marginals just about to tip over. I think we're only tonight now waiting for Gravesend, North East Bristol, Preston North, Ealing North and Brighton Kemp Town as possible changes.
One very interesting thing here, a Liberal was standing here in East Leigh who didn't stand in 1959. This really does seem to knock sideways the theory that Liberals are damaging the Conservatives.
On the whole, we've had quite a lot of results of that sort, and on balance it does seem that the Liberal intervention, or the Liberal candidates standing where they didn't stand before, have had quite an appreciable effect on the swing to Labour. The swing to Labour has been really appreciably greater in seats where Liberals are fighting this time, and they didn't fight before.
There's news, by the way, that there is a second recount on the district line at Ealing North. Now, where are we? London, Islington East, that has stayed Labour with Mr. Eric Fletcher. No change. In Newbury, well, the Conservatives, another Tory at Newbury, the Honourable John Astor, holds the seat for the Conservatives. Kirkcaldy, never say Kirkcaldy or you'll get shot. Kirkcaldy boroughs, roughly Kirkcaldy, Mr. Gourlay holds that seat for Labour. In Edinburgh West, Mr. J. Stoddart, a former Conservative junior minister, I believe, holds the seat for the Conservatives. Lanarkshire North, Miss Herbison, well known, Margaret Herbison of Labour, holds the seat for Labour.
Miss Herbison will undoubtedly be in a Wilson government, assuming there is to be one, possibly as Minister of Pensions.
In Belfast North, the Ulster Unionist, Mr. Mills, has a very heavy majority, or fairly heavy majority. Here's a well-known and popular man, Jim Griffiths, back in Llanelli, Sospen Vach and all, with a substantial majority, 26,200 odd. Glasgow Shettleston, Mr. Galpin for Labour has the seat, and there's no change there. In the city of Chester, the Conservatives have the seat, which they had before. They've held it. In Essex, southeast Essex, here's Mr. Bernard Brain, the Conservative, who's holding the seat with an 8,000 majority. There's no change there.
Mr. Brain, Under Secretary at the Commonwealth Relations Office.
Croydon, northeast, Nearly 20,000 votes and a Conservative majority for Mr. Wetherill, the Conservative candidate. No change there.
The new candidate, replacing Vice Admiral Hughes Hallett.
The Edinburgh, the Pentlands, outskirts of Edinburgh, not the Pentland Firth. The Conservatives have held no change. Gateshead East, there's another Labour MP in there, Mr. Conlon. No change in Gateshead East. Now, a break from results for a moment. David Butler.
Well, we've been checking on the swing in the seats that were Conservative held in 1959. It has, in fact, been appreciably greater in Conservative held seats than in ones that were Labour held. As Conservative held seats were more Conservatives to swing away, the swing was 4.9. In Labour held seats, the swing to Labour was only 3.4. Another very interesting thing is that if you look at the areas that were depressed, that suffered heavily from unemployment 18 months, 2 years ago, the swing in those areas in the north is 8.3, whereas in other parts of the north it's only 3.9. It does seem that the unemployment of that period left a scar. Now, we have just got a later prediction from the computer suggesting a Labour lead of 24 over the Conservatives. Now, this is Labour over the Conservatives. If the Liberals, say, got 7 or 8 seats when all the results are in, this would only be a Labour lead of 16 over the Conservatives, a majority, of course, comparable to the one the Conservatives had from 1951 to 1955.
I reckon it's about time we had another look with Bob McKenzie at the state of the parties.
Labour's lead of 68, substantial looking but fragile in light of the results that come tomorrow. Of the 200 coming in tomorrow, so many of them are in rural areas and in areas of Tory strength that I calculate really only 12 seats, marginal seats, that Labour would pick up in a 4% swing there. Could we look now at the state of the parties? A great slowing down, not only in the number of results, but in the Conservative losses, of course, in very recent times. And quite clearly, the position now is that the Labour Party are favourites, will get a majority according to the projection from the swing, but by no means a certainty. Much depends on the number of seats the Liberals get as to whether they've got a really clear working majority. But it looks like at least 15 overall at the moment.
In Dumbartonshire West, up on the northwest of Glasgow, Thomas Steele, a former Labour junior minister, I think, has held the seat for Labour. In Bristol South, we have Mr. W.A. Wilkins holding the seat again for Labour. In Glasgow Cathcart, we have another Tory MP in the shape of Mr. Taylor. That's a residential area on the southern side of Glasgow. In Edinburgh South, another Scottish result. The Tories are in again there. Michael Clark Hutchinson holds the seat. We move down to Aberabon and Glamorgan, where John Morris has held the seat for Labour.
A couple of lost deposits there.
Mr. John Morris, a young barrister who might well be a dark horse in the Labour government.
Carnarvon in North Wales, Labour has held. There's no change in that extremity of the country. Goronwy Roberts. Cardiff North. The Conservatives have a majority of 3,500 or so. There's no change there, but a fairly close Labour vote.
And there is, in fact, just news of an unexpected Labour gain in Glasgow, a gain in Glasgow Pollock, which was not a seat that was on anybody's list or many people's lists of marginals. It was right outside the margin. And there may be 1 or 2 seats like this that will compensate for the rather unexpected failure to win 2 or 3 marginals that have just been passing through before our eyes in the last half hour.
In Dartford in London, that's stayed Labour, a Labour co-op with Mr. Sidney Irving. No change of any kind there on the riverside in Kent. Bournemouth East and Christchurch, Conservatives have fairly predictably held with a 16,000 majority. Loughborough, where they make bells as well as other things, Mr. Cronin of Labour, a well-known name, has held the seat for Labour.
John Cronin is one of the spokesmen on air matters. He's been crossing swords with Julian Amery quite a lot recently. He'll be in the government.
Gosport and Ferrum. Mr. Bennett, Conservative candidate, holds the seat. There's no change there. That's the left-hand side of Portsmouth Harbour, you might say. Stroud in Gloucester. We have Mr. Kershaw, Conservative.
Relatively small swing to Labour there, which seems to be rather depressing for them about when they think of South Gloucestershire, which is one of the seats they must hope to win.
Anthony Kershaw, of course, I didn't quite have time to say. In Macclesfield, famous town, the Conservatives have the seat. There's no change up there, 6,000-odd majority. Down up to Berwick and East Lothian on the border there.
Here's again one of the critical marginals that Labour's failed to win.
Sir Ralph Anstruther Grey, but you can read that for yourselves, can't you? A very small Conservative majority.
Mr. Mackintosh wrote a book on the British Cabinet, a very important academic textbook.
It's William Anstruther Grey
We will now
and
go
rather good
away
one.
from the studio floor up onto our platform to Cliff Michelmore,
where I have Peregrine Worsthorne of the Sun Telegraph and Alan Gwynne-Jones of the Times. Mr. Worsthorne, can I first of all put to you a rather surprising statement you made in your column. You said of Mr. Wilson, what really makes him stand out from his opponents is the amount, not the amount of brains in his head, but the amount of fire in his belly. Now, do you really think that it was Mr. Wilson's fire in his belly that's carried him this far, almost on the brink of leadership now?
No, I don't think that he's emphasized this characteristic in this election campaign quite sensibly, because I don't think he would have won him many votes if he had. But if he's lucky enough to get a large majority, which doesn't look as if he's going to, I think we would see in Harold Wilson a really radical leader in this country, possibly the first radical leader we've had since Lloyd George.
How much do you think that leadership has played a part in the actual conduct of this campaign? How much do you think people are voting either for Wilson or for Sir Alec Douglas-Home?
I think quite considerably. I think one of the interesting things in this campaign has been the extent to which Harold Wilson has imposed himself as a leader of stature on the country. Of course, this is the first test that he's had since he became leader. He's had a fairly easy run for our money since he was elected leader 18 months ago. This is the first challenge to his personality, to his qualities of leadership. And I would have thought, simply as a leader in a campaign, he's done pretty well.
Can I bring up now with both of you, particularly with you, Mr. Gwynne-Jones, the problem of the tactics in the campaign? How right do you think the Conservatives were to raise, first of all, at the beginning of the final phase of the campaign, and then at the end of the final phase of the campaign, the whole question of the nuclear deterrent?
I think this has been tactically and in every other sense a mistake for the Conservative Party. I think it's been a mistake because the whole issue of the nuclear deterrent is a very complicated, subtle problem. It's an intellectual problem. It's not a problem that can be expressed easily in terms of an electorate about to vote, in simple terms. If you try to do that, you oversimplify it. I think that what the Conservatives did was to appeal to the electorate on this issue in emotional terms. To my mind, the nuclear deterrent is not an emotional issue.
Do you think it was, Mr. Worsthorne?
I don't know whether it was tactically right or wrong. I think that if the Labour Party have serious changes to make from the present defence policy of the country, absolutely correct that this should be put to the electorate, and the Tories should point this out. I'd agree with Gwynne-Jones that it is very difficult to argue these highly complicated questions on hustings, but for the Tories simply to let the differences go by without pointing them out, I think this would have been both irresponsible and I would have thought myself that on the whole they've gained rather than lost votes by...
It's a brief word, because I want to raise another issue.
I think the point is that, as Peregrine Worsthorne said, it would be right for the Conservatives to raise this issue if they thought there was going to be any great difference of principle between their policy and that of the Labour Party. I don't believe there is that great issue of policy, and so I think that both tactically and in more absolute terms, this was a mistake.
Thank both of you very much indeed. Peregrine Worsthorne, Alan Gwynne-Jones.
So many television cameras, you never know which one to choose. I'll have you. Right? Good. What shall I tell you? We'll take Bromsgrove, which has just come in, or just come up on the board. Bromsgrove, the Conservatives are holding, as you can see, comfortable majority.
No swing in that part of the West Midlands.
We have Carmarthen, where Lady Megan Lloyd-George has held her seat for Labour.
The Conservative came fourth and lost her deposit. Mr. Alan Talpham-Davis, who was seen on television, failed to win this old Liberal seat back for the Liberals.
Now I think perhaps we'll go up and join Bob McKenzie with the forecast table.
Here's the forecast table then, first of all. Extremely interesting situation. 3.5% Labour swing was needed. They've got a little better than that. They do appear certainly to be knocking out the Conservative majority, But it's an open question indeed as to whether they're going to have a really working majority, depending rather on how well the Liberals do. This is 24 majority likely over the Conservatives. And you cut that in further with 6 or 7 Liberals, and then you're in a very tricky situation from any point of view. The real issue now, I think, facing the country in a curious way is whether we're going to have a really working majority for any party. And we could get, in the worst of all situations, that is, a badly divided parliament without anybody with a large enough working majority. But I think still the probabilities are a Labour majority of 15 to 20. Looking at the total votes now, here you'll see we've lost total votes, yes. Conservatives look farther down than they will when the whole show is over tomorrow night. They've got 42.8, but some of their strong areas are to report tomorrow. Labour with 46.1 is running ahead of the position last year, last election when they got 44%, but this is not a large enough proportion when we consider we've been counting in the industrial areas today. This is not a large enough proportion to give them the kind of solid lead they must have hoped for. Liberals, 10.3 compared to 6% last time, but of course this is partly because a lot more Liberal candidates have been standing. But one of the great questions is how the Liberals are going to do in the West Country tomorrow, and whether they'll pick up 2 or 3 more seats there, as Jeremy Thorpe's vote might have suggested they will do. This is certainly the most exciting election now since 1950 and 1951, and you better stay with us all day tomorrow to see how it's going to end.
If we live, that is. Beckenham, the result is in. The Conservatives are holding Beckenham with Philip Goodhart. That's not, I think, a surprise.
The Liberals pushing up for second place, but not quite getting it.
On the other hand, in Glasgow Pollock, there has been a Labour gain after a recount from the Conservatives.
This is a remarkable result, a 9% swing. It wasn't on most people's swing tables. They weren't assuming that seats which were held by a 19% majority in 1959 were going to go. Glasgow Pollock has gone. It's Sir John George's old seat. He wasn't standing again.
Alexander Garrow, you see, has to be read as the winner at the top of the list instead of as shown.
There was a Liberal standing here where there hadn't been one since 1950s. May have had some effect.
In the heart of Midlothian, or is it just Midlothian, perhaps I should say, Labour are holding the seat with a 10,000, nearly 11,000 majority. In Bothwell, we have Mr. Hamilton holding the seat for Labour with 9.5. No change there. In Dunbartonshire East, Labour's holding it. East Dunbarton, Mr. Cyril Bentz has held the seat. Once again, the party state is changing, so we will go back to it again.
With well over 400 results now in, 2/3 of the total, Labour's lead over the Conservative of 70. One can't say too often that we've been counting in the urban industrial areas, and that will mean that the figure will be chopped down very, very heavily tomorrow when we get results from the rural areas and the smaller towns coming in. The position on the party lead board has been pretty static now for some time, with 1 or 2 surprises coming along, but not many. And the position is still one that the Labour Party must be on tenterhooks, waiting to see whether they're going to get the kind of majority they really need. I think one of the really important questions we should be discussing is what is a working majority? You may remember earlier, to my surprise, both Boothby and Gerald de Barrow said it had to be 30. I think they both forgot completely that the Tories ruled successfully for 4 years after 1951 with a majority of 17. Perfectly good government is possible with that majority. It becomes highly doubtful if the majority is down to 13, 12, 10. The danger then is that the government of the day has to play everything in terms of, will this in any way injure our popularity? And that's the real danger if you get to that size, because by-elections could begin to knock out a majority of that sort. And one must hope that whoever wins, they do have at least 15 majority on the night. And at the moment, only Labour, what one would think, could do that.
In Colne Valley, in the West Riding of Yorkshire, Labour, Mr. Duffy, have just scraped home and held the seat just against the Liberals.
This is the nearest the Liberals have come to winning a Labour seat. The fact that Conservatives there must have come to the Liberals compared to the by-election last year must encourage people, the Liberals elsewhere, that this sort of argument may be used in the rural seats which are coming up tomorrow, which they must hope to win if they are to make any headway.
Ian?
In some respects, this is almost the most encouraging thing that's happened to the Liberals tonight, because this is the sort of seat that they desperately need to show that they can win, and which so far they've been failing to do. In fact, I've heard some Liberals argue that their failure to win Colne Valley at the by-election was the point at which the Orpington boom began to tail off.
I incidentally don't know what on earth's happening up at Preston North. They've just announced they're having the third recount up there. That's Julian Amory's seat. Now, I can see on my screen Mr. Dinglefoot, who is smiling at us from Norwich, and I believe if we go up to Robin Day, he can now talk to him.
And of course, Mr. Dinglefoot is one of those who may be a minister in that Labour government if it comes off. Mr. Foot, first of all, could I ask you to settle this point which Bob McKenzie was talking about just now? What is a working majority? You were in the House of Commons some years before the war, weren't you?
Yes, I was always in, of course, with a large majority. But I would say that under modern conditions, a working majority is anything from 20 upwards.
And if the forecast is below 20, you see considerable difficulties then for Mr. Harold Wilson were he called upon to form a government?
Not necessarily. But if it were below 20, of course it might mean that a new general election would follow before long.
Would you favour that course yourself?
Well, it really wouldn't be for me to decide. It would depend on the circumstances of the time.
I hope you won't mind me asking why your majority went down at Ipswich, Mr. Foot.
Well, of course, nobody can give an exact reply. I think that East Anglia, and especially Ipswich, is always a law unto itself. We don't necessarily follow the national trends. I think there was one reason, and I regret to say it. I think that although less than Smethwick, the racial issue did enter into the Ipswich election.
If you were to get a post in Mr. Wilson's administration, Mr. Foot, in what field would you be most happy?
Well, I suppose, if this were to happen, I have no reason to think that it will. I would be most happy in my own field, which would be the law.
Mr. Foot, would you think it unfair to say, I haven't heard anybody say this evening, but in fact, if there is a narrow Labour win of about 10 to 20 votes in the House of Commons, this is a considerable success for Sir Alec Douglas-Hume, bearing in mind the huge Labour lead there was earlier in the year, isn't it?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think what this election has shown is that the country no longer votes as a whole. I think in 1950 and 1951, and to some extent in 1955, it did. Now there are far more local variations than there used to be.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Foot, for going all the way to Norwich. David Butler will note that point about variations, no doubt.
Now, one more result is in, I see. Fife East in Scotland, which Sir John Gilmore has held for the Conservatives. It's been a Conservative seat for about 30 years.
A major slump in the Liberal vote compared to the by-election 3 years ago. The Liberals have improved on their by-election performance in by-elections in the last 18 months, but of course they're not doing nearly as well in most places as they were doing in 1962 and late 1961.
We will now join Vincent Kane up in Flint, who I believe is going to talk to the steel men there.
Well, here in the Welsh Harp, a pub in Flint, the beer drinking and the revelry has died down. We're having our own private election party. East Flintshire is a very, very important constituency for two reasons. One, it houses a huge steelworks, and two, it was held by Labour, by Irene White, by only 75 in 1959. And steel has been the big issue in this campaign up in North Wales. Well, I have with me some trade unionists. Some Labour trade unionists, obviously, and also some Conservative trade unionists. And I'll start with you. What is going to happen in this constituency? Are we going to follow the rest of the country and go Labour, or is it going to become Conservative?
Well, naturally, I'm disappointed with the trend towards Labour, but I think with the prevailing prosperity on Deeside, plus the threat of nationalisation in the steel industry, will sway the votes in favour of our Conservative candidate, Mr. Fred Hardman.
How many steel workers in this constituency are going to vote Conservative, or have voted Conservative in your estimation?
I think 70%.
What do you say over there,
Rubbish, nothing like it. 35%. On this question, you see, this trend which is taking place now in the country generally, with a swing to Labour, we're quite confident that this is going to apply in East Flintshire. And Mrs. Irene White is going to be returned with quite a substantial majority.
Well,
much better than what she got the last time.
Why was she only returned in 75 last time in a steel community?
Well,
it was because of the letter that was sent out by Sir Geoffrey Summers that frightened most of the steel workers in John Summers and Sons. This time the firm have sent out propaganda a month previous to the election, and I think along with Mrs. Irene White we have been able to counteract this propaganda.
Now, wait now, sir.
You see, the same letter as he's speaking about the last general election was sent out to frighten the people in East Flintshire about nationalisation. They've sent out the same letter today.
Why?
Let this man carry on.
Order, please. Let's have it over here.
I want to know why that gentleman at the Southport conference voted in favour of steel nationalisation, representing the member of his branch.
Well, explain. I'm a trade unionist, and I'm also official of a branch.
And you're also a conservative?
I'm also a conservative. Now, I'm duty-bound by my branch to support the branch and vote whichever ways they wish. And that's how I voted.
Bearing in mind that he
you're
wasn't carrying
saying
out
is
the
that what you're
policy of
saying
his
is that
executive.
your branch wanted nationalisation, and you were morally bound as a branch official to support this.
As a branch chairman of any branch, you are biased of any...
Let me put this.
Order,
Prove that your branch wanted nationalisation
Yeah.
and gave you a mandate to go to the conference at Southport and support any resolution put forward.
Please, let me put this to the Labour people. Let me put this to the Labour people.
Before you go any further.
If this seat tomorrow does not go Labour with a big majority, doesn't it show that steel workers don't want...
I'll tell you why. If you look at the results that have come in today from all the steel constituencies, take Aberafon, Rotherham, Sheffield, you'll find they've all been returned with big majorities.
Like a Tory comment.
Right. Please. The first comment you made was the steel men. What about the steel women? The steel women will put Fred Hardman in tomorrow morning. I beg to differ on your arguments.
Next point.
I think you'll find that the Labour have voted, the Labour men have all voted Labour and so forth and all the rest. You'll find that the women whose husbands work in the steel industry are voting Conservative.
Why?
Because they're afraid of their wage bracket. They're afraid of what's going to happen later on.
Well, what is going to happen if the steel industry is nationalised?
Well, I'll ask you that. What do you think about nationalisation?
No, I'll tell you now. Now, this gentleman here, you see, he did make a statement before we come onto the air that he believed in prosperity with the purpose. And that's what you did say. Now, when he said that, I said to him, I said, you are on the wrong side of the room. I said, you should be sitting with the Conservatives, not with the Labour.
Yes.
Now, Fred Hardman has made the same mistake as you suggested just now. At a recent meeting within this constituency, Fred Hardman made the completely illogical statement that East Flintshire was the only steel constituency that the Conservative Party could win. Then he went on in the next breath and said that if they did by some mischance, if they did cloud the issue to such an extent as they've done at Smethwick, that it would be a nail in the coffin of nationalisation.
I must thank you.
That is a complete illogicality of the matter.
Thank you very much there.
You're speaking right out of turn.
I must say this, that the result of this all-important constituency comes out at 12 o'clock tomorrow. This is Vincent Kane in Flint.
Well now, after hearing from the steel men of Flint, I've had a little message from the outside world to say that just as a change from politics and members of parliament who generally, with some exceptions, are not awfully pretty, that viewers would like to have a quick look at some of the girls who are working around us in the studio and doing such an invaluable job. Who can we give you for a start? There's Mirren Cork sitting down the end there, who didn't really know you were going to look at her, and she's being very discreet and modest. We have in the background large numbers of the girls all wearing, I don't know what the colour is, it isn't salmon pink, it's sort of terracotta overalls, because we thought it would be less conspicuous if they were allowed to wear their own clothes, poor little things. There are girls who've been flying backwards and forwards. There are charming girls on telephones, as if she didn't know she was being looked at. Down here in the foreground, you have some terribly hard-working girls who are killing themselves on your behalf. Paddy Fraser, just on the other side of Mirren Cork. You see, there's too much blonde hair. There's Paddy, the dark one, just behind. A bit further down the line, you have... you have, let's see who it is. Let's have a look a bit further. Don't bother about Ian Trethowan, he's not worth looking at. There's Lee Samuel, sitting on my left, who is doing practically all the work behind the scenes here. Ignore David Butler. Now look behind me before you go up. Come back again. Quick, come back again. I want you to see Jane Callender. She's working like a beaver just behind my back. There's Jane Callender. Now, I think we've perhaps sufficiently done the honours for the moment. One more message I'd like to deal with. If what a woman viewer has just said were true, none of these girls would be in the studio. I've just been told that somebody outside declares that they've just seen a mouse run along the top of the State of the Parties board. I'm asked by the studio manager to tell you that this is not true, madam. Either you've been celebrating the election too well, or you had a little electronic mistake of some kind. There are no mice in here whatsoever, unless you include us. Talking of State of the Parties and the mouse-free board, let's have it now and join Bob McKenzie.
Well, we really ought to show the top of the board to prove there are no rat's nests behind it. But there it is. Labour lead over the Conservatives 70. Again emphasising that we've been counting in the urban industrial seats where Labour had to pile up a big lead in order to hold anything after tomorrow. I've just been checking. In 1951, Labour was leading considerably on the night and then lost to the Tories, who got a 17-seat majority. That is unlikely to happen because we're counting rather more in the industrial areas, but the 70 lead on those first 414 seats is not nearly enough for Labour to feel really confident of a working majority, though it does point still to a majority of somewhere around 15 to 20. Could we see again the changing hands and the standing of the parties? You'll notice there that the 48 Tory losses have occurred, but Labour's also lost 4, so the position is not nearly strong enough as it should be if Labour were to get a really thumping majority. Position still is that we are looking to, according to the computer, something like a 15 to 20 overall majority for the Conservatives. But much depends on how the Liberals do. And remember, many of these marginals Labour must win tomorrow are in rural areas and in the East Anglian area, where the swing to Labour has not been as good as it has been in certain other parts of the country. So that we must ask you to stay with us. If you really want to know what's going to happen, stay with us most of tomorrow.
Ian Trethowan all this while has been boiling up on the subject of what is a working majority and objects to some of the things people have been saying. Ian, what's the trouble?
Simply that I am astonished to hear members of Parliament who've been in the House for many years claiming that you can't have a working majority under 20, as Dinglefoot was saying, under 30, as Sir Gerald Barrow was saying. I remember sitting in the House of Commons press gallery for 3.5 years watching the Conservatives negotiate with a working majority of 17. And they did it much more smoothly than they did with a majority of 100 in the last 5 years. I think there are certain crucial things that you've got to remember. You can work with a single-figure majority if you're prepared to accept defeats on issues which are not issues of confidence, and if you're prepared not to put through too much controversial legislation, and, to be frank, to use the guillotine. But nobody's going to tell me that if Harold Wilson finds himself even with a single-figure majority, that he'll call another general election next month. He won't.
Now, we have a couple of results I think we can give you. In Paisley, Paisley has stayed Labour.
This is a disappointment for the Liberals. Mr. John Bannerman, one of their best-known members, has failed to win the seat, which he made a great challenge for in the by-election 3 years ago, driving the Conservatives into third place. But he still kept them easily in third place, but he's dropped back quite a way further behind the Labour Party compared to the by-election 4 years ago.
And Renfrewshire East has been held to the Conservatives by Miss Harvey Anderson. No comments on that? Right. There is the result. Now let's go upstairs to Robin Day.
And in Birmingham, 3 more men, all of whom may be 3 of the Queen's new ministers if there is a Labour government. First of all, Mr. George Wigg on the left. I see you've got a walking stick. Is that for your ankle which you broke?
Yes, it is.
How is it?
Oh, not so bad.
Has it interrupted your campaigning?
No, for a couple of days.
Let me ask you all this question. Robert McKenzie has just told everybody that he thinks this is the most exciting general election since 1950. What do you say about that, George Wigg?
Oh, yes, that's quite right.
Richard Crossman?
Yes, that's okay.
Roy Jenkins?
Well, it's a very close one. It's also exciting in the sense that the government will change in this country, or looks like changing, for the first time in half a generation. That's an exciting thing in itself.
What do you think is a workable majority? There's been a lot of discussion about what the figure is. Roy Jenkins?
A workable majority. Obviously one would like a bigger majority, but I think one can stay there and should stay there on a majority of 1+.
But do you think, Richard Crossman, do you agree with what Dinglefoot suggested a moment or two ago, that if it's less than 10, there'd probably have to be another general election very quickly?
Well, of course, Dingle's a lawyer and I'm not. And all I know about the House of Commons is that when you say something's impossible constitutionally, it becomes possible the next day.
I would say if we decide to make a majority of one workable, we'll make it workable.
George Wigg, do you think, you're a great expert in parliamentary procedure, do you think it's possible to keep a government going on 1+, as Roy Jenkins said?
Well, 1+ is a bit narrow, but I'm quite sure that one, given effective discipline, that one could carry on the government for quite a considerable period on what would appear to be a very small majority.
Gentlemen, any of you answer this, please. Do you think that Labour has made any mistakes in this campaign, which, had they been avoided, there might have been a larger majority, if there is going to be one?
Well, I'm sure we have, but one of the facts about campaigns is that no one can ever prove it about one. These are the wonderful things which journalists and academics ask one.
What do you see as the strength of the left wing, Mr. Crossman, in the new Parliament? Assuming things go on as they are, with a Labour majority ensuing.
You mean of the Labour Party?
Yes.
Well, the Labour Party will be strong. What do you mean?
The left wing of the Labour Party.
Oh, inside?
Yes. I'm sorry I didn't make myself clear.
I think we should on the whole, I suppose you can say that George and I, in one sense, are left. But I think what you're going to get as the result of what we've been doing the last 2 years, a more united party in action than we've ever had since 1945.
You know, I think that the term left wing in relation to the Labour Party is a rather old-fashioned BBC term, and the BBC have got to do some thinking when they use words of that kind.
Well, I apologise for using an old-fashioned term. I did it because I thought it would identify what we were trying to talk about. However, could I turn away from our domestic politics for one moment and ask you, Roy Jenkins, what your reaction is to this news from Russia that Mr. Khrushchev has been relieved of his post?
Well, I think that it almost kills the British general election in the world press tomorrow morning. One reaction. One doesn't know enough about it. One doesn't know enough about the succession to know what this means, but clearly one will wait with a great deal of apprehension to see whether this means a harder line, whether it means a Russian rapprochement with the Chinese. On the face of it, this is certainly not news which one welcomes.
Do any of you have any personal knowledge of the two gentlemen who have succeeded him, Mr. Kosygin, who becomes the Prime Minister, and Mr. Brezhnev, who becomes the party boss? Mr. Crossman?
No, I haven't. I'm just relieved that this happened at a time when it couldn't influence our election. Because on the whole, it's true, you know, that major shocks in international affairs, on the whole, are advantageous to those who are in power. And I think it's very convenient to the Russians that they're timed it just in time.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Wigg, Mr. Crossman, Mr. Jenkins.
Here we have confirmation of the rush result we gave you from Eton and Slough, with a tiny majority that upset Mr. Fenner Brockway.
Really, no swing there. His majority before was under 100, and it's no swing. On the other hand, there's been a swing in that area, appreciably to Labour. The failure to swing there may be attributed to some racial grievances, although certainly the Conservative candidate there did not exploit the racial issue.
Meanwhile, Labour has gained Carlisle.
This is a very curious situation. The previous Conservative, Dr. Donald Johnson, was repudiated by his local association. He stood as an independent. As you can see, he was pushed right down to the bottom of the poll, the official Conservative coming second. But if my sums are right, even if he hadn't stood, the seat would still have gone to Labour.
Just, yes, an 86% turnout.
Carlisle, where the government owns the pubs. Here's Brighouse and Spembrough, where the government doesn't own the pubs. This is also a Labour
gain.
It's a confirmation, I'm sorry, of an earlier Labour gain.
Confirmation of a Labour gain, which was a seat that they actually won in the 1959 election and lost almost immediately afterwards in a by-election.
Here is Kidderminster, where we have another Tory, Sir Gerald Nabarro's former seat. There's no change there. Sir Tatton Brinton holds it for the Conservatives.
This is quite interesting that we were told there was a recount here which sent our eyebrows up to the ceiling. It was clearly a recount on the Liberal to see whether or not he lost his deposit.
David Butler.
I don't know whether he did.
We've actually been looking at the constituencies still to come in. There are virtually no seats that Labour is likely to lose that are still to come in tomorrow. East Flint, where there's the Steel area with only a 75 majority, might be lost. Yes, here's the vital result from Bristol.
This is Bristol North East. That's Mr. Alan Hopkins, who won the seat off Labour in 1959 and has held it.
There are two marginals in North East, in Bristol. Bristol North West and Bristol North East. Both have been held.
This clearly may well reflect, as David Butler was saying, the row that's been over the comprehensive schools. We've read it in your papers, and the plan of the local Labour Council to scrap the grammar school.
Now, back to what David was saying before this
I was trying to say that there are no seats, except possibly East Flint, that look likely Conservative gains tomorrow, except possibly Norfolk South West, which has swung one way or the other. But if, on the other hand, you look at the likely Labour gains tomorrow, there are about 10 seats. Buckingham, Cleveland, South East Derbyshire, Dover, possible, Epping, though that's in East Anglia, and on the present form, East Anglia hasn't been swinging so much. It's a doubtful one. Gravesend, which we expect tonight, King's Lynn, Lowestoft, Malden and Meriden. I should have said perhaps also that there's Norfolk North, which might just be lost by Labour. But there are also, on the present form, the computer thinks the odds are rather on the Liberals winning in Bodmin, Cornwall North and Torrington, and possibly one will still look at the possibility of a Liberal gain in Denbigh or Inverness, so it's very different parts of the country. And there's also Caithness and Sutherland, which isn't in ordinary swing tables, but it's a very different sort of seat, which might be a Liberal or a Labour gain.
News that Mr. William Van Strobenzee, the solicitor, has held Wokingham for the Conservatives. Majority nearly 15,000. And now I think we will go to Bob McKenzie, probably on the forecast table.
I think I ought to say to begin with that the theory of swing is taking a bit of a battering in some ways tonight. It's been nothing like as uniform as it has been in most recent British general elections. And this is part of the thing that adds the excitement to it. The swing is lurching, and we can't be certain on the present figures of a swing at present of just under 4%, that Labour can hold the lead over the Tories projected of 21. And if the Liberals do rather better, as they are threatening to do in certain areas, then we really could face the possibility, I think it's unlikely, but we could face the possibility that the Liberals would be holding the balance of power when the day is over tomorrow. But I do think, in all honesty, one has to say that the swing theory, which assumed a very high degree of uniformity, has been taking a bit of a bashing. It still stands, and it's carried us all the way through the evening, but my goodness, it needs modification after some of these events are over. I'd like to add just a word or two more about this. We've had a good deal of talk about workable majorities, and I think that this is now one of the great issues. What size of majority is the minimum? There are many problems about working with a small majority. The government may have to face very harsh decisions early on in economic affairs. We know the problem of our balance of payments and so on. And it will be a great concern, I think, the whole country, if we get a change of government, and yet a government which feels itself bound by the need to keep popularity at all costs, facing another election soon. There are plenty of cases of governments carrying on without any majorities. Lester Pearson in Canada has ruled now for more than a year and defying the minor parties to bring him down. So we could see Labour carrying on. Labour has been in this position before, even if they get a rather bad result on the day tomorrow. My guess still is they'll get a 12, 15, 20 majority. But it's going to be a very close run thing indeed.
Here, the state of the parties. The party lead on the right at 246. Labour lead over Conservative 67. Results declared 41. Results to come 209. And the state of the parties, as you no doubt saw it. And so, back here, news that in Brighton, Kent Town, the declaration has been postponed after 5 recounts, and they're going to have a 6th recount at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
That indicates there might possibly be a Labour member in Sussex. There never has been one. The Conservatives have held every seat in Sussex since, I think, 1923. And that really is a remarkable result. It isn't one of the marginals that people thought of as liable to change, really.
We now go up on the first floor to Cliff Michelmore,
where I've got 2 political commentators, observers, who've been following the campaign rather closely out in the constituencies one way and another. Nigel Lawson on your left, and Anthony Howard on the right. Now, I was interested to hear Mr. Quentin Hogg say just now that he didn't think that personalities played very much part in this campaign. Now, you've been out in the constituencies. How far do you subscribe to this theory of Mr. Hogg's?
Cliff, you may have been interested. I was amazed. I think the thing that has given me the greatest single delight tonight is the number of the household gods of the psephologists and of traditional orthodox wisdom that have been demolished. The national swing's gone, cube law we haven't heard a word about, but above all, I am delighted that personality has been proved to count for something in elections. I'm thinking of Charles Longbottom's victory at York, Colonel Wise's at Rugby, the enormous swings registered against Mr. Henry Brooke in Hampstead and Mr. Quentin Hogg in Marylebone. if anyone had no right to say this tonight, it was Mr. Quintin Hogg, who had a 10% swing registered against him. Now, I think really that personality has counted in this election. See it in North Devon with Jeremy Thorpe, and I think everyone, regardless of party, ought to be gratified by this.
Well, regardless of party then, Nigel Lawson.
Well, I can't say I'm gratified by this, but there certainly have been large variations in the swings from area to area. But if one can interpret the national mood as it seems to be evolving in this election, I think it is that the time for a change feeling has proved to be very, very strong indeed. Strong enough perhaps to put the Labour Party in with a small majority, but that the public, the British people, don't wholly trust the Socialists, and therefore they've made the majority a very, very small one. And this is what it looks like at the moment. And in fact, so small, I would say, that if the Liberals had not increased the number of candidates so much as they have done, which has clearly, I think, damaged the Conservatives in a number of constituencies, the result might have been different. And there's one other hypothetical thing, which is even more fascinating, I think. This is purely speculation. But that if Mr. Khrushchev had perhaps been relieved of his office 24 hours earlier, we might have had a different government tomorrow.
And if we perhaps got 4 gold medals, we might do. Can I raise up another issue? As I say, both of you have been out following the campaign very closely. And we've had a number of people tonight talking what they thought to be the prime issues of the campaign. Now, Howard, first of all, what did you think?
I think the thing that made the breakthrough for the Labour Party was really the publication of the balance of trade figures. Now, this in itself was a difficult one because, you know, it's dry as dust, academic. But the real breakthrough that the Labour Party made in this campaign was that they managed to spell out what this might mean in terms of jobs, hire purchase, mortgage payments, all these things. And if I could just give you one moment of delivery as well, I happen to believe the Labour Party did badly in the first week of the campaign. And if ever a party was sort of saved from itself, it was saved by Hardy Spicer and Mr. Herbert Hill.
Thank you both very much.
I'm just looking down below me at the front door of number 10 Downing Street. You might like to join me there for a moment. Why anybody, even reporters or photographers, should stand outside at this time, I can't imagine. The people always do. Inside, I am now told, earlier Sir Alec Douglas-Hume, I think, was watching this programme. Rumour now has it that he has perhaps wisely retired and is asleep. I hope he is, if he's retired. However, our fellow in Trafalgar Square is not asleep. He is still faithfully on duty, just down Whitehall from here. So up Whitehall from here, what am I saying? So let's go up Whitehall to Trafalgar Square and join Alan Wicker again.
Where there is still a remarkably large number of people, I think to everyone's surprise. It's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, and they seem to have every intention of staying on. How long will you be staying here?
Oh, as long as possible, I hope. We've just come away from work, so
I see.
We're not tired yet.
Have you voted today?
No, I'm not 21, sir.
You're not 21?
No.
Have you voted?
Yes, I have.
May I ask which way?
Conservative.
I see. Now, what difference do you think in your life a Labour government is going to make?
Well, I don't think it's a point of difference in my life. I'm too young yet, I think, to really worry about it. I just think that Conservatives have got nobody else but Harold Wilson, and maybe Patrick Gordon-Walker, but I don't think they've got anybody else to back them up.
Well, they haven't got Patrick Gordon-Walker now, of course, because he's lost his seat. And you don't think a Labour government's going to have any effect upon you as a young Tory at all?
No, I don't.
What about you? Do you think a Labour government will have any effect?
I think it will. I'm an educationist, and I feel that the Labour Party will take more interest in education, and there'll be greater appropriations, and therefore the general facilities will improve.
What about everyday life? Are you expecting any changes at all?
Everyday life, I should think, will be substantially the same.
Now, why do you think there has been this swing towards Labour?
Well, I think it's been a matter of domestic issues of various sorts, productivity, automation with the possibility of redundancy, the need to improve welfare services, increase pensions, education, and so on.
It's something that Labour did right and not something that Conservatives did wrong.
Well, I think that probably the leadership changeover in the Conservative Party didn't do them any good among a certain voter that's now turned Liberal.
Thank you. Alan Wicker, Trafalgar Square.
Richard Dimbleby, the studio. Oh, sorry, no. News from Gloucester, where the Tories have stayed in power. Frederick Caulfield, junior Conservative minister, has held the seat.
Swing under 1% there. It's one of those things that could have gone on a big swing to Labour. It's not going, it wasn't exactly one that one expected in the current form, but it might have come to the rescue of Labour in pushing their majority up to something more workable.
To Northern Ireland, Antrim South, Tories have entrance south. Sir Samuel Knox Cunningham. Majority last time was 50,000, which is a pretty whacking figure. It's now still 30. Let's take our three, Rochester and Chatham, where Mrs. Kerr, or is it Carr, has held the seat for Labour with a very small majority.
2% swing there.
Mrs. Carr is left-wing, she's a unilateralist, member of CND.
And her husband's having his second recount up in Preston, fighting Julian Amory.
Yes.
Here are confirmation of the figures at Wellingborough, which you were given earlier, the very small Labour majority there of 47. It's a Labour gain, of course.
Swing under 1%, but enough to give Labour the seat. Our latest prediction is that the Labour majority over the Conservatives will be 19. This is not taking account of seats for other parties. And it's this thing is coming down, this majority. There still are about a dozen seats which are in the balance and may go one way or the other. We haven't got enough evidence on these. But the estimate forecast is being pulled down bit by bit as Labour has failed to win about 6 or 7 key marginals in the last hour and a half.
Now, up on the side deck here, we join Professor McKenzie.
I'd like just to point out that there's a remarkable contrast in the position tonight and the series of by-elections that we reported in such great detail to you over the last couple of years. Consistently, the swing against the government was around 7 or 8%. As late as the local government elections of last spring, in May and June, the swing against the Tories was everywhere 6, 7, 8%. Now they've cut this down tonight to less than 4%, somewhere around 3.9 at the moment, and this is, on the face of it, really a quite remarkable achievement. I think when Sir Alec took over last autumn, the odds against him achieving even this much would be considered enormous by any betting organisation. This has been done. I'd like to add also, of course, that the swings have been so erratic this evening, from 1945, that we really cannot yet say with any certainty what the outcome is going to be. And with the number of marginals that Labour must still win, so many of them in East Anglia, areas of that kind, swings of 1 and 2% have been occurring there, they may still find themselves in the desperate position of being dependent on the Liberals in order to form a government. No one would want to see this, I think, from the Labour point of view, because they had the bitter experiences of 1924 and 29 in their minds when they were dependent in the past on Liberals and, of course, did not govern very successfully. It's unlikely, but it could happen now.
We have a result from Knutsford, where very well-known Conservatives, Sir Walter Bromley Davenport, has held the seat for the Conservatives. And in the distance I see what looks uncommonly like Mr. Peter Woon of Transport House in conversation with Mr. Tom Dryberg. So let's go down and see what they're talking about.
A mood of nothing very celebratory tonight here at the moment, because everybody's very worried about the majority. Now, what's your view on a working majority?
A working majority could be 5 or 10. It's true that when you get below 10, there is the risk of by-elections going against you. That is the only factor. A government can govern perfectly well with 5. Churchill said on some occasion, 1 is enough. So 1 plus is enough. But the government must make it clear that it's not going to resign except on a clear issue of confidence, and it may mean taking controversial measures on the floor of the House and not in standing committee, and thus using the guillotine quite a bit.
Aren't there dangers, perhaps, that the left wing of the Labour Party might prove difficult with a very low majority?
No, on the contrary. I think a low majority tends to unite a party more than a very large majority.
What's your view on the most interesting result you've heard tonight?
I think Holborn, because to some extent it offsets the absolute disgrace and shame of the results at Smethwick and Eton and Slough, because in Holborn and St Pancras South, Mrs Jager, who has won, was subjected to a similar disgraceful racialist smear campaign, not put about by the Conservative candidate Geoffrey Johnson Smith, who was a very decent fellow, but by some of the gutter morons around that way.
Mr Dryberg, thank you very much. Peter Woon at Labour Party headquarters.
I was asked, by the way, by someone just now to give you a very quick time check. It's about sort of 3.5 minutes to 3. We now take the state of the parties behind me here.
I can certainly prove it's 3 minutes to 3 by the first line of our state of the parties. The Labour lead over the Conservatives has narrowed a bit again. It was up to 70 at one time. And remember, this is a lead on the basis mainly of the industrial and urban areas of the country. It will be cut into drastically tomorrow when the rural areas and other provincial areas are heard from. There are left now just over 200 seats to come, with a close race on our hands. We look now at the state of the parties board. Very little change in the losses and gains, but you'll see the position on the right-hand column. The Tories have lost the election, but Labour has not really for sure yet won it. That's perhaps the fairest way to put it, and we could be in a very tricky situation indeed in the course of tomorrow.
I see up there a "to me" signal from Robin Day.
Anthony Wedgwood Ben, victor of Bristol South East. Comment on your own election, Tony, please, first.
Well, with the help of a telephone call from here to you, I discovered that we had a 4% swing in Bristol South East, and we fought it very much on the education issue, and that's very encouraging.
Was there a colour issue at all in your constituency?
No. I sent 45,000 reply postcards to all my constituents, and I had 2 on the immigration question.
What did you make of what Bob McKenzie said just then, that the Conservatives have lost the election, but Labour has not yet won it?
Well, my own view on this is that a working majority should be as high as possible, but you would really get a good one with 10. And I think the one factor that Mackenzie's left out of account is this, that when a Labour government is formed and starts doing the things that it's going to do, it'll immediately begin picking up support. A great number of radical Liberals will be much attracted by a Labour government. Even some Conservatives who perhaps had doubts about us will be attracted. And this is the factor that simply hasn't been mentioned by Bob McKenzie or anybody else that I've heard from your end. And I think it's time you took it into account, because we've got a very good programme. When we carry it through, we're going to begin picking up in by-elections and elsewhere.
But do you think you would get that kind of support in, say, a controversial measure like the nationalisation of steel?
Well, the programme is a very wide programme. Includes a lot of other things besides steel. And I'm not at all sure, in any case, that the steel issue hasn't been built up by aims of industry and others who've poured millions of pounds into it. So I don't really think this is much of a factor. No, anyway, you've got to bring steel into public ownership if you're going to get planning, if you're going to get production rising. So I think this is a red herring, really. It's the other things we'll do that will make for such a big growth in Labour support once we get into the House of Commons with any sort of majority at all.
I was just thinking of steel as a commanding height of the economy, not as a red herring. But may I just ask you, did you mean by that answer that if Labour had a very small majority, such as 10, and in order to get through your massive programmes of social improvement, you wanted to attract progressive support in other parties, you would be prepared to drop what are called, for want of a better definition, doctrinaire measures, such as nationalisation of steel?
Well, of course, it's the anti-nationalisers we think are doctrinaire, because the Conservatives have nationalised a lot of things.
Yes, but you know what I mean.
And I know what you mean, but I think you're wrong, if I can put it in the nicest way.
I'm trying to find out what you mean. I wasn't putting a point of view. Did you mean that this might have to be dropped?
No, I didn't say that at all. I said the whole programme has to be taken together. And when you see Labour in power, you'll be surprised how much support there is. We've been out of power for 13 years. And people have come to believe some of the things that have been said about us. But when we are in power, even with a small majority, then I expect a very big further swing to Labour, evidenced in the by-elections, and also a lot of radical Liberals will immediately be attracted to us, and the other Liberals will be drawn back or tempted back towards the Conservatives. I think we shall do well.
I'd like to go on a bit longer, Tony, but I can't. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
News that in Ealing North they've given up for today after 2 recounts. They've postponed to tomorrow, and they're also recounting at Gravesend. Now, Ian.
I think that with great respect to Tony Wedgwood Ben, there's another factor which he has left out of account. He said Labour has not been in power for 13 years. This means that they're very seriously short, inevitably, of people with ministerial experience. Now, I thought that at a news conference that Harold Wilson gave last Saturday, he, in a sense, gave the game away when he said that he recalled Clem Attlee's experience. In other words, Harold Wilson will have to begin with, to some extent, forming a cabinet from untried people. Now, he will undoubtedly make mistakes. You're bound to when you form a cabinet with people like this. Therefore, he made it perfectly clear, I thought, that after a year to 18 months he will follow Clem Attlee's example. He will have a reshuffle, bring forward people who in the meantime have shown up well as junior ministers, and then you'll have a government of which you'll be more certain, and then they can get going. Therefore, I would have thought with great respect to Tony Wedgwood Ben that Labour's problem, particularly if they have a small majority, will be that they need time. And this is why, if they have a small majority, I think that they will nonetheless stay in power for 2 or 3 years. I think they've got to.
from Ian Trethowan's comment to David Butler's.
Well, it seems to me quite fair of Anthony Benn to criticise a programme which may not have congratulated the Labour Party on winning an election. I'm afraid there isn't actually much historical justification for assuming that a party on taking office immediately does well in by-elections. Almost every precedent is for there being at least a short period of doing fairly badly on by-elections and the government having a difficult time. And if there are economic difficulties for the next few months, it may be that the Labour Party will blame the Conservatives for the difficulties, but they may very well get the opprobrium for the what's going on. I wonder if I could make one quite different point. Both Bob McKenzie and Tony Howard have been saying that national swing has gone out of the window. Well, it does seem to me there's been more variation in national swing. But by God, in fact, the 35 seat, we said that it would be if it was a 3.5 swing, a 3.5% swing, it'd be a tight thing, but Labour looked like getting in. Well, there's a 3.5% national swing, it's a tight thing, but Labour looks like getting in. So that the actual formula of national swing seems to have worked quite extraordinarily well on this evening's very disparate results. On swings and roundabouts, it's run relatively evenly. One other very important point, and that is this, that Labour, if no more seats changed hands either way, Labour would have 310 seats, not a clear majority. They need to win about rather under half of the remaining marginal seats that have come in if they are to win. I think it's almost certain from a statistical point of view that they will win at least that, the 5 or 6 more seats needed to give them a clear majority in the next House of Commons. Whether they'll have enough to have a comfortable majority, the extra 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 seats that really make a difference between having an awful difficulty in maintaining a majority in committee and in the House, or whether they'll have to scrape by, that we shall have to wait and see till tomorrow.
My friend is very touchy on the subject of swing. If we're going to have a row, let's have it. Let's go back to Bob McKenzie.
I will not be linked completely with what Tony Howard said. He took great delight in claiming the whole apparatus of psephology had gone out the window, including swing. I said nothing of the kind. I merely suggested that we had not been prepared, and I say we collectively, for the kind of variations in swing we've been getting. I don't think David Butler would deny they're far greater than we've had at any recent election. Swings from 9 in one direction, 2 and 3 and 4 in the other direction, whereas in the past he has taught us through his very elaborate and careful work to expect far narrower swings. It simply requires a redefinition of the extent to which population movements and opinion movements occur. I think further, however, Tony Howard is quite right in pointing out that personalities also played a rather striking part in a number of situations. You can't really say that the enormous swing against Henry Brooke or against certain other ministers is wholly unrelated to anything.
Okay, up to Robin Day.
And in Cardiff, we have the first pair of candidates sitting in a very sportsmanlike way, the victor and the loser. On the left, of course, Ted Dexter, and on the right, Jim Callaghan. Jim Callaghan, who do you think is going to be the political captain of England in the next 24 hours?
I suggest you ask Mr. Wilson, Mr. Day.
Well, we did ask him, but he
What
said...
did he say?
He said he thought things were going moderately well.
Aha.
But anyway, I won't pursue that one at the moment. What do you think of your own result? It was a tremendously successful one for you, wasn't it?
Well, it was, wasn't it? I was very pleased, naturally, and very delighted. I think the exhilarating thing to me was the wonderful young team I had around me. They seemed to pour in from Cardiff and elsewhere, technologists, young scientists, steel workers, all sorts of people, and we had a most exciting campaign. I was borne along on their shoulders from beginning to end.
But to get a majority up from 868 to 7,841 must have also depended on your own ability, Mr. Callaghan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Day.
Well, I think so. I think Ted Dexter would admit that, wouldn't he?
Yes, it certainly surprised me. It was rather bigger than the scores I'm used to.
And what happened to Freddie Truman, Mr. Dexter?
I never heard from Fred.
Did you ask him to come and help you?
Yes, I did. I wrote to him, but he hasn't been home, I understand, so he won't have, in fact, got my letter.
Is he a Tory?
I really don't know, but I think he would have livened things up in Cardiff South East one way or the other.
Which do you enjoy most, cricket or politics?
Oh, you've got me there, haven't you? I hope I shall be enjoying my cricket in South Africa. I shall be there in a week's time, and I'm looking forward to going there.
You're quoted as having said, Mr. Dexter, in one newspaper that you admitted that cricket, being famous at cricket, as you are, of course, was a vote loser rather than a vote gainer. Is that correct?
I think it might have been. I don't think people believed. The people that I didn't meet, I don't think they believed that I was serious. I was absolutely serious.
Are you going to fight again?
I hope to, yes.
Could I come back to Jim Callaghan for a moment?
Yes.
Tony Benn was saying just now, I don't know whether you heard him, that it didn't so much matter if you had a small majority of only 10, say, because he said that Labour's progressive dynamic plans would attract support from Liberals and progressive Conservatives so that the programme could go through.
Well, that put it much more articulately than I could at this time in the morning.
Oh, well, you better thank Tony Benn for that, because I'm just repeating what he said. Anyway, you're obviously tired, you want to go to bed, so I better leave you and Mr. Dexter, and thank you for coming along together and staying up so late.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Result in from Leek. It's Labour again for Leek, or Leek again for Labour, whichever you like. Harold Davis has held the seat.
2.4% swing to Labour for most voluble of Labour MPs.
I think we'll now see what's been happening or not happening to famous men. We can do this with the use of our portrait gallery up here, explained to you by Bob McKenzie.
Well, we might take a look at some of the people who will almost certainly be included in a possible Labour government, almost certainly to be formed on the weekend, although whether it'll have a working majority is still open to argument. Douglas Jay is in at Battersea. He, of course, is almost certain to go to the Board of Trade by most calculations, and is one of the economists in the party with great ability, who incidentally was a great foe of the common market. Michael Stewart at Fulham is one of the solid people in the party whose rise during the last few years has been quite remarkable. He's the party's spokesman on housing, but has also been very much involved with the planning of the party's policy, as of course has Richard Crossman, who's also in, one of the most vigorous figures in the party, spectacular figure. There's some argument about whether he could work with a team, and yet he has proved this quite successfully in the last few years. Ray Gunter is also in at Southwark, and is undoubtedly the party's leading authority in trade union affairs, and many tip him to go to the Ministry of Labour. If so, he certainly will be no doormat for the trade unions, to judge by his performance recently in the number of times he's warned the trade unions on the need for modernisation. Dennis Healy, tipped for defence, one of the very able minds in the party. I can assure him now that if he ever wants to leave Parliament, he can become a professor of international relations any time. I'm sure he's had offers before now. Herbert Bowden, the chief whip, is also in. One of the really able chief whips the party's had in modern times, carried it through those tremendous struggles in the party in the early 1960s, and some see him as a possible leader of the House of Commons. James Callaghan, whom we've just seen, is almost certain to go to the Exchequer, although there's been some uncertainty about what the role of the Chancellor would be in a Labour government, since there is some talk of transferring control of economic development to a new minister. Patrick Gordon Walker, the only important Labour figure to go out today in the Smethick situation, which we discussed a good deal earlier in the evening. Myself, I would expect that a seat will be found for Gordon Walker if Labour is forming a government, although that becomes rather more difficult to do if Labour has a very tiny majority, because normally with a large majority, a party would simply see to it that one of the more elderly figures stepped down, that a by-election was held, and the man they wanted was brought into the House. This will be more difficult if Labour's back with a very narrow majority and perhaps unwilling to risk a by-election immediately. Then George Brown, the voluble, hard-hitting figure, unpredictable in many ways, and yet he certainly has done the party a great service in the campaign, which has just been completed. And of course Mr. Wilson himself is in. A question mark hangs over the kind of government he would form. We've had arguments about it, but I'm sure that the role of people we've seen would all feature in some way in a Labour government.
I observed that Mr. Charles Curran, who held the Uxbridge seat today, and Lord Boothby are both now sitting up top with Cliff Michelmore, so let's join him.
Well, we've heard a great deal about facts and figures and swings and this, that and the other. We've heard remarkably little about the blood and guts of politics and the hurly-burly of the House of Commons. With this kind of majority, what's it going to be like in there? Now, Lord Boothby, you've been in through all sorts of majorities in and out. What's it going to be like?
The only time I predicted a majority with absolute certainty was my own. And I was right on 8 times, but I'd like to take this chance of congratulating Charles on his victory today.
How are you looking forward to the new House of Commons then, Mr. Curran, with this very narrow majority against you?
Very much indeed. What we're going to get, I imagine, if in fact the Labour Party take office with the sort of narrow majority that seems probable, will be a caretaker government.
They won't have a mandate for making the changes which they've promised. They'll, I imagine, simply have to keep on playing the overture over and over again. I cannot see how they can possibly attempt, with a narrow majority, to make any kind of radical change.
But I'd like to take you up on that point. I really would, because I stick to what I said earlier on. I think a majority of less than 20 is extremely uncomfortable. A majority of less than 10 is unendurable.
Yes.
But I equally think that there's a lot of radical changes that have got to be made in this country, and made quite quickly, about which a lot of people could agree. I've long thought that Wilson was the ablest politician we've got. And I think if he had a majority of somewhere around 10, his proper course would be to go to the leader of both the Conservative and the Liberal Party and say, now look here, there are certain things that have got to be done, very radical, and they've got to be done quick. Let's agree to do them.
But hasn't the whole election demonstrated that there is no such basis on which Mr. Wilson could do any such deal with the Tory party? Here is Mr. Wilson, who has been advocating policies throughout the election which the Tories have asserted, I think accurately and justly, to be economic nonsense. Particularly, for instance, the policy which has been used so extensively to get middle-class votes, this policy of a Crown Land Commission, which is in fact economic nonsense. If Mr. Wilson seeks to carry this policy out, and I cannot see how he can avoid trying to carry it out, this is something which the Tory party will resist, and resist vehemently, and rightly.
Well, the awful thing is that I'm on the side of the Labour Party, as you know, Charles, and all this, and against the Tory party. I believe in radical policies, and you don't. But there are a lot of people in the Tory party who do believe in radical policies.
Nobody, so far as I know.
You'll always be an old diehard.
I don't really think, that you'll get anybody in the Tory party to suppose that this Land Commission policy of his is a policy that makes sense.
But what's going on about land in this country today is an outrage, you must admit that.
What's going on about land is simply a byproduct of prosperity. Not a bet, it's a product of prosperity. This is something, the land problem is created by prosperity. We could perfectly easily remove it if we remove prosperity.
Lord Burleigh, what kind of reforms do you think the Labour Party could put through then?
Well, a terrific land policy, that I do think.
See that you've got one of the Conservative members against them already.
I think an end of restrictive practices on both sides of industry. Tell the trade unions where they get off, and tell the employers where they get off, and stop restrictive practices and get us up to a 5 or 6% production growth every year.
Come on, let the Conservative member for Uxbridge get a word in edgeways.
Bob, these wonderful bromides about getting rid of restrictive practices. Everybody is in favour of getting rid of restrictive practices as a general phrase, just as everybody is in favour of modernisation as a general phrase. Modernisation, is like temperance. Everybody's for it in general terms. But the moment somebody applies it to him or to his job, then people begin to say, include me out of it, don't they?
Well, everybody's in favour of sitting back and playing bingo, but you've got to tell them to stop.
But the Labour Party isn't proposing to tell them to stop playing bingo. At least, if it is, it's something which is kept from the electors. I wish if that's part of its policy, I wish it had said so.
All right, now let me put something else to the pair of you. How effective a leader of the opposition do you think Sir Alec Douglas-Home will now be?
Well, it depends, We were told when he was made Prime Minister that Mr. Wilson would make mincemeat of him. It was one of the great exploded prophecies of the last 18 months, wasn't it? The Labour Party asserted that Sir Alec would be chopped to pieces in the House of Commons. In fact, he wasn't.
No.
Obviously, here is a man who is so very easily and gravely underrated. I see no more reason for supposing that he will be a flop in the House of Commons as Leader of the Opposition than there was for supposing that he would be a flop as the Prime Minister.
But isn't it one thing to have power, one thing to oppose power?
Well, I think he would be very good, a very good Leader of the Opposition, and furthermore, I think he would support the radical policies that I support, and support Wilson in carrying them out, which is more than Charles Curran.
And on that splendid note of disagreement, thank you both very much indeed.
Happy up there, anyway. Result, Scotland, Stirling and Falkirk boroughs. Stirling, one of the oldest royal boroughs in the world. Stirling has stayed Labour. Mr. Malcolm Macpherson, the former Labour Parliamentary Private Secretary, holds the seat for Labour.
4.5% swing in Stirling and Falkirk, more than the national average, less than the Scottish average. Scotland has been swinging above the rest. If I may make one other point, we have been looking at the change in the vote. the Conservative share of the vote compared to 59 has dropped by 6%. The Labour share of the vote has increased by 1%. The Liberal share of the vote has increased by about 10%. The Liberals are actually running at about 10% of the national vote, and it looks as though they very likely may, when they get the county returns in tomorrow, top the 3 million mark in votes, or nearly top that. Now, the Conservative drop in the vote of just over 6% is the biggest drop any election has seen in one party's votes since the Conservative fall in 1945, when they dropped about 14% compared to their 35 figure. Even in the Labour slump in 1950, their share of the vote only dropped about 3%. And so Labour looks as though they're probably going to come out of this election, certainly with a fairly clear lead in popular votes over the Conservatives. I'm not sure how much influence this has on their authority. The Conservatives' majority in 1951 to 5, which was only 16 in Parliament, was of course a minority in popular votes in the country. The Labour Party had nearly 1% more of the popular vote in the 1951 election, but they lost due to the slight bias in the electoral system, which seems still to be working slightly against them in this election.
Thank you, David. While he was talking, I've upset a glass of cold water over everybody, but we won't let that stop us. We will now turn to you, Ian, for a summary of the situation as you see it.
Yes, well, I think it might be a good moment to remind ourselves that this election, always talk of swings, is about electing a new parliament. And the sheer mechanics of this, it's now obviously virtually certain, in fact I think everybody would agree completely certain, that sometime tomorrow afternoon or early evening, Sir Alec Douglas-Hume will drive to the palace to hand in his resignation. Mr. Wilson will drive to the palace, be asked to form a government, and will agree. Sometime over the weekend, probably Saturday or Sunday, Mr. Wilson will presumably announce his first list of senior ministers, perhaps his complete cabinet. But altogether, he would have 70 to 80 government appointments to announce. This is right down to including assistant whips. And this might go on right into the middle of next week, take some time. Then on Tuesday week, the new Parliament meets. They will have to elect a Speaker, and the Speaker will almost certainly be Sir Harry Hilton Foster again, because if Labour's got only a very small majority, they certainly won't want one of their own people to be lost. And then the following Tuesday, Mr. Wilson will have to, the Queen will reopen Parliament with the Queen's speech. This will leave Mr. Wilson with just under 3 weeks to prepare the Queen's speech, which is, of course, the new government's programme of legislation for the first session. This seems to me to be the form from now on. Richard.
News that there is a recount in Fife West, quite a long list of recounts on this occasion, and also the result from Bilston, Staffordshire, which Mr. Robert Edwards, trade unionist, has retained for Labour.
On only a swing to the Conservatives in Bilston, again a black country seat, a swing of 0.4 to the Conservatives in Bilston. This is next door, just almost next door to Smethwick, and it does suggest that this thing is fairly widespread through the black country, and therefore Mr. Griffith's triumph in Smethwick over Mr. Gordon Walker was greatly aided by a regional swing. Nonetheless, the swing in Smethwick was about 6% more to the Conservatives than in any of these other seats, and so one does have to attribute it quite directly to the sort of campaign that was fought in Smethwick. There are no special economic conditions in Smethwick that make this difference.
I hear that, yes, Mr. Julian Amery, after all these recounts in Preston North, has scraped in with a majority of 14.
Julian Amery, of course, the Minister of Aviation, I think rivaling Henry Brooke as the most accident-prone of the members of what we must now call the late government. Mr. Amery, however, has held his seat since 1950, and it's been on the margin. Needed quite a big swing to get it the Conservative majority
5%.
down as low as that. 5%.
5% swing.
Mr. Amery, of course, is Sir Harold Macmillan's son-in-law.
Thank you. I think I see in the distance Mr. John Juno waiting very patiently to talk to Robin Day. So to you, Robin.
Mr. Juno, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but turning your, I won't say cynical eye, but let's say experienced eye on this scene as you see it, what is your view of the situation?
Well, I think that this must be a very disappointing night, not only for Sir Alec Hume, but for his supporters. And it would be foolish to deny that there will be, I think, among the Tory rank and file, some dissatisfaction with his leadership during this campaign.
Are you one of those?
Yes.
And who do you think could have done it better?
Well, there are names which come to mind as Reggie Modling, Quinton Hogg, perhaps.
But don't you think bearing in mind that large Labour lead there was earlier in the year, don't you think, in fact, that Sir Alec Douglas-Home has done pretty well to get within 10 votes, 10,
well, I think
10
that
seats?
Labour lead was always illusory. It was always, certainly in my view, that the Labour lead was in between elections, and there was no threat of an election. The moment an election was announced, you saw that terrific swing to the Tory party.
And do you see...
At the end of the first week, the Tory party was well ahead. But it was the lack of impact during the campaign.
But don't you think if Labour has a very small majority, don't you think this will tend to put off a new leadership struggle within the Conservative Party, and all they should close their ranks?
Well, I would doubt very much if either Sir Alec has got the ability to wage an offensive, an aggressive offensive, which will be very much necessary in a House of Commons with a small Labour majority. I would also doubt very much whether he'll want to. I have the highest admiration for his integrity, and I say that sincerely, but I think the type of campaign he ran, his lack of aggression, the one speech which he kept making throughout the campaign, is not likely to make him a very belligerent leader of the House of Commons.
Looking ahead to the situation which may confront us, who do you think is the man who could deal with a tricky parliamentary situation, a fighting opposition leader and a young man?
Well, that's not for me to decide, but I think that Ian MacLeod is in a very interesting position tonight, because you will recollect that when Alec Hume was selected as Prime Minister, that Ian MacLeod left his office. He refused to serve under him. At the same time, he left the leadership of the Conservative Party. Now, it now looks as if Ian MacLeod tonight has been proved right. Whether he has the physical strength, physical capacity to lead the opposition, I wouldn't know, but I think that tonight he's in a very strong position indeed.
I saw him on a platform on Saturday night, and he seemed very vigorous and in very good form.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that.
And, of course, he's a fellow Scot of you, isn't he? Like, you went for Sir Alec Douglas-Home in the first place, now you're choosing another Scot.
Indeed I did. I went for Alec Douglas-Home in the first place, and as I say, I think he's a man of the most immense integrity. I think he fought the best sort of campaign he knew how to fight. But Wilson, Harold Wilson, fought such a magnificent campaign. His speeches resounded on television, on the radio, everywhere.
Well, perhaps he's listening to you now in the Adelphi Hotel, Liverpool, so I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Juna.